Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to Pewter Game Day pregame show, Week 2 edition, Bucs versus Falcons, here on the Pewter Report Podcast Network. I am John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. Along with me today is Casey Hudson, also of Pewter. I think I fell off for a second there.
There we go. I'm like, I over. Hi, guys.
Typically as beautiful as it typically is on this show, I'm sure, but we're excited to talk Bucs Falcons with you and preview as we get ready for what could be a day packed with action for the Bucs. Already is around the National Football League, Casey. We've got a lot to break down, and it's all brought to us by friends over at Celsius.com. Celsius, you know, the Celsius energy drinks. You've heard us talk about them a lot. You can use the store locator, and you can find Celsius energy drinks near you, but also you can go click the banner ads on PewterReport.com, the Tropical Vibe, Kiwi Guava you see in there, the Fuji Apple Pear, the Wild Berry. Lots going on, obviously, with Celsius, as there always is. A bunch of great flavors, no sugar. These things don't ever crash. They're unbelievable. Check them out today. And you can also get the Fast Energy bars. Make sure you click the link in the YouTube description. I'll throw that in there, and you can get these Fast Energy bars. You can order them right now, and they come in 2 different flavors, white chocolate cookies and cream and the caramel peanut crunch. Tremendous stuff from Celsius with these bars. You had a lot of protein bars in the past probably, but none that taste as good as this, I guarantee you. So check out the Fast Protein bars, and you can buy those over at Amazon and get the variety pack as well. All right, Casey, Bucs Falcons, Week 2. We've got lots to break down and lots to get to, obviously, today on the show. You're at Raymond James Stadium live right now. What is the atmosphere like over there?
Okay, it's still pretty calm, but I think it's just because, Florida was being Florida and opened up the skies for everybody leading into it. So I think everyone was just trying to stay dry and get situated, but you can tell everyone's super hyped that Week 2 is finally here. And I think it feels more real because it's on a Sunday. You know, Thursday football is great. Primetime's awesome, but it's that nothing really beats that Sunday NFL day, Sunday Bucs football day. So
yeah, I completely agree with you.
Wake up.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It feels like the season's we had that game, and it feels like it's been forever since the Bucs have played. I mean, it was just crazy to me. Yeah, it's unbelievable to me. And we had the long break after the last preseason game too. So the whole thing has been this waiting process. Arians has mentioned how he isn't crazy about the whole thing and how they've had that big break in the action so many times already early in the season. No real rhythm to speak of from that. A couple injuries today we do want to make sure we let everybody know about. Obviously, Bucs cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting is out with that dislocated elbow that he had in Week 1, suffered it in the first quarter, I believe, against the Cowboys back on Thursday Night Football to open the season. Zach Triner, the Bucs long snapper, also on injured reserve with that hand or finger injury. That is going to be one of the things to watch today, Casey, because that chemistry between the long snapper and the holder and all of that, we'll see if that plays a role in today's action. And then Carlton Davis, cornerback, questionable for the Bucs with a hamstring injury. He's going to play, but that hamstring injury, we'll see if that hampers him early in this game. And then, Casey, no real injuries to speak of at all for Atlanta. So while their first game did not go very well, the one thing they can say is that they're pretty healthy right now.
I mean, I don't want to give them too much, but they need it. I mean, not to say that we don't want a fully healthy roster, but they need a full healthy roster coming up against this Bucs defense and offense today. So, I mean, at least they're in a good position to say that they really tried their best, depending on what today's result is. And I feel terrible because I made an awful joke about our hopefully hamstring injuries aren't contagious. So I'm really crossing my fingers that we see Carlton Davis III out there today, ready to go.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the keys for the Bucs. He's going to be so important because the Falcons have had great offensive against Tampa Bay in recent years. We'll see if that continues for Matt Ryan. Obviously, their week one performance did not go as well as they would have hoped to speak of, but the fact that they're fully healthy today, Frank Darby, who's like their fifth or sixth receiver, the only guy who's going to be out, who's listed out of this game with an injury. So the Falcons at full against the Bucs for the most part today when they take the field. 4:05 will be the kickoff. We're with you. We're going to take you all the way up right until kickoff, and then we're obviously with you throughout the game on the Pewter Game Day live stream. Myself and will be breaking everything down as it happens between Bucs Falcons. We'll be syncing up our TVs, making sure we're on the same track, and giving you some play-by-play action, and analysis schematically, X's and O's wise, player evaluation, all the things that we're seeing throughout the game, along with a lot of stats. Paul and I have watched tape in preparation for them. It's going to be a really fun broadcast today, so we're excited to bring that to you. Casey, let's start with evaluating the Bucs offense and looking at what they're going to do offensively when they throw the football. Second straight week, they'll have lots of good matchups for the wide receivers. Second straight week, they'll face a young, inexperienced playing together at the very least, cornerback crew against three of the best wide receivers in the NFL. What do you see? Do you think one of these guys has an edge for the Bucs, or could all of them go off once again?
I don't really see too much of an edge. I actually, in my prediction, had this being the game that Mike Evans can finally get the fans, give the fans what they've been looking for, get that yardage in and get those catches, because, when it comes to the Falcons secondary, they're a little bit on the younger side, a little bit on the inexperienced side for those guys. And then, you look at AJ Terrell, the size matchup is where Mike Evans can really come in here and use that reach and that length that he has. I know a lot of people are expecting to see another great game for Antonio Brown, so that's something I don't want to count out either. But I think offensively, the Bucs have a stronger chance, because was probably the most consistent thing that they had going versus the Cowboys was their offense. It was the run game that all of us are like, okay, is this the chance that we're going to finally see some, a run game really prevail and pick up here? I would actually really like to see a lot more production out of Leonard Fournette, only because there's a lot of matchup comparisons between him and Cordero Patterson. I said it correctly.
Mm-hmm. You got it.
Yeah. So awesome. So yeah, I think that this would be a prime opportunity for them to really start working up that run game. They don't have the most intimidating defensive line over there. I know that between Bullard and Marner, those are probably their two strongest guys on the Falcons line, and they didn't have the most productive game against the Eagles. And I'd like to think that we're a bit more solid all around versus in comparison to the Eagles. So
yeah, that's going to be the trenches in general will be where a lot of this game is won or lost today. The Falcons obviously need to play much better there. That's a strength for the Bucs and on both sides of the ball. Falcons touched for several years now on both sides of the ball. Matt Ryan in his last 4 games against the Bucs has been sacked 16 times, Casey. I know 12 of those came in 2019, but still 4 times last year as well, and was under heavy pressure in the Week 17 game, even though he was only sacked once in that game. So it's been a theme kind of the entire Matt Ryan versus Todd Bowles saga that's been over the last 2 years. And although Ryan has played well, that's been the one thing that the Falcons have struggled with is the amount of sacks that they have given up. That's been something that's derailed their offense. So they obviously will need to play better there. We'll get to their offense in a second here. Interestingly enough, the Falcons were zone heavy in week 1. The Cowboys played a lot of man. They also played plenty of zone. It was kind of almost an even split defensively for them, but they played a lot of man when they were down in distances when they felt like they could be pretty even. They could play whatever they wanted. So we'll see if the Falcons, if they continue to go about 70%, 75%, maybe 80% zone like they did in week 1. We'll see if that's something that phases Tampa Bay. Obviously, Brady's seen it all, so there's not a change from that regard. But if that's something that throws off their game plan or not, in the past, Dean Pease has certainly been fine with going with more man coverage than he showed in week 1. But right now, he might not have the horses for that in the secondary. So we'll see how he opts to play this thing in week 2. It's not a true one-on-one matchup, but Chris Godwin in the slot versus Isaiah Oliver, 2 touchdowns allowed last year versus the Bucs for Isaiah Oliver. Casey, that's a pretty tasty matchup for the Bucs. There are obviously, like I said, matchups across the board, but Casey, listen to these numbers for Chris Godwin in his last 5 games. So basically, since he became like a starter and a player that was relied upon on a consistent basis for this Bucs offense, he has destroyed the Atlanta Falcons. 28 catches, 523 yards, 8 touchdowns in his last 5 games against Atlanta. He's averaging over a touchdown per game and over 100 yards per game in that time. He has been a complete monster against Atlanta. We already know, and we'll talk about in a second, what Mike Evans has done against this team. But Chris Godwin could have a juicy matchup if they play man coverage. If it's zoned, he thrives probably as much as any other Bucs receiver. I think he could have a huge day today, Casey.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it was a couple of podcasts ago, you kind of made a valid point at the fact of the versatility Chris Godwin has. I think the strongest matchup today will be Godwin and Oliver because, Antonio Brown has the speed, Mike Evans has the size. So I think we're going to see a lot of excitement between those two players matching up today. I do agree that it's going to be a lot of zone. I think that they're going to try to maximize on what they were trying to do against the Eagles versus us. But I know that the Bucs are going to probably be a lot more prepared for that coming off of, the mistakes that they're trying to clean up from the Cowboys. I do want to hear those Mike Evans stats, though, versus the Falcons, because if that's what Chris Godwin has done, I need to know what Mike Evans has done.
Okay, you ready for this? All right. Mike Evans, maybe not quite as overwhelming stats actually in some ways, but last year, 6 catches, 110 yards, most of that coming in the second half, a lot of it coming against A.J. Terrell for the Falcons. Their rookie corner last year, second-year corner this year, the guy that they hope, first-round pick, they hope he's their number one guy. I bet Mike Evans sees a lot of A.J. Terrell today as well. Last year, Terrell gave up 9 catches, not all to Evans, but mostly to Evans, 9 catches on 12 targets for 147 yards with 2 penalties in Week 15. In Week 17, he was better, 3 catches on 10 targets, but still gave up 61 yards, committed another penalty, wasn't picked on quite as much. But Mike Evans in general has been very, very good against Atlanta. In his career, he averages about 81 yards in a lot of matchups against Atlanta. Over the last 2, though, last season, again, 6 for 110 yards, didn't catch a touchdown. Then remember, he only had 3 for 46 in their second meeting, 3 catches, 46 yards, but that was in just 11 snaps. He was shredding them, and then he dropped the touchdown on the hyperextended his knee. He would have been well up over 50 yards on 4 catches if he hadn't dropped that touchdown in just 11 snaps against Atlanta last time. So he is a Falcon killer as well. Interestingly enough, though, as good as Mike Evans has been, he has not scored a touchdown against the Falcons since 2018, Casey. So trying to get off that snide, obviously a guy who's caught a ton of touchdowns, looking for his first one this season. I think it could be a big day for Evans or Godwin. We haven't even gotten Antonio Brown, what he did last year in both games against Atlanta. He was outstanding to his biggest games as a Buccaneer. There's just a lot that the Bucs offense could have going if they don't shoot themselves in the foot today.
Yeah, absolutely. And just kind of circling back to the Mike Evans thing for a moment is you mentioned the fact that he was able to draw on 2 penalties against Terrell. I think that's one of his strengths. He knows how to draw on those penalties in some of those crucial moments. And now knowing, second year, what to expect from Terrell, knowing kind of how his matchup is going to go, I think Mike Evans is probably going to have a stronger versus him than he even did last year. Another thing that people kind of fail to realize is that when they feel like Mike Evans isn't as prominent in a game, they don't realize how often he's being double teamed and constantly having to fight off so many of these guys just to be involved in the play. If it's not Mike Evans, I think it's going to be Antonio Brown having another heyday here. He's brewing that chemistry between him and Tom Brady, and he was the most productive player in Week 1 versus productive wide receiver Kevin Ridley, who barely broke 51 receiving yards versus the Bulls.
Yeah,
I think I'm more excited about what our defense can do today versus not.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, there's going to be opportunities across the board here for sure. Brady, by the way, just real quickly, since we're talking about the receivers, versus Dean Pease in his career, I know versus the Falcons, everybody I think knows he's completely dominant, some ridiculous numbers in 17 touchdowns to 2 interceptions in his regular season career against Atlanta. But he has never lost to the Falcons, but he has lost to Dean Pease, so the Falcons defensive coordinator. So perhaps maybe something to take a look at there in some ways. 3-4. Brady's actually 3-4 against Dean Pease. 0-2 in his last 2 games. 0-2 in his last 2 games against Pease. He's only completed just over 52% of his passes for 463 total yards in those 2 games. No touchdowns, a pick, and 3 sacks. So he has not fared that well against Pease defensively in the past. Obviously, Pease has been coaching better units than this Atlanta team, more talented units than this Atlanta team at those times. And obviously Brady was on much worse and less talented teams than the team he is on right now. Yeah. So take it for what you will, but I'm just going to let you know the stats. Casey, you mentioned when the Bucs run the football. It has to be better today. You said Leonard Fournette you want to see better production from, and it's a very fair assessment by you. But I'm also curious what you think about the fact that Ronald Jones is going to come from not starting last week, making a mistake, not re-entering the game for whatever reason. We're not to, whatever reason that is, coaching, him, whatever it is. And then he gets a situation where this week, Bruce Arians says he's going to start. Can you justify that? And also, do you think Ronald Jones gets going today and kind of makes up for some of the mistakes of last week and really the mistakes that have kind of plagued him a little bit and that have pushed him into this role of maybe he's not going to be the starter for this team?
Right. And I don't know if I'm going to have the most favorable explanation here, but I think it's just a psychological thing from Bruce Arians, realistically, because this is a head coach who has preached about the fact that if you're not going to have ball security, you're not going to have job security. And here Ronald Jones goes, getting an opportunity to start and redeem himself. But I think because people know the accountability that Bruce Arians holds his players up to, that it's heavily expected that Ronald Jones is going to execute and do what he needs him to do, or he's going to give him the opportunity to get in those other teams' heads by starting him when we would expect him to maybe take a backseat role leading into today's game.
Right. Yeah, no, that's going to be one of the – I think everybody is just intrigued by whether Ronald Jones or Leonard Fournette becomes the guy for this offense. Is there going to be a guy? Is it going to be like last year where we just have no idea week to week what's going on? Those are all possibilities. Like last year. Yeah, it very well could be.
He likes keeping everyone on their toes.
He definitely does. There's no doubt about that. I think I've mentioned before that I've joked with Arians before, like, do you realize how much trouble you give fantasy football owners because they just can't stand trying to figure out who you're going to start and give the ball to each week on
fantasy
offense.
Football. Yeah, absolutely.
And will we see Giovanni Bernard get going today? The other big question mark going into this game is after he was a smaller part of last week's game plan. Is this the week that he breaks out a little bit for Tampa Bay?
I definitely think we see him more today, but I think that the opportunities are going to be first handed out to Rojo as well as Leonard Fournette. But I think we see a lot more production out of Gio since he showed that he can kind of be that clutch asset to the team. And, him in the slot or being able to pass out to him, that just gives the team so much more options out there. So I don't think the pressure is going to be as heavy as what the Cowboys presented, but I think that we'll see a lot more out of Gio Bernard today. And you said, mentioning the whole what Tom Brady's going to face in the Falcons defense today, that those stats were extremely valid. And to kind of add to that, one of their secondary, I think his name is Duran Harmon, he played with Brady on the Patriots for years. So to have somebody on the other side of the ball that has that experience with you as a teammate, I feel like that's somebody who can cause some disruption if Tom Brady and the wide receivers and the running backs aren't all on the same page today and the O-line isn't playing extremely strong. So what I don't want to see is Harmon have a game, but I don't want to count out the fact that if you know a quarterback like Tom Brady and you played with him, that you probably know how to get in his head a little bit.
Right. No, it's a good point. It's something that he'll have to be the guy. Duran Harmon will have to be the guy maybe to make a play. Made some in New England as like their third safety for a while, but he'll definitely need to be a guy that makes a play today if the Falcons are looking for a spark. I got to get to the Antonio Brown stats before we move on because I just looked them up trying to remind myself what they were, and it's even more ridiculous. In 4 career games against Atlanta, Antonio Brown has averaged 8 catches, 113 yards, and 1.3 touchdowns. So both he and Godwin are averaging better than a touchdown. And these aren't guys with short careers or very limited games. This is a large sample size against Atlanta. And both of those guys have absolutely devoured this team. And obviously Evans' career has been made in part against Atlanta for the work that he has done on this team. So all 3 of those guys have just unreal numbers against the Falcons across the board, like jaw-dropping type numbers. And so good luck trying to figure out, fantasy owners, who's going to go off today. Could be all of them, should be all of them if the Bucs are able to get out of their own way. We'll sticking back to the run game real quick, and we're about to head over to get Matt Matera's insight on some of the prop bets for this game and get some of his thoughts on that, as he is also over at Raymond James Stadium. So excited to bring him in, get his thoughts on that. But Casey, a smaller defensive front for Atlanta against an offensive line and a run scheme that loves to use double teams to get things going up front. If Atlanta doesn't load the box, and they might, and if they do, then the Bucs should be able to throw the ball productively. But if they do load the box for whatever reason, or if they don't load the box to start this game because they're afraid of the Bucs passing attack, I wonder if this is the size and strength advantage for the Bucs up front, if this is where they can get the run game going a little bit, regardless of who's in the backfield.
Yeah, well, that's what I was kind of touching on in the beginning, is that this is a big opportunity to really start exercising that game and seeing who you can count on in that position, because they don't have, like I mentioned, Marner as well as Bullard are probably the most consistent or, heavily relied on guys when it comes to the defensive line. And even then, they were not very productive. I think they only had like 3 tackles versus the Eagles. So for the Bucs to have a little bit more of a loaded offensive line and to see how much growth Wirfs has stepped up from last season to this season, and to see that they can kind of switch out a guy like Donovan Smith, and he has so much experience with the team, especially like the Falcons. I think this is the perfect opportunity to get the run game going. I wouldn't be surprised if the first snap of the game is them seeing what that sweet spot's going to be for these running backs today.
I think you're probably onto it there. We'll probably see a gap run to kick things off pretty early for the Bucs, no question. When they are throwing the ball, though, watch out. Dean Pease loves to bring it. I think he had the 7th highest blitz rate last week of any coordinator, obviously, in the past. That's the thing he's known for, the blitzing and the multiple fronts. It's all going to be on the table for this Falcons defense. They are going to try some crazy stuff to try to affect the Bucs passing game for sure. Casey, thanks so much for jumping on. Greatly appreciate you. Enjoy the game over there at Raymond James Stadium.
Of course. See you guys.
Absolutely. There goes Casey Hudson, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to tell you about our friends over at Whiskey Wings. If you're looking for a place to watch the game today, head on over to Whiskey Wings. I'm telling you, folks, unbelievable food selections at Whiskey Wings. Wings and boneless. They got buffalo chicken that are bigger than your head. That picture is actually, I think the one in real life that I ate was bigger than that picture. Angus steak burgers. They got unbelievable food there. Locations in Temple Terrace, St. Petersburg. You can see whiskeywings.com, the website there, if you want to check out the menu and the address there as well. It's a great, clean atmosphere, outdoor bars, tons of screens, tons to do. They got some arcade games there, basketball games, all kinds of stuff over there that you can check out at Whiskey Wings. So make sure you go over there, check it out. If you're looking for a great spot to watch the game, great atmosphere, it's a great place to head. Is over to Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. Great food, great people, great spot to watch the Bucs Falcons today at 4:05 p.m. We're taking you all the way up until kickoff, and then we're sticking with you after kickoff here on the Pewter Report pregame show. We're excited about that. We got the live game day stream going today. Paul Atwell and myself will be coming at you when the game starts, and we'll be with you all game long. So thrilled to be with you for this Bucs Falcons Week 2 game, and thrilled now to be bringing in Matt Matera in for this portion of the pregame show. Matt, you're over at Raymond James Stadium as well. What's it like? You and Casey holding down the ship over there? Atmosphere pretty good. We're about 45 minutes from kickoff here. Matt?
Yeah, getting close to that. It's funny. I'm actually right now, Casey's too. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah. There's a little bit of a delay coming from the stadium, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I was going to say, it's funny because Casey is literally to my right now. So it's funny as I'm getting ready to come on, and like she's right there on the show, and I'm preparing for myself as well too. But it's great to be here. The fans are starting to file in, and should be an exciting afternoon between the Bucs and Falcons. A good NFC South divisional rivalry game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be, in my opinion, one of those games that the Bucs, you could look at it as a trap game. Obviously, a couple big ones coming up for Tampa Bay beyond this, but they can't treat it that way. This has to be a win. This has to be 2-0. Not that the schedule is so daunting the rest of the way, but these are the games. If you're a serious team, you need to take care of business in games like this. And so you hope that Tampa Bay can stay focused on that today. What do you think of this spread for this week's Bucs game, Matt? What are your thoughts? You can go over to mybookie.ag and check out all these things, as well as some awesome prop bets that we'll get to here shortly. But what do you think of this spread for today's game, Matt? What are your thoughts?
It's a really big spread. It's the second highest on the board this week. The only other one that I think was bigger was by 1 point is Cleveland and Houston. And Houston is actually keeping it kind of close with the Browns. The last time I checked, I know Baker Mayfield was hurt. It's anytime you see a number that large, you have a little cause for concern. Even last week in the Bucs game against the Cowboys, they were a 9-point favorite. Again, a very high number. The Bucs weren't able to cover that, even though historically, over the past 5 or 6 games, they've been able to cover well at home. Now, granted, they were a Chris Godwin fumble away from covering that spread. So going to this one, you see that number and you're like, ooh, it might be a little bit too high. But I'll tell you why it's not. As good as the Bucs are, and as much as the Falcons struggled, I see the Bucs in this situation. It might take a little bit more into the first quarter to really get things going. It's almost like when you're watching a boxing match and the first couple rounds, not too many punches are thrown. You got guys feeling each other out, trying to get their rhythm down and everything like that. I really see the Bucs becoming explosive in that second quarter when they're like, all right, we're either going to run the ball more because Falcons struggled last week, letting up over more than 170 yards on the ground. Are they going to just keep going with that aerial attack that worked so well for them the first game of the season? I think once they figure out how they're going to best exploit the Falcons, you're going to see Tampa Bay just run away with this one. And I'm really excited about the over as well, too. The over is 51.5. Now, granted, last week it was 52, so we're talking about half a point less. The Bucs and Cowboys covered that in the third quarter. So going into this game, they have to get a half a point less. And a fun little stat, too, is that the last 5 games that the Bucs and Falcons have played, the over is hit every single time. So it doesn't matter if it's in Atlanta, if it's at Raymond James Stadium, the fireworks are happening. Teams are scoring. I understand Atlanta only scored 6 points in their home opener, but hungry dogs run faster. While they're not going to cover, they're going to keep it closer than people expect, which I think is very important, and that's really good for the over. We know with this Bucs defense, they'll allow the underneath play. They'll let you dink and dunk. So I think Atlanta will be able to move down the field. It's just a matter of whether they're going to kick field goals or whether they're going to score touchdowns. But if they can at least score, 14 points, 15 points, I have the utmost faith in the Bucs offense. So they're just going to keep doing what they've been doing, and that's averaging 30 points a game, maybe even get to 40 in this one. And therefore, fans will be happy. Everyone loves seeing points. 51.5, you can book it. This one's going over.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I know. I completely agree with you, actually. I think it's a really good call. I would not pay much attention to the fact that the Falcons didn't score a touchdown last week, other than to say that I just think it's going to be a high-scoring game. Like, I think you're going to see both teams score in this game. Now, I don't think it'll be like high-scoring and close that long, but I do think the Falcons they don't put up 6 points again. Let's put it that way. I would be surprised by that. That offense, we are not talking about one of the worst in terms of talent offenses in the league. Even with some of the offensive line issues that they have, there's still plenty of talent here to put some points on the board. No question about that. So, all right, let's move to some of these. I know that there's some prop bets that you have in mind as you look at mybookie.ag. What jumps out to you? You wrote about a couple of them this week over betting the Bucs over at pewterreport.com. What jumps out to you that you really like? Maybe give me 2 prop bets you really like that you take to the bank today.
Yeah, absolutely. The first one, and the theme of the prop bets, that if you read it on pewterreport.com, the theme is rebounding. Players coming back, overcoming, having a rough first week. You guys have already spoken about him a lot, but Mike Evans, I'm going with Mike Evans over 67.5 yards. That's a plus 108 value. His over-under for the game itself is 10 yards less, 57.5. So this one, you're getting a little bit more money just by adding on 10 yards. I love what you guys were already talking about in the sense that Mike Evans, one, has shredded the Falcons, but also, if you go back to last season, Mike Evans is a resilient guy. And if he doesn't have a good game, you could almost mark it down that he's going to bounce back in the next one. You go back to the first game of the season last year against New Orleans, only had 1 reception. Not everything was going great. People get worried. He comes out the next week, has 7 receptions for over 100 yards and a touchdown. I expect that type of Mike Evans to show up today in this game. He'll probably get 100 yards, but we're talking about 67.5. So I feel very confident about that. The other one, again, the theme of rebounding. If the Bucs are going to decide to run the ball, and Bruce Arians already said Ronald Jones is the starter, Rojo to score a touchdown in this game. It's a flip of the coin when the Bucs get into the red zone, whether it's going to be Leonard Fournette or whether it's going to be Ronald Jones. So I like my chances. You got a 50-50 shot that Rojo is going to be in the game. Obviously, the Bucs passed the ball a ton in that first game. We might see a little more shift to running the ball here, especially if you get into the red zone and the goal line. Look for Rojo to get some carries and reach the end zone in this game.
Right. Absolutely. Hey, great stuff, Matt. I think you're spot on with some of those. People should start paying attention to you. Maybe they can get themselves some money over at mybookie.ag. Head over there, play some of these bets that Matt's advising you on. Thanks so much, buddy. Enjoy the game today.
You got it. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. Matt Matera, ladies and gentlemen, he's out of here. Scott Reynolds comes into the show here. Scott, we are a couple, what about it? 35 minutes from kickoff here. We're going to get to some matchups to watch in this one. Week 2 is almost underway. Am I the only one? It feels like forever since the Bucs have played. It feels like week 1 was like a month ago, man.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money about that, John. And before we get to my matchups to watch, we're going to have a message here from Amuni Financial.
At Amuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude, congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Amuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Amuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With 40 years worth of experience, let Amuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Amuni Financial at 1-800-868-6864. That's 1-800-868-6864. Or visit Immuni.com. John, this is
Scott. You go ahead. I was going to ask you how you made decisions about which matchups to highlight in a game like this.
Well, I think it's part of it is looking at what happened in week one, and I think what we're finding out as we look around the league right now, just some scores: 17-7 Panthers over the Saints. You've got the 49ers up over the Eagles, 14-3. The Browns barely beating the Texans 24-21. The Rams and Colts has been a slugfest 24-21. So sometimes we can read a little too much into what happened in week one. And are the Falcons as bad as they were in week one? We're going to find out today. But in looking at some of those key matchups, John, I wanted to really focus in on the Bucs offense versus the defense. Is really the trenches. I think that's where this game is going to be won or lost for either team, is in the trenches. And you look at Ali Marpet versus Grady Jarrett. That's going to be a marquee matchup. Maybe not, Aaron Donald and Nelson over there in Indianapolis, but this one's probably on the undercard. I think Marpet and Jarrett's one to watch for sure. You've already talked about Mike Evans and AJ Terrell. That's going to be a fun matchup just due to the size that Terrell has, bringing the speed there. When you look at Antonio Brown versus Fabian Moreau, I believe it's a situation where AB this is one of those teams he goes off against. And yes, the Bucs were feeding AB a lot of those receptions in the Week 17 matchup last year to help him get that contract incentive, but he certainly produced. And why not feed it to a guy that continues to produce? And then on the to finish up the offensive matchups, Rob Gronkowski versus Lukin. He's an up-and-comer in terms of coverage, but he gives up a lot of size, 6'2", 215 versus Rob Gronkowski, 6'6", 255 pounds. Lukin is a player that can make some plays. We saw him up a pick six last year at Kansas City that kept the Falcons in that game. But I think Gronkowski just is on a roll, John. You look at the 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, the 2 touchdowns that he had last week against the Cowboys, and right now Gronk is feasting.
Yeah, and I think last year he didn't have any big games to Atlanta, but he had like a great contested catch there against the Falcons. Okay, you look at the other side of the ball then. Were there matchups that you looked at on the other side when the Bucs are on defense that you said, I mean, I know Devin Wright, obviously Matt Ryan, both in terms of the checks and the communication on opposing sides there, but also as a blitzer, can Matt Ryan identify him where he's coming from, right, and be able to beat him within the scheme of what Atlanta's doing? Because Matt Ryan's not going to be a guy that gets out of structure against Devin White blitzes. Right. So can he beat him within the scheme? That's the matchup there you're looking at, right?
Yeah, it is really interesting, John, because last year Devin White had 3 sacks against Atlanta and helping the Buccaneers with that massive comeback in the second half. They scored all 31 of their points after trailing 17-0. And it was amazing what he was able to do. It's just a game record blitzing. The interesting thing, John, is Devin White did not play in that Week 17 matchup, if you remember, because of COVID. Well, he very well, with one more sack, could have had the Bucs lead, because he had 9 sacks coming into that game. It turns out that with him missing, Jason Pierre-Paul had 9.5, and he hung on to the team lead. So that's how well I think Devin White can do against Matt Ryan, not just playing the chess game, the quarterback, and then the the middle linebacker with the checks and the audibles, but also just blitzing and being effective. And also we're going to see what he can do, against him in terms of the pass. I mean, I think Devin White has really come a long way in terms of being a guy that is not as susceptible in coverage. Then you look at the other linebacker, Levante David versus Cordero Patterson. Patterson's a guy that really intrigues me because in addition to being one of the best kickoff return guys in the league, he plays running back for the Falcons, but he's also a dangerous pass catcher out of the backfield. He made his
plays
living
wing,
in
plays the slot, plays out wide. He's just it's hard to know how to match up against him personnel wise.
You're right, and it's not just swing passes. This guy can really be a weapon on screens. He can go down the field on a wheel route. So Levante David, usually when Patterson leaves the formation, it's usually on the weak side. So I think that's a situation where you're going to be seeing that matchup a lot. Levante David and Cordero Patterson, not just between the trenches in the run game, but also in the pass game. Then back to the trenches, John. It's Ndamukong Suh versus Jalen Mayfield. Mayfield really struggled in the preseason, gave up 2 sacks, and then boom, 2 sacks in the first game, gave up 8 pressures, 2 penalties. And I think the final one is the Bucs back 7 versus Kyle Pitts. The rookie he wasn't really a factor in week 1 like the Falcons had hoped, but he still had the longest catch of the day for Atlanta. They didn't really push the ball down the field. 18 yards was his longest catch. But without Sean Murphy-Bunting, it's going to be interesting to see how the back 7 really matches up with him. I don't think it's going to be one guy. It's not going to be Sean Murphy-Bunting in the slot. It may be Devin White on some plays. It may be Jordan Whitehead or Antoine Winfield or Mike Edwards. I think they're going to use a myriad of players, John, to work against Kyle Pitts. And he was really the back 7 against Kyle Pitts.
Right, for sure. We'll see if Jalen Mayfield, a left guard, even gets the start for Atlanta. He was kind of benched toward the end of that game last week, and they've been saying the position's open, and we'll see what happens. So lots to get to there. Good job on the matchup, Scott. I think you're spot on with all those. Lots to look forward to in this game matchup-wise. Obviously, we're going to bring in JC Allen now. He's going to be interviewing with us. He's going to be bringing you a special guest. JC, I'll jump out of here and let you take it away here as we bring in your special guest for today's show with some inside perspective on the Atlanta Falcons.
Hey guys, how we doing? We're going to bring in Will McFadden here, host of the Believe in Falcons podcast, also writer for that Falcoholic. Kind of get a behind the enemy lines inside scoop on this Falcons team. Real quick, I mean, you just saw the offensive matchups. What are the keys to slowing down this Bucs offense from a Falcons defensive perspective?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned real quick because we're gonna have to make it quick. I've got a 4:05 showing to the new horror movie that's out. Maybe you've heard of it. It's Antonio Brown against the Falcons defense. I think Antonio Brown's going off today, dude. I mean, like it's. If they use him in the slot, which, you can inform me, to me, Antonio Brown's always, when you think of a third receiver, you think kind of slot guy, and that's kind of suits Antonio Brown's skill set, but I don't necessarily know for certain if that's how the Bucs have been using him. But if he's going to be in the slot, it's going to be against Isaiah Oliver, and not the best matchup skill-wise for the Falcons there. So, I mean, I really think you mentioned Tampa's offense, like that's kind of where it starts. And I don't know if Atlanta really has too many answers defensively for this team. And if you don't, I think, any route to winning the game kind of starts there, is slowing down Tampa's offense. So, not to give entirely away my prediction for today's game, but Atlanta's going to have a hard time stopping Tampa.
Well, that leads me right into my next question. What do the Falcons need to do to win? I would imagine getting off to an early start. You saw them do it in the first game last year of the regular season, the matchup. So what do they need to do to get the wheels rolling and the keys to win the game for them?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. And I think that if you look back at their week 1 game against Philly, their first 2 drives or 2 of their first 3 drives were good drives. I mean, it ran the ball well, made some pass plays, kind of moved the ball downfield a little bit, got into the red zone, and then penalties set them back. And they came away with field goals on what should have been touchdowns. And if that game's 14-7 with the Eagles, getting their second possession, that's a whole different ballgame than, 6-7, which is what it was for pretty much the entirety of the first half. So I think that my answer for how they need to win against Tampa, because they're at such a, like, I think, talent disadvantage. And it's not just the starters, but it's when you are midway through the third quarter and you're kind of cycling guys in and out. Just the depth that Tampa has is so much greater than Atlanta. I think they have to play, super disciplined. And I think they have to play, no penalties. Don't try to make the extra play. If you're a receiver blocking on the edge, make your block. Don't try to block your guy and then get to the safety, or don't try to do too much. Just make your block. Don't do anything stupid. And then try to, like, stack good things on good things.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is Atlanta's best chance to win this game, is just no negative plays, maybe not any, like, super explosive plays. You're not trying to win it all in one play. You're just trying to make enough good plays to beat a really good team. And so if I was building a strategy for Atlanta, that's kind of where I would start.
Yeah, and it's going to start with turnovers as well, too. They're going to have to win that turnover ratio.
Yeah.
Don't turn the ball over, make some good plays. But so we kind of talked about right before we came on the keys, the matchups to watch for the Bucs. But as for the Falcons fan and for Bucs fans, wondering what the Falcons need to watch for those key matchups, who are you looking at? Who needs to play their tail off to kind of win those matchups and give them that shot that you just mentioned about, playing discipline and winning the game?
Yeah, I mean, you can go with all of the standard answers for this, right? Like, you need a pass rush, you need Kyle Pitts to have a good game, you need Matt Ryan to play well. But I really think that, and this is something that they mentioned right before I hop on, it was the tight ends for Tampa Bay. You can let the receivers, I think, get theirs and still be in this game. But if I'm a Falcons fan, I need Deion Jones and Foye Oluokun to kind of handle OJ Howard, Cameron Brate, Rob Gronkowski. You can't let Rob Gronkowski have 2 touchdowns in this game. You can't, let these guys get 35-yard plays, just move the ball down the field. Let the receivers get theirs. But your best players on defense are at linebacker. That is the deepest position for this team. That's the best spot on the defense, is with those guys. Those are legitimate Pro Bowl type of players, just like Tampa Bay has in Devin White and Levante David, who I think Levante David is the most underrated player in the NFL. But I think Deion Jones and Foye Oluokun are, like, really kind of right up there with them. And Foye, especially, if he can kind of take one more jump this year, he will be legitimately bona fide as a Pro Bowl type of linebacker. He's that good. He is really good. So I think the Falcons are going to try to schematically take the receivers, handle the receivers with scheme, double team, roll up safeties, just give some different looks at the receivers, jam them at the line. But I think they're going to trust their linebackers to lock down the tight ends one-on-one. So what the Falcons have to do to win this game, it starts, I think, at the linebacker level, is handle your assignment, and everything goes from there.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of guys on this team where you have to account for. And you mentioned the wide receivers, the running backs, the tight ends. It's going to be a difficult day. Who's one guy on this Falcons team, offense, defense, both, maybe, that we might not know about as, fans might not know about, but maybe shine through this week and really kind of make a name for themselves?
Yeah. I would say, all right, so with Dean Pease now as their defensive coordinator, they've kind of changed things up, right? Like, Dan Quinn, very traditional cover 3, 4-3 defense, rush with your front 4, play coverage with everybody else. Dean Pease is very different. We're going to blitz. We're going to run kind of more of a 3-4 look, stand up outside linebackers. So outside of Dante Fowler, who is one of those stand up linebackers, the other 2 real key guys on the outside linebacker position are players that maybe Tampa fans know because they've been in Atlanta for a couple of years, but they really haven't had big roles for the Falcons the past few years since they've been here. And that's Steven Means and Jacob Tuioti-Mariner. Jacob Tuioti-Mariner, special teams mainstay the past 3 seasons, kind of has been making some good plays as part of the rotation. Now he's a stand-up outside linebacker. Steven Means, absolute star on the Eagles practice squad for a couple of seasons, came over to Atlanta. Everybody loves him. He was injured, I think, last year or maybe the year before, missed a lot of the season, but the coaching staff was like, Steven Means is the person to watch. Like, he does everything the right way every single rep. So those are 2 guys who are getting reps as part of the rotation at the outside linebacker position, which is now a stand-up pass rusher spot for the Falcons because of Dean Pease's defense. So 2 guys Bucs fans may or may not know anything about, but they're going to get a lot of playing time this afternoon.
All right, everyone wants to know about your first round pick, Kyle Pitts, how he's looked. We got a small glimpse of him, last week. Had some good plays, the longest play from scrimmage for the Falcons. Talk to us about Kyle Pitts. What's his matchup? How does he stack up against these guys, Devin White, Levante David? And what are you really hoping that he can accomplish in this game in order to help this Falcons team try to pull off a win?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious. Kyle Pitts' best play, I guess, in week 1 was the 4th and 1 conversion that he made. And I was like, dude, you have a 7-foot wingspan and they're having to review this on a 4th and inches as to whether or not you the ball got across. So it was not the start I think that he wanted, but I've talked over the years, I've talked to Austin Hooper, former Falcons tight end, a bunch of the tight end coaches for the Falcons. Tight end is a very hard position to learn at the NFL level. You have to know your run blocking assignments, all the pass routes, all the checks, the audibles for both sides of it. Tight end is such a hybrid position that I had a coach tell me that he thought outside of quarterback, it's the toughest position to learn in the NFL. So that's why we see so many rookie tight ends go through these, they don't just burst onto the scene the way a wide receiver might or a running back might. And while I do think Kyle Pitts will get it all sorted out, and I think he could have a great game today. That might have been just, hey, first game, they, didn't necessarily, it was not the game script the Falcons wanted in any way, shape, or form. I mean, they got down early, then the Eagles pass rush just pinned their ears back, and they really had to just kind of get some quick passes out. I would love nothing more than for this game to open up on the Falcons' first drive. Throw Kyle Pitts the ball right away. First play, 4-yard curl, get Kyle Pitts involved, whether it's a jet sweep or whatever. He's that type of athlete. Get him going early, get him comfortable in this game, because if you're going to win a game like this against a team as good as Tampa Bay, you need something you've never seen before. I'm sitting here telling you everything based on previous information. I need Kyle Pitts to be like, whoa, I've never seen that happen. He can take over a game. And that's what it's going to take for Atlanta to win. So I think he's got that in him. I mean, people like Mike Mayock and Todd McShay and all of those people have said that he's got that in him. But let's see him do it today. And it would be a great opportunity for him.
You need that X factor from him.
Yes.
Speaking of, X factors that didn't really go in your team's game plan last week, but really figure to be a strong part this week for the Buccaneers is that front seven, that pressure, those edge rushers, Shaq Barrett, Joe Tryon, Shoyinka, JPP. What have you heard this week from the Falcons organization, Vita Vea, about what the offensive line has been trying to do to better protect Matt Ryan and this matchup? I mean, it looks like it's going to be a real tough one for the Falcons offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Vita Vea, and that was something that me and Ovi Mihaly, my co-host on Believe in Falcons, were talking about earlier this week. Is he's the scariest dude for this matchup, right? I mentioned Antonio Brown at the start. I could have easily just mentioned Vita Vea. Jalen Mayfield is a rookie, 3rd round pick out of Michigan, was a tackle, and initially the Falcons intended to move him on the interior. That was always kind of his projection, was he played on the exterior, but maybe, probably projects more to guard at the next level. But because Caleb Mayfield was not ready, or Caleb McGarry, sorry, was not ready for the start of camp, and Matt Gono was injured and missed all of camp, and he's not yet healthy, they had to start Jalen Mayfield. He was getting first team reps at right tackle. And then just before kind of the start of the season, they slid him over to left guard because he wasn't working out at right tackle, and Caleb McGarry came back. And so they slid him over. His first game, obviously not good. PFF, I think PFF's grade for him was in the single digits.
1.6 pass blocking. Yeah.
Yes, which is unheard of. And Matt Hennessy, who is their starting center now instead of Alex Mack is in San Francisco. Matt Hennessy, 2nd-year player out of NC State, I believe, and he started towards the very end of last year, but it's really his first year as a starter. He also didn't perform well. Now, part of that could be because Jalen Mayfield had maybe the worst game ever as like an interior offensive lineman, but it doesn't get any easier today. And Ndamukong Suh's not like a downgrade. Even if he's in his later years, that man is still 312 pounds and like 6'8". Like he's huge. So that's the other thing that I'm really looking for is how does the coaching staff, because we've heard I'm a big believer in Arthur Smith. We've heard Arthur Smith, great play caller, awesome offensive mind. Okay, prove it. How do you help your left guard? It's not just about helping your receivers. It's not just about helping your quarterback or your tight end or whatever. Help your offensive line. How do you do that? Yeah. Kyle Shanahan's good at that. Do it today. So that's one thing I'm watching.
So we'll wrap things up with what are your 3 keys to the game for a Falcons victory, and then a final score prediction?
So 3 keys. I mean, I'm gonna try to not do the obvious like coach speak answer, like you got to win the turnover battle, all that stuff. I do think what I said before, you can't have pre-snap penalties, right? Like you got to keep it low. I think the Falcons had like 9 penalties last week. That's a lot, and it's a lot for somebody like Arthur Smith, who is more of that disciplinarian, Mike Vrabel, Bill Belichick like type of coach. So got to do that. I think, look, the Falcons got to show something they've never shown before. So that's another key is like the element of surprise is in your favor. You didn't play your starters throughout this preseason. And a lot of people questioned whether that was the right move or the wrong move. But prove that it matters. Like you didn't play your starters. Nobody knows what necessarily this offense looks like. Take advantage of that. Todd Bowles is a fantastic defensive coordinator, but he doesn't necessarily know what you got up the sleeve. So use it. And then I think they need to sack Tom Brady at least 3 times, I think, to really win this game. And that's tough because it's such a different battle from last week. They played Jalen Hurts, who can move around and is a little bit more like you relied more on your edge rushers. This probably plays more into Grady Jarrett's hand. Get the interior pressure right up the middle where Tom likes to step up, get him on the ground. So if Grady Jarrett has a sack today and the Falcons get 3 total, then I like this to be a little bit more in the 24-21 kind of range. Yeah. But my final prediction for this game is Tampa 34, Atlanta 24.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. This is everyone. This is Will McFadden from Believe in Falcons podcast, also writer for Falcoholic. Why don't you go ahead and promote yourself real quick, and then we'll get you out of here.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at Will McFadden, and everything else that JC said is spot on. Believe in Falcons, Falcoholic. Get it.
Awesome. We're going to toss it back to John. Game time in almost less than 10 minutes. So we'll toss it back to John. I want to thank you very much for coming in here. And guys, let's go. Another game. Let's do it.
All right. Thanks, JC. Great stuff. Good stuff from Will McFadden, man. Great insight from him. Great follow on social media as well. Bucs fans, if you're want to be dialed in and see what's going on with the Falcons, definitely make sure you give Will a follow. Always some good analysis on the Falcons there. Man, we've got a great Celsius pregame show that is almost complete now. We're almost finished up here as we are about 12 minutes from kickoff to go here. And Scott, good insight there. He thinks it's going to be a little bit closer maybe than we do, but again, the possibility is always there with these two teams because of the offensive firepower. It only takes one break, one mistake offensively to kind of swing the game because there's so much scoring typically when these two teams are involved.
You're right, John. We're about 10 minutes away from kickoff. And again, it's the snap decisions, the overreactions maybe to week 1. It looks like Carolina is going to be beating New Orleans. You can pretty much take that to the bank. It's 23-7 right now. And and I'm not picking on Jameis Winston here. I'm just stating facts. This guy was in line for the NFL MVP right last week, throwing 5 touchdowns, outdueling Aaron Rodgers, and beating the Packers 38-3. Well, we know that 38-3 is not exactly the end all be all for the Saints. It didn't mean anything when they beat the Bucs last year 38-3 because the Bucs beat them in the playoffs. But right now, Jameis Winston 10 of 20, 88 yards. And 1 interception and no touchdowns outside of a rushing score. So it just goes to show you anything can happen in the NFL from week to week. And we'll see how the Buccaneers come out and play today. And we'll see how much improvement the Falcons make in game 2 of the Arthur Smith regime.
Yeah, and you could see kind of in that game last week, if people actually paid attention and didn't just box score scout, which most people do not. And by people, I'm not talking about fans. They can do what they want. I'm talking about analysts. Most of them box score scouted and just, created the hype. But you could see the game was well in hand and controlled, and there was a lot of fluffing in the red zone in terms of those 5 touchdowns. Obviously, a different game when the other team doesn't hand it to you early on, and that's what Carolina avoided doing in this one at least. So it looks like Carolina going to come away with a win. Some other scores just to take you around in case you're just listening to us and not dialed into the other scores. The Bears are up 20-17 over the Bengals with 1:54 left. The Bears have the ball at their own 45-yard line. The Browns are up 31-21 on the Texans with 2:39 left in the game. The Texans have the ball at the Cleveland 21. They're down 10 in that game. The Rams are looking like they're going to hang on after a Jalen Ramsey interception. I think the Colts are going to have a little bit of time left maybe to get this ball back. We'll see.
No,
Rams 27. Is it over?
Yeah, the Rams have the ball. It's
the Rams still
5. Yeah.
Okay. Rams have to punt with
31 seconds.
With 30 seconds, right. So the Colts might get it back with a little bit of time here, but they're down a field goal in that one with 30 seconds left. Denver's up 23-13 on Jacksonville, 5.5 minutes left there. Buffalo up 28-0. They wallop Miami. They're in the red zone again with 10.5 minutes left there. New England 25-6 over the Jets with 1:56 left. So New England's going to go to 1-1 on the season. They loom in 2 weeks coming up for Tampa Bay. 3:13 left in the game, and San Francisco is up 17-11 on the Eagles with 3:13 left in that game. The 49ers have the ball, 3rd and 1 on their own 23, I believe. The Raiders are up 23-14 on the Steelers right now, 3:47 left in that game. And that is all the 1 o'clock games right now. None of the 4 o'clock games obviously underway so far. So there's your scoreboard as we get you caught up on everything going around. It's a lot on the table. Obviously, it's week 2, so you don't want to say a lot, and make it seem like it's week 11 or 12. But Bucs obviously win this game, and you can be undefeated ahead of the Saints. The Panthers might be something to factor in. We'll see. I mean, long way to go. Saints were decimated by COVID across the board, missing a ton of people in this game.
Especially
I'm not quite ready to
staff,
drink coaching staff. I'm not totally ready to drink the Panthers Kool-Aid yet, but definitely a great start for them. Sam Darnold looking competent so far, which is key for Carolina.
You know what? I think we said it in a previous offseason Pewter Report podcast, John. I always thought that the Panthers are going to be the next challenger for the Buccaneers, but it really relied on how good or bad Sam Darnold played. But I didn't see this version of Darnold where he's coming out and really seems to be so comfortable in this offense and really not making those critical mistakes that he did when he played for the Jets. They've done the right thing in terms of building that defense, and you saw them get after Jameis Winston today. And I think that the Panthers are going to be a team to contend with a little earlier than I thought they would be.
And it's looming right now for the Bucs. Is this game, obviously, you want to get to 2-0. You want to take care of business against a team that you're better than. Yep. But at the same time, coming up, the Rams, coming up, the Patriots right after that, both of those teams it looks like the Rams going to hang on here for win. 19 seconds left, I think, in this one. Colts way backed up. Yep. If they can hang on, Patriots hanging on to a win as well. So both of those teams coming off wins, they'll be the Bucs opponents the next 2 weeks. So,
and John, speaking of coming up, we've got the Pewter Game Day coming up in a matter of moments with you and Paul Atwell. I'm going to turn it over to you and Paul now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get it started here. The Pewter Game Day show is going to be underway here as we break down Bucs Falcons live analysis and reactions here in week 2 as Tampa Bay hosts the visiting Atlanta Falcons trying to get to 2-0 on the season. Underway. Bucs Falcons week 2. Paul Atwell, myself, John Ledyard here with you to cover Bucs Falcons as the game is about to get underway here. Paul, excited to be back with you, man, breaking down these games. You're with me for the preseason game and then couldn't make the last one. Mark Schofield was in there. We had a great time breaking everything down, but good to be back with you. Good to get some of your analysis here as we get ready for week 2 and the Bucs trying to get to 2-0 on the season against the division rival Atlanta Falcons. A lot to break down, obviously, as we get set to get underway in this one.
For sure. Glad to be back. I definitely had FOMO last week, but, can't ask for a better fill-in than Mark Schofield. Is about as good as it gets. But happy to be back for this one and excited to break down the game with everybody.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously you and I have spent a lot of time kind of studying this matchup, the lead up to this matchup, and just looking at how this game is going to go schematically, and both teams have the football. And we've spent some time talking about the Bucs offense. And so I do want to let's talk about the Falcons offense a little bit as we're a couple minutes away from kickoff here. Falcons offense, you watch tape of them, I watch tape of them. We talked about this a little bit. What were some of the staples that you saw that you think are things that Tampa Bay is going to have to be aware of as this game gets underway?
It's pretty simple. They're the quintessential wide zone bootleg type of team, right? We've seen it a ton around the league. We've seen obviously different teams do it with their own tweaks, but basically the run game starts with, that wide zone action. And then off of that, they want to play fake and find stuff underneath. What these teams often do is they create levels off of that play action. So you got a high read, a read in the middle, and a read in the flat. And if we're really dumbing it down, those are going to be the main two things that the Bucs have to tackle.
Yeah, you're right about that. And that brings up a very important thing to me, Paul. Tackling today. I think it's huge for the Bucs defense. I don't think schematically there's a lot that Atlanta's going to do that's going to stun the Bucs, but they have to tackle the simple stuff, right? That really hurt them against the Cowboys. It was playing the ball in the open field, basically. They get it out to a receiver, come up, make a tackle, make a strong tackle, knock a guy backward. When the Bucs didn't miss tackles last week, they were allowing guys to fall forward 3 or 4, 5 more yards. And so I think those are going to be some of the keys. I think, right? Can you tackle? Can you do it efficiently? Can you limit gains to 1 or 2 yards instead of 5 or 6 yards? And that makes all the difference in the world in terms of play calling, comfort level for an offensive coordinator as the game goes on. And so that to me is going to be one of the keys in this one. The other one everybody's looking at, can the Bucs pile up sacks? They've sacked Matt Ryan 16 times since Todd Bowles took over as defensive coordinator in 4 matchups. That's a lot of sacks. They've gotten a lot of pressure. They only had 1 sack the last time they played Ryan, but put plenty of pressure on Matt Ryan. So what happens today with that matchup? Obviously, the Falcons' big question mark is their offensive line. Matt Ryan got beat up pretty good in week 1 by the Eagles front. Can the Bucs front do better than that? Do the Falcons game plan around that? They already have play action, lots of max protects in what they do. So it seems like they're already kind of set up for that, but it didn't seem to save them last week, especially when they got down early in the game.
Definitely. And, just talking about tackling, like you mentioned, it's really important for this Todd Bowles defense, because what Bowles has over the last couple of years really liked to do, and we saw it last week, is he likes to give his cornerback space. So he'll give you the underneath stuff, the quick passes, and we saw Dallas do that a ton. But that only works if you can make the tackles. If you're giving up those quick passes for bigger gains, like you mentioned, then that whole philosophy is falling apart. But I do think we'll see a better showing this week. And the other thing that I'm curious about is, because of that offensive line that you mentioned, do we see a different approach where last week, I think Bowles blitzed on close to 50% of Dallas's dropbacks, obviously a really high rate. So when Bowles sees this offensive line that really struggled, what does he think? Does he think I can get pressure with 4, or does he say, hey, I want to apply even more pressure, really press the issue and send extra guys? What do you think?
Yeah, that's good. You're right. That will be one of the keys, but I think Bowles is going to bring it. I think he's going to bring it like he brought it last week, and we'll see what happens. That's how he plays. I think it'll be that way again. I wouldn't mind if he relied on 4, especially considering the Falcons' offensive line has had their struggles. I wouldn't mind if he rushes 4 and he plays Jason Pierre-Paul inside a little bit more. I think that could be advantageous for the Bucs, to be honest. So I can't wait to see what does the deployment of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka look like in this game. Last week, he was all over the place. Jason Pierre-Paul was all over the place, played some of the slot, played off the ball some. It was just crazy. Those guys were moving around like chess pieces even more than last year. So still a lot to learn about how Todd Bowles is going to deploy those guys on a week-to-week basis. I know everybody's dialed in, so I'll give him the stat line here. Jameis Winston, 11 of 22 for 106 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks. in this game, and I think he's had a couple drop picks as well. J.C. Horn might have finally got one. I think he dropped one earlier. 26-7, the Panthers are up in that one. 2.5 minutes left. Panthers have the ball in their own territory, so they're trying to wrap that one up and ice it away. Saints will go to 1-1. Panthers will go to 2-0. Good, nice little start to the season for the Carolina Panthers for sure. Bucs Falcons set to get underway here pretty shortly. Paul, we're going to have to sync up our TVs now. It's something we do every week, and we're just going to make sure we're kind of on the same page. So I see planes going over, and now Pam Oliver's talking on the sideline right now. What have you got?
So I have two different things up. One of them I'm not seeing anything on. I have my stream on the internet. That's going to be my main one. And then on the side here, I have my TV just in case my stream goes down. My TV is going to be ahead, so I'm going to push this back once my stream starts, and I'll let you know what I'm seeing on the stream as soon as it starts. Right now, I'm seeing Bruce Arians on the TV.
Okay. I've got Arthur Smith on my TV. Let's see.
Okay, but I'm going to pause my TV as soon as my stream starts so I can sync these two up. But I do think I think you're most likely going to have to pause too.
Okay. Bucs are running onto the field right now. For me, their Bucs are going to receive, by the way, in this game to kick things off. So they're on the field right now. So do you have the kickoff yet?
Now I have Pam Oliver.
You have Pam Oliver. Okay, so
I'm probably I want to say like a minute behind.
You're a little behind me, I think. So the idea for those on the broadcast who are jumping in here is that Paul and I are going to be behind you all. So if people are watching, we're trying not to be ahead of you in our broadcast. We want to be behind you a little bit so that at the very least, hopefully we're synced up, but it's impossible to do that completely. But hopefully we're not giving things away and tipping you off ahead of time. So we are intentionally going to be a little bit behind you if that's the case. Hopefully we don't fall too far behind you. But this is kind of our goal for these shows, is to not be ahead of the majority of you, at least during these broadcasts. And so I've got the Falcons readying to kick off here from their own 35-yard line, send the kick skyward, and Jaden Mickens is going to field it in the end zone for the touchback. And so the Bucs will take over on offense to kick things off from their own 25-yard line. Tom Brady has never lost versus the Atlanta Falcons, Paul. Do you want
to pause, John? I'm just about to get kicked off here, and I'll say it out loud when they kick. Sure. And they just kicked right now.
Okay, great. So we should be pretty well synced up now. I'm back to where Mickens caught the ball and threw it to the ref. So we should be pretty well picked up. But Tom Brady has not lost to the Atlanta Falcons. So he's one of the Cowboys is another team he has not lost to. The Bucs were into one of those teams, the Patriots, obviously. And so the Falcons are one of those teams as well. He's done very, very well against Atlanta. And so they come out on first down now. And will the run game get going? And Ronald Jones is out there for the first snap of the game. So you've already got the Ronald Jones start going here, and we'll see what he's able to do with it and be productive. Brady going under center here, 1st and 10. Two tight end set. Chris Godwin coming in motion from left to right. Drops back, fakes the handoff. We're going to get play action on the first pass of the game. Downfield, Mike Evans makes the catch at the 45-yard line of the Bucs. So Evans getting going right away, and you got some play action, Paul. There you go.
There you go. Coming out in 12 personnel as well. Got motion, play action under center. So far, this is everything you would want, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Running off the corner. Great route by Mike Evans. His ability to break down at the top of his route for a big receiver. Really, really impressive to me. Not many guys that height can drop their hips like that. So 1st and 10 from the Bucs from their own 45-yard line. Again, two tight end set. The give is to Ronald Jones. He makes a great cut to make a man miss, and he's going to pick up 8 yards on the play, maybe 9. And so it'll be 2nd and 1 now for the Bucs as the clock winds. 14-16 left in the first quarter. Still 0-0, Paul. A little bit of success for the run game.
That's right. And I think we are going to really see a concerted effort here to get the run game going today. And while, I think you and I both don't necessarily love that in general as a process, I do think it's going to work today fairly well. I think they have a decent chance of it working.
Right.
And the thing we know I'll let you do your play-by-play.
Yep. Brady back to pass, and Mike Evans down the middle of the field. Great throw, back shoulder. Evans adjusted in traffic, brought it in, and the Bucs are rolling just outside the red zone. Go ahead, Paul.
Two tough catches by Evans. I mean, I don't know if this was intentional on this one, but on that first pass, you could have asked for better placement by Brady. This one, that looked like intentional. He was doing it to save Evans there so he doesn't run into traffic. But
it looked like two Falcons defenders actually hit each other there too.
Right. So a couple of tough catches by Evans and great placement by Brady on the second one. But not either way, tough for Evans. Great job.
So Brady throwing here, corner and back of the end zone, and just tipped away. Great play in zone coverage by A.J. Terrell. trying to get one into Antonio Brown there. Looked like cover two. I know there was trying to make that hole shot. Maybe it's condensed because of the end zone there. Nice play by Terrell to rise up and tip that one away for Atlanta.
I think you're probably right that cloud corner, Terrell, he got pretty far upfield.
Yeah. No score ticker. Greg, you want to know, we are getting a score ticker. We are working on that to have that on these live broadcasts for sure. I'll keep giving you the score here as we go. So you're caught up on everything. 2nd and 10 for the Bucs, just outside the red zone. Brady handoff to Ronald Jones on 2nd and 10. We don't love to see that. And it's going to be about 2 yards for Jones. So we're going to have 3rd and 8 coming up here. I just don't like knowingly putting yourself in what's almost certainly going to be 3rd and long, given the success rate of most runs on 2nd and 10, Paul.
Exactly. And by the way, we saw Tyler Johnson out there for that snap, so that's pretty interesting. But like you mentioned, 3rd and manageable is just not a thing. Teams should be doing whatever they can to avoid 3rd down. Really, even 3rd and 5, I think you're more likely to not convert than convert. It's when you get to 3rd and 2 and less when when the odds are actually in your favor.
Yeah, for sure.
So now they got Fournette out on 3rd down.
Yeah.
Why is Gio not out there, right?
Right, not Giovanni Bernard, and instead it's going to be 3rd and 5, and they're going to go empty here. Brady gunning for Gronkowski, runs over a man into the end zone for the touchdown. Looked like kind of a disjointed play. Godwin started to go in motion, then reset, and Brady was kind of communicating and looked a little bit skittish to the pocket when the snap happened, but finds Gronkowski for the touchdown, and that's 3 for Gronk already. 3 tutties for him this season.
So he's got that corner route up there. And I think was he isolated to the right side of the formation? Mm-hmm. Yes, he was.
He was, yeah. Trips to the left. Great catch, runs over the safety, gets into the end zone. Yeah.
That's a great play because you got that safety over top against that corner route, but Gronk kind of seemed like he slowed down a little bit. Brady places it there perfectly, and just great chemistry between the two of them, reading it the same way. And by the way, so I think that was, I want to say 4 pass attempts on that drive, and 2 of them were play action. And I mean that last one was 3rd down, so it's not gonna be play action, but it's a good start so far in terms of all the things you want to see.
All the things you want to see. Absolutely right. Completely agree with you. They go right down the field to the Bucs. They're up 7-0. The kick from Suckup is good. 12:22 left in the first quarter, up 7-0. Brady, again, surgical on that drive, and really just good to see the Bucs get off to first drive, get off to a good start, score right away. That's sometimes they've come out, even when they've had good games offensively, they've come out a little bit disjointed on the first couple drives, even during this stretch of 8 straight games now where they've scored 30 or more points. This one, the script seemed solid. They were very aggressive on this drive. No back-to-back runs to start the drive. It went right down the field off play action, hit a big play, got rolling right away. Love the approach and the script from Byron Leftwich to start the game.
Absolutely. And they're going for chunks too. It wasn't even the underneath stuff. And I'm not surprised at all to see to see Evans get targeted right away. I really do get the sense from this Bucs team, for whatever reason, maybe you agree, is when something goes wrong one week, or at least is perceived to go wrong, and in last week's we can say that was the run game and maybe Evans not being targeted as much, they seem to often make a very deliberate effort the following week to correct those two things. So I really did expect Evans to end up with quite a few targets this week. I mean, obviously very early, and I think we'll see the run game get going as well. And by the way, just touching on that run game, while you and I know we don't agree with this, is that we believe that the play action can work without the run game.
Correct.
We know that Leftwich and Arians don't see it that way. So their play action usage is going to be directly tied to their run usage week by week. If in a given week, like last week, they're not running much, they're not going to use play action much. And whereas in the Super Bowl, we saw a ton of play action, we also saw quite a bit of running. So it can end up being a really good thing given that mentality.
You're right. It's a good point. As one is going to beget the other for the Tampa Bay offense, whether we like it or not. And obviously, starting the game, their own play action doesn't hurt either. There are times they've gotten away from it for a play or two, even when they're not having success on the ground. But you're right. Those two things are going to be tied together a little bit there. Vortex, good point. Need Gio in there on 3rd down. You mentioned this too, Paul. Great drive and score, obviously. But that's interesting. Right in the first drive, I mean, you're right outside the red zone. Crunch time. Giovanni Bernard's not in the game on 3rd down. Leonard Fournette is in the game on 3rd down. He's your 3rd down back. He's your 2-minute back. And that's what Bruce Arians described him at, but not on that drive, I guess.
Yeah, it's such we don't have any sort of real explanation for it, right? All we can do is speculate. I think Matt brought it up in the group chat over the week, just speculating, wondering if there is an injury. And last week I just threw out a guess that wondering if he is as familiar with the offense as you'd like for him to be. So hard to know. I wonder what the rationale is.
Yeah, for one of the smarter players in the league, you'd assume that he is, but been in Cincinnati a long time. So there's definitely going to be a learning curve.
Certainly an argument against my point, which, by the way, I just brought that up. I don't necessarily believe it, but an argument against it is the fact that he was in for that game-winning drive last week. And typically, if someone's unfamiliar with the offense, the first thing, they're not going to be in a no-huddle situation, most likely, right?
Right. Okay, so the Bucs squib kick it down the middle. Interesting strategy there, and they squib kick down the middle, and the Falcons, I think, will start from about their 26-yard line. Not much of a return there. They had some trouble handling it, but someone asked, as people have asked about us playing the game on the screen. That was illegal. We would get shut down if we tried to play the game. We don't have the rights to display the game, and so we cannot do that. So I know people ask about it every week. I get that people want that to be the case, but unfortunately we are not allowed to do that. So 1st and 10 for Atlanta. They're going to go play action on the first play of the game. Vea breaking through, but Matt Ryan dumps it off short, and Shaq Barrett with Mike Davis out on the flat knocks him out of bounds. Maybe he got back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. So 2nd and 10 coming up for Atlanta as they tried to go play action, hit a shot on the first play, it looked like.
I think Bowles is going to love this matchup, personnel-wise, scheme-wise. Atlanta's a team that wants to run the ball. And the other thing that really matches up well for the Bucs is they like to not play a bunch of wide receivers. They like to have heavy personnel packages with running backs and tight ends, which allows Bowles to play his best players. We can see a lot of linebackers, a lot of linemen.
Yeah, and you got a short pitch there, and Mike Davis hits for about 6 yards, and so it'll bring up 3rd and 4. And you're right, there looked like 11 personnel to me. The other tricky thing about this for Tampa Bay's defense, how do they designate Cordarrelle Patterson, who was a wide receiver, now he's kind of a running back. He also is a big wide out, like 220, so there's just a lot going on. And so what does he necessarily do, is going to be interesting. And then Kyle Pitts as well. Do you treat him like a wide receiver or not? So I think Carlton Davis actually down on the field is questionable coming into this game with a hamstring injury. There are really not many corners left for the Bucs. They need Carlton Davis. He's one of the most valuable players on this team. So this is a tough one for Tampa Bay, and we'll see what's wrong with Carlton Davis. He did not play in the second meeting between these two teams last year. And the first game, he only played 40 snaps. He got hurt in the first game against Atlanta last year too. So Carlton Davis down for a while here now, and the trainer's attending to him, and we'll see what the issue is there. We're going to get interesting on the personnel deployments here now, right? I mean, You've probably got Ross Cockrell going to be outside now, and then does Mike Edwards play in the slot? And are you going to have there's just a lot of questions. You have Jordan Whitehead and Antoine Winfield at safety now. Does D. Delaney come into this game and play a lot? A lot of questions right now for the Bucs, even if it's just for a couple plays. Carlton Davis has been down a while, so we'll see what ends up being the impact here. But there's going to be 3rd and 4 for the Falcons when we come back, I believe. But big question mark for the Bucs right now.
And you brought up the depth, and the point that I was going to finish before the last snap was the teams that are going to give the Bucs the most trouble are ones that can test the Bucs' depth when they test the 3rd cornerback, the 4th cornerback, maybe even at times. And I felt the Falcons weren't going to be one of those teams specifically because of how they deploy their personnel. But now with Carlton Davis going down, that's innately going to be tested.
Right.
It's gonna,
for sure.
Some early trouble here for the Bucs defense.
Yeah, 3rd and 3 for the Falcons. Okay, so they're from their own 34-yard line. It looks like Matt Ryan, quick throw, incomplete. Jordan Whitehead broke it up. No flags, and the Bucs are going to hold on 3rd down. Jordan Whitehead jumped the route. Patterson wanted a flag, thought he got there a little bit early. He may have, but I don't know how much contact there was from Whitehead, even if he got there a little early.
What was the personnel there, John, from the Falcons?
It looked like the Falcons, well, if you could declare Patterson as a wide receiver, I think they were in 11 there. Didn't quite see the top, but it looked like Whitehead was playing in the slot there. Some could have just been matchup based, but we're going to keep an eye on this deployment. I don't know if they had a running back out there on that play. If they did, he might have been split out.
I thought they might have even had, well, I didn't mean in the backfield. I just meant on the field at all.
Right. I didn't see him. Big shanked punt. It's going to go out of bounds. Bucs are going to take over. We'll see where they mark it. We are a little bit behind, Big DZ. Yeah, we're intentionally behind you guys so that we're not ruining the action ahead of you. We're trying to be behind the majority of you here. That's how we're trying to do this. So it does put us a little bit behind. But the good news is you get the sneak peeks before us, and I'm always peeking at the chat to see what's coming. So you all help me out when I'm about to analyze what happens. So we'll see what happens with this Bucs secondary. That's the big question mark now. Bucs are up 7-0, 11-13 left in the first quarter as the Bucs gets ready to take over for their second drive of the game. A quick 3 and out for the Falcons offense against this Bucs defense. Yeah, this is the game. I mean, everybody's their focus on this game, no question for the team, but we are analysts. So it's our responsibility to look at this game and the bigger picture. And obviously we talk about Carlton Davis and what's going to happen here. And we'll see. He did jog off the field under his own power, but that's a big question mark with teams with matchups like the Rams and the Patriots looming. He is such a valuable player for this team because he takes the number one receivers. And they just do not have a whole lot of answers beyond Carlton Davis with the way Jamal Dean has played, kind of a roller coaster ride. Ross Cockrell's a good player, but there is this size and speed element to him that's going to get exposed if he has to match up with top guys. And so sheltering the jobs of those guys is a very important thing for this Bucs defense. And if Carlton Davis misses any time, that's going to be something that they aren't going to be able to do.
I totally agree. And Carlton Davis, I thought he played a really, really good game in the opener against Dallas, which might not have been obvious just from the fact that he got targeted so much. But when you go back and watch the tape or look at the numbers and consider who he was going up against, he did a phenomenal job, in my opinion. And it was a big drop off from Carlton Davis to anyone else at cornerback on the Bucs roster.
Right.
And
yeah, completely.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, completely agree. I want to shout out to some of the fans that are in here. We have had the stream going for a while, so don't get to say hi to everybody. But if you're in the chat, jump up, say hi, give a prediction for the game, give a thought for the game. Big Deezy, shout out. Appreciate you jumping in here. Yes, we saw Jameis today. We'll keep it for the post-game pod. May have some thoughts. Let's see how this thing goes. G Vegas, what's up, John and everybody? What's up, G Vegas? Glad to see you here in the chat. Edward Williams wants to know, when will they change the NFL logo to Brady? Ghost wants to know why everyone is ready to deal OJ away for cornerback help. Let's see what happens at cornerback. We got a long way to go in this one and a long way to go for the season. So we've got answers to go. Lots of Richard Sherman talk. Ray Gonzalez says that he makes a lot of sense. He does make a lot of sense for sure. And so we'll see how things go. We're not sure at this point in time what's going to go on with Davis. We don't even know how long Murphy Bunting's going to be out. On the field, Sherman makes a lot of sense. What's going on off the field, I really do not know. That's the part that we really can't speak of as much. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense here from the 35-yard line. So that's where the punt,
with Gronk lined up in the backfield.
Mm-hmm. And play action again right away and over the middle to Chris Godwin, and the Bucs will cross midfield and get inside Falcon territory down to the Atlanta 48-yard line, it looks like. So right away, play action right again on 1st down, 1st and 10. Paul, it's what you want to see.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. And I'm curious what the concept there was with Godwin coming over the middle. We're going to get to see it right here.
Looks like the Falcons dropping out in zone there.
That kind of reminds me of there's a route or a concept that's a staple of McVay Shanahan. I'll finish up after this play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so run to the right side with Leonard Fournette. He takes his time. He has time thanks to the offensive line. He's going to pick up about 7-8 yards there on that play. So, yeah, really good patience. There was nobody breaking through, but it took a while for the line to get out there and kind of knock people out of the way. And so good out run and a run to the outside. Elliott called it an outside run. What is this?
You don't see that too much.
Do not see that very often.
So, adding on to the point I was trying to make with the McVay Shanahan thing is one of their core concept is called drift or strike, depending on which exact system you're in. And it's that dig route where you start, or like an in-breaking route where you break outwards first and then cut back in and you find the soft spot in the middle. And that's exactly what Godwin did there. It looked like the exact same route.
And a screen drawn up for Lenny here. Great play call on 2nd and 3. And Lenny's going to take it down close to the 20-yard line, going to be just outside of the red zone. So a little screen, and he comes back. Lenny dropped the last screen, remember, last week for the interception, and hangs on to this one. Great design here as the Falcons blitzed and the Bucs threw a screen right behind it.
Another play action, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Play action with the screen that Lenny dropped last week too. So
that's right. And speaking of that one that he dropped last week that went for a pick, when I was watching the tape on that, there was so much space in front.
Oh,
it was
so much.
Beautifully designed. The motion pre-snap. It was a really cool designer play from Leftwich, which is not something you see much of. The Bucs offense is very much a core concepts type of offense.
Right. 1st and 10, and Gronk rumbles down about 1 yard short of the 1st down there. So he's going to be at about the 16-yard line of Atlanta. So the Bucs entering the red zone, 2nd and 1, and winning 1st down will leave 2nd down available for things like that, right? For play action, for running the ball if you want to, for screens. It is just a very hard spot for a defense to be in because you're so unpredictable.
Yeah, you nailed it. And, I'm all for running the ball. I think you just have to create favorable situations for you to run the ball. And this was absolutely one of them.
Right. And here's going to be a run up the middle for Leonard Fournette. He'll pick up the 1st down, not a whole lot more, maybe 2 yards on the play. And so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bucs at about the 14-yard line of Atlanta, with 8:48 and counting left in the first quarter. Bucs are up 7-0. They scored in their first drive of the game on a touchdown pass from Tom Brady to Rob Gronkowski, their 3rd connection of the season. And now the Bucs trying to go up by 2 scores here as the clock winds to 8.5 minutes left in the first quarter. Bucs up 7-0. Brady from the gun, 3 wide receivers, and Leonard Fournette in the backfield next to him on 1st and 10. Brady 6 of 7 for 106 yards and a touchdown so far in this game.
Couldn't look more sharp.
Yeah, couldn't. And from the 14-yard line of Atlanta, Brady takes the snap and is back to back. Fade for Evans, and he almost had him just a little overthrown maybe. The back of the end zone will be 2nd and 10 for the Bucs. They tried to get it all on that play right there.
They are mixing in, I'm just pointing this out because I think it's interesting with how good the top 3 receivers are. But on the play before this one, it was Tyler Johnson in again. So kind of trying to get him some snaps, which is interesting.
Right.
Certainly not a bad thing.
Right. Last week, a ton of reps for the top receivers. And now this is really interesting. 13 personnel on 2nd and 10 for the Bucs.
Oh, wow.
So you do not see that very often across the league. And O.J. Howard is in the backfield as a full. Yeah, and Brady is going to drop straight back to throw. And Leonard Fournette makes a man miss in the open field and gets down to about the 8-7 yard line. And it looks like a flag came in late. And I wonder if this is on a Bucs offensive lineman for trying to knock the foul forward. This is not a smart play by Jensen here if this is the case. You're not going to move those guys, and they're already down. You're going to get flagged for this, and this will be Jensen's 2nd personal foul of the season if it is on him. Yeah, that's a drive killer right there as Ryan Jensen picks up the personal foul for jumping onto that pile late. I get what you're trying to do. I get you're trying to set a tone, and I get that that's important, but you cannot make that kind of mistake in the red zone after a productive running catch. There's just no reason for it. You don't need to make that play. That is there's 6 guys on Leonard Fournette. He's not going any further. It's just a silly play by Ryan Jensen.
That did look really bad. When I first saw it in real time, I thought maybe Jensen thought the ball came out, but no, that just looked like he was just going for a hit.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, the Bucs taking the snap, 3rd and 20, and Brady's back to pass, and I believe that arm is coming forward, but it might be a fumble. He's hit from behind on the play, and the Falcons are going to get the football, it looks like. And so we'll see what the call is here. You hardly ever see Brady strip from behind. Dante Fowler Jr., you hardly ever see him with a strip. So there you go, 2 things.
And last week,
that one was close. Brady kind of had control of it, but I think he may have started losing control of it there. Donovan Smith beaten cleanly on that one, I believe on an inside move too. So not what you want to see at all there. That drive was going strong. The Ryan Jensen penalty really killed it there. Again, 11 penalties, 106 yards last week against Dallas. The kind of self-inflicting stuff that the Bucs cannot have happen if they want to be productive this season. They want to be all that they can be. That really derailed this entire drive.
Totally. And before that, they looked so crisp. So it is only the Bucs that are slowing the Bucs down. Other than that, they looked fantastic, right? The execution, the play calling, everything was going.
Yeah, for sure. That they had it going on for sure in that drive. And then I think the play calling definitely seemed like it was not the issue there as much as the 13 personnel was weird, but Lenny made a play, made it work. Good news is that Matt Matera texts us from the stadium and says Carlton Davis is coming back out onto the field for the Bucs. So we'll see if that holds up and how that ends up going. But it looked like Brady's arm was kind of moving forward there. But the question is whether the ball was starting to move or not. He definitely had some possession of it, but did he have all possession of it? Did it start coming out as his arm was coming forward? We'll see what the call is when we get back to the action there. But either way, not at all what you want to see there for the Bucs on that drive. Leonard Fournette would have had him in it looked 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6 maybe after that nice little catch and run. Right. And the penalty from Jensen obviously really kind of derailed the whole thing. Then Donovan Smith getting beat inside. So a great start to the day for the offensive line, a rough finish to that drive for the offensive line.
For sure. And as we're about to see the Falcons offense come out here, I was wondering if you can tell us a bit about the Falcons offensive line, maybe left guard Jalen Mayfield and his struggles last week and just the struggles of the offensive line as a whole.
Yeah, for sure. The offensive line really struggled against Philadelphia. Obviously, the Bucs are going to try to get pressure today. Atlanta will try to derail that with lots of play action passing and schematic elements designed to keep the guys from teeing off up front for Tampa Bay. Bucs got to get the ball, though. They got to get the ball. They got to get the lead. They got to get the substantial lead if they're going to be in position. This could have been it. getting up 14-0 on that last drive would have taken Atlanta, forced them to, even early in the game, start to maybe get out of the elements of some of the things that they want to do offensively, play more ball control, things like that. And so it is going to be Falcons ball there. Donovan Smith beaten inside. That's about the only way as a tackle you're going to get Brady hit. And here's Matt Ryan back to pass, throws in the zone and completes for 9 yards to Calvin Ridley. So Ridley been a Buck killer in the past. His last 3 games against the Bucs, 24 catches for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he's done a lot of damage against the Bucs. Here's Fowler on the inside move against Donovan Smith, knocked him off balance. Brady did have to hold that ball pretty long. Yeah. Not maybe the support you'd want to see in that situation, but 3rd and 20, you don't have a lot of options in those situations.
That's all. By the way, that's the second time they've already called 4 verticals. That one, that pass to AB in the end zone that got broken up by the corner, that was also 4 verts.
Yeah.
So we're seeing
tackle.
That
tackle for loss by Will Golston on 2nd down. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, my timing's not good with this play-by-play thing, but
no, it's good.
Just offensively, we're seeing clearly a downfield attack, even with the completions that happen too, right? They're not looking for the underneath stuff today. They're looking for chunks. And meanwhile, defensively, I mean, a great start so far. Not giving up anything big, just the short stuff.
Yeah, for sure. 3rd and 2 now for Atlanta after they lost a yard on. Looked like the spot was favorable. Here's Ryan back to pass. No pressure, and he throws high, but the catch is made just across the 1st down marker. Eric Cockrell beaten for about a 3-yard gain there. And so the Falcons will move the chains, their first down of the game. Bucs up 7-0, 6-14 and counting left in the first quarter. Just a little crossing route there from Russell Gage Jr., one of the really good slot receivers, also had a ton of success against the Bucs in his last few games against them. Just got a step on Cockrell. Ryan laid it out there for him well. 1st and 10 now, Ryan under center. Falcons with Lee Smith in as their tight end. So a heavy personnel list. Fake delay there, and he throws over the middle, and it's incomplete. That looked like a totally busted up play. I don't know what was going on there. Levante David ran back and clobbered the receiver. But I don't know who Ryan.
They had 3 receivers out there, though, right, on that play?
Yeah. And they've had more 11 personnel in this game than we saw early against Philadelphia.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This is very clearly a one element of their game plan here, where they are making an effort to play more 11 personnel against the Bucs, specifically given what the Bucs' strengths are, where they're really good with their front 7. So now Atlanta's countering by playing very differently than they did against the Eagles. Excuse me.
Yeah, for sure.
More favorable matchups.
Atlanta with a 2nd and 10 from their own 42-yard line. Ryan drop back to pass. Pressure coming, but he gets out of it. Now he throws over the middle. Pass is caught by Lee Smith underneath. He's going to crawl forward on the ground because nobody was around him for a gain of about 9 yards. So 3rd and 1 is going to come up there. Bucs are getting good pressure. It's a similar issue to what we saw against Prescott. Guys can't get off of blocks. They're controlling blockers, throwing them back into the quarterback's lap, but you need guys to get off blocks and finish. That was a problem last week, and it's a problem again early in this game.
Bowles getting creative already, by the way. Vita Vea dropping into coverage on that last play.
3rd and 1 for the Falcons from just across midfield at the Bucs 49-yard line. Here's Ryan, handoff, hit in the backfield. Is he going to fall forward for the first or no? Looks like the Bucs have stopped him on 3rd and 1. Was hit in the backfield immediately, but tried to fall forward for a small gain. Don't think he got there. At least it didn't look like it live. Some of the spots you never know, and it is going to be marked 4th down right now for Atlanta.
I think that was Sue. It was hard for me to tell, but it looked like Sue got a great jump on the snap.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a good jump by Ndamukong Suh. And the Falcons are sending the punt team on to the field on 4th and 1
near midfield. I mean, you couldn't be happier as a Bucs fan than to see a punt here.
Right. And we'll see if there's some fakes in store. Bucs are a little bit late getting lined up here, so 4th and 1. And the Falcons are shifting up front. Looks like some sort of fake is going to be called. No punter back there. And they are trying to quick snap the ball or get the Bucs to jump. They go under center, and they're trying to hard count and get the Bucs to jump, and the Bucs do not jump. Good discipline by the Bucs. And it looks like it was a false start, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, that's a lot of movement. You can't do all that.
or a delay game. Yeah,
no, they still had 10 seconds on the play clock, I think.
Okay, all right, good call by you. I wasn't sure. That's the thing when you watch on mute. Some of you don't even know when the flag's thrown until the decal comes up if you don't see it on the screen or until the logo comes up. So 4th and 6 now from Atlanta, and they'll punt away from around midfield, and they're going kind of quick here actually to punt this one. Maybe to see if they
tempo very important in the punt game, right?
Yeah, very important. You got to have tempo. Get your punter out there, get him in rhythm early.
That's right. Maybe even
Jaden
go no
Mickens,
huddle and see if Matt Ryan can boot it.
right. Mickens lets that one bound into the end zone, and the Bucs will take over on their own 25-yard line. So good job by the Bucs defense. They're keeping stuff in front of them. Not a 3 and out that time, but one first down for Atlanta, I believe, on that drive. And so keeping stuff in front of them. Great stop on 3rd and short. Atlanta doesn't go for it on 4th and short. Definitely, maybe, I don't know. I mean, they've been great on short yardage down and distance, and maybe that's why Atlanta felt like they didn't have what they needed to be able to execute that play.
Could be, but I mean, you think about where they punted that from, right? It was, I think, on the Tampa Bay side of the field. So what did they gain there? Like 20, 25 yards off a punt? Is that really worth it to punt it there and not take your chances of picking up a first down with 1 yard to go? I mean, if you don't think that your team can gain 1 yard on offense, then you might as well just give up the game altogether, right?
Yep. I mean, you're right. I agree with you though, like, especially in that area of the field. But, you don't want to give the ball back to the Bucs offense in great field position early in the game if you don't get it. So, but still, yeah, I mean.
Well, the argument is that it's only like a 20-yard difference with that
that's
touchback, right?
Right.
It's one thing, and I'm not saying you're guaranteed to pick up a yard either. It's just the cost-benefit analysis. And then compared, like, part of that cost-benefit analysis is the fact that you're not guaranteed to pin the other team with your punt either, like we saw there. Right. Like, you could have a bad punt that goes out of the end zone.
Right. Very, very hard to get the ball settled inside the 5 and really feel like you won that one. So, yeah, Bucs will take over now from their own 25-yard line. Brady so far in this one, let's get to his numbers real quick. We'll give you a quick rundown of where the numbers have gone so far in this one. Obviously, 2 drives for the Bucs. Brady, 7 of 9 for 109 yards and 1 touchdown. Was sacked at the strip sack. It did happen on the last drive. Leonard Fournette, 2 carries, 10 yards. Ronald Jones, 2 carries, 10 yards. So both those guys averaging 5 yards a carry early on. Mike Evans, 2 catches, 42 yards. Gronk, 2 for 29 and a touchdown. Fournette, 2 for 22. Chris Godwin, 1 catch for 16 yards. Antonio Brown, 1 target. No catches yet in this game. So that's the breakdown for the Bucs so far in this one. We mentioned it on the pregame show. Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and Antonio Brown, statistically speaking, over the course of what have now been large sample size careers, all 3 of them have just feasted against Atlanta. I mean, they've all had just their stat lines. I mean, Godwin is in his last, I said this on the pregame show for people who weren't there, in his last 5 games against the Falcons, 28 catches, 523 yards, and 8 touchdowns. He's averaging more than a touchdown a game and over 100 yards receiving a game against Atlanta.
Over how many games was that?
The last 5 meetings. So basically all of his games after his rookie season. So lots going Godwin's way. I'll get to the other numbers here in a second, but Brady's going to go under center on 1st and 10 from the Bucs. Bucs starting from their own 20-yard line. He's going to hand off. Ronald Jones going to run up the middle for a gain of about 2 yards. And so it looked like there may have been some more space there, but didn't quite see it, and it'll bring up 2nd and 8 for the Bucs.
So interesting to see how early they said in the week that Rojo would be the starter, given how little he played last week. I'm curious what the logic behind that decision was. I mean, I do like it. I think Ronald Jones has more upside as a runner, but I'm just curious about the thought process.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting. Yeah, he's got 3 carries, Lenny 2 in this one. Lenny's been out there for more passing plays. Here's Brady back to pass quickly into the flat. That one was low for Ronald Jones, hit him in the back of the feet. So that looked like a misfire more by Brady there. Although he's talking to some of the linemen, and it'll bring up 3rd and 8 for the Bucs offense. So all of a sudden, some sputtering, most of it of their own accord. There's not like Atlanta's necessarily forced them into a million different things here, but definitely not as smooth as they started the game.
Right. Well said. And
a big 3rd and 8 here too.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Leftwich dials up here, because this is a situation where you're going to really go to a play call that you love, and I think it's a great way to see what a coordinator thinks of his offense and what he thinks their strengths are.
Yeah, for sure. Brady back to pass here. Giovanni Bernard is on the field. Brady over the middle, incomplete. Almost had Evans there, but the Bucs are going to go 3 and out. So that'll bring up 4th and 8, and the Bucs will punt it away from their own 20-yard line. So the Atlanta defense with a little bit to say in this one, after the Bucs offense was doing everything that they wanted to early on in that rhythm, that elusive rhythm for this Bucs offense. Can they jump out to those 14-0, 21-0 leads? It's eluding them so far in this one, Paul.
That didn't look like the best footwork there from Brady on that on that pass. It kind of looked like he was off balance a little bit, and he didn't need to be at all.
Right. Yeah. That one, the pocket looked clean and looked like he was the one. Maybe he didn't like what he was seeing out in the routes. Hard to tell, but Pinion sends a punt skyward. This one's not going to be as long, a high punt, but not a long punt. And the Bucs get down on the coverage team and tackle the Atlanta return man Avery Williams at the 35-yard line, it looked like. So Atlanta will have good field position as they start from their own 35-yard line. Try and even this one up. Bucs went down, scored on their first drive, marched down on their second drive, had a 15-yard penalty by Ryan Jensen on a silly personal foul that took 3rd and 5 and made it 3rd and 20. And then Brady was strip sacked on the 3rd and 20 when nobody was open. And then now it brings up then a 3 and out for the Bucs offense. The Bucs defense back on the field quickly, 1st and 10 for Atlanta from their own 36-yard line as Ryan goes under center. Again, you get the 3 wide receiver look once again here from Ryan, but it's going to be a handoff to Cordarrelle Patterson, who gains a yard or 2, knocked down quickly by Devin White and Rakeem Nunez-Roches, and the Falcons will deal with a 2nd and 8.
Falcons trying to get to the outside there on that. I think that might have been wide zone, but it's so tough against the Bucs when they have so much speed there at linebacker. And you saw White make that play. It's hard to get outside the tackles when that guy's across on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. And here the Falcons going quickly to the line. 2nd and 8 for Atlanta. They're going to go 5 wide, spreading the field here. Patterson is going to come in motion behind Matt Ryan out into the flat. And Ryan looking over the middle of the field, and he dumps it off to Kyle Pitts, tackled quickly by Devin White for a gain of 2 or 3 maybe. And so it's going to be 3rd and 5 or 6 for the Falcons.
Just a base cover 3 call there, looked like from the Bucs. That's Bowles' main coverage. I don't think we've seen a ton of blitzes so far.
Yeah, not
off the top of my head, off the
In fact, Alien is triggered about it. Todd Bowles needs to blitz. Todd Bowles needs to blitz.
Think about, going back to the Super Bowl, the last time they were playing a banged up offensive line, Bowles didn't blitz much at all. It was his least blitzed game of the season.
Right. Ryan back to pass on 3rd and 5, hauled down short of the first. He tried to take off and run.
Again, pressure with 4.
Yeah. Right. Pressure with 4. Yeah.
So, I mean, I like the approach. I think Bowles has confidence in his front 4 to get pressure against a banged up offensive line. Mm-hmm. And his secondary, like we've talked about, is kind of the weak point if you had to pick one. So he's helping them out by giving them a little more, few more people in coverage.
Right. Yeah. And 4th and 2. And I don't know, they went for it here from the wrong side of midfield. And the way they're spotting it, I don't think Ryan got it. The spot is a little bit different than where he fell, but his forward progress was stopped pretty quickly on this quarterback sneak. A 4th and 2 quarterback sneak with Sue and Vea in the middle is ambitious. Yeah, I think that's a good spot because his butt hit down. Then he kind of became unfurled and stretched out. But I think his butt cheek is down short of the first down. So they did not get it.
Not that I necessarily disagree with going for it here, but there's no consistency here in the thought process.
Right.
Like the previous 4th and 1 was way more of a clear go for it than this one was.
Right. Clearly did not get to the first. You could see from that his butt hit down, and good eye by the official. They line it up here and measure it, and it's way closer than it should be. But they'll think about maybe challenging that, but those typically are not one. I don't think that
timeout.
Right. That spot did not necessarily look as close, or looked a lot closer than it did live when you saw the replay about where his butt hit down. I think if they reviewed it, if anything, it would be further back, to be honest. So the Bucs defense holds again in the short yardage situation, and the Bucs offense will take over near midfield, up 7-0 with 1 minute, 1 second left in the first quarter. The Bucs will have a 1st and 10 from near midfield, trying to go to 2-0 in the season. Falcons trying to avoid going 0-2 for the 2nd straight year for Atlanta. 2 teams and franchises that have kind of been moving in opposite directions lately. And for Atlanta, they're trying to be aggressive there, but you mentioned it. Why not be aggressive on the earlier drives? Brady Taylor jumping right back into it here from the 46-yard line of Atlanta. He's going under center, 2 tight ends. They're going to flag right away. Rob Gronkowski moved early, it looked like, and so the Bucs are going to be backed up once again. So again, it's self-inflicted stuff, right, Paul? It's stuff you're doing to yourself. Put yourself in 3rd and 20 with a penalty. Putting yourself in 1st and 15 with a penalty. It's stuff that's the kind of stuff that will derail a team like this. As talented as they are, you can't overcome that stuff.
That's right. And so far this week, the defense looks a lot more crisp and just clean than the offense does. I thought the defense has done a fantastic job so far. Very disciplined with their tackling that you talked about before the game. Good game plan.
Yep, for sure. And a good run by Leonard Fournette gets most of that penalty yard, or all of that penalty yards, and then some back as he picks up about 10 yards. So a good run there and good blocking by the offensive line. They've got off to a good start in the run game on this one, and Leonard Fournette picks up a bunch, and it'll be second down for the Bucs. It's back inside Falcons territory. Yeah,
huge hole up the A gap there. It looked like.
Yeah, for sure. Really good hole, and it'll be 2nd and 6 now. So give Lenny 9
under center
first down. Right, a lot of under center for Brady as he drops back. Handoff to Leonard Fournette again on 2nd and 6. He's going to bull up the middle for maybe 3. So Bucs putting themselves in 3rd down again here with a 3rd and 3. I'd love to see the play action game be utilized there, but you've got yourself in a 3rd and 3 here as the clock winds down, and they're going to take it to the end of the first quarter, I believe. So the Bucs up 7-0 here over Atlanta Falcons at Raymond James Stadium. 3rd coming up. See if I don't think they're going to try to get a playoff here. Oh, maybe they are. 2 seconds, one trying to draw Atlanta off. And so a 3rd and 2 for their offense when they come back. Run or pass. This is going to be the 3rd and 2 is the run or pass, because you're in that area of the field where this should absolutely be 2-down territory. You should be very willing to go for this on 4th down, right? This is a crucial analytics territory, right, Paul, where you absolutely go for this if you do not lose yardage on 4th down or on 3rd down.
You definitely do. Unfortunately, Arians is one of the more conservative coaches when it comes to decision-making in 4th down situations. Last year, I want to say he was definitely within the bottom 10, possibly in the bottom 5 of going for it in situations where analytics would recommend that you should, and where he ended up actually punting. So we'll see. I would expect the Falcons to be playing man coverage here. So I don't really, if they do pass, I don't know if play action is necessarily what they're going to go to, but definitely a very interesting situation.
Right. Yeah, lots on the table for you on 3rd and 2 still. Other scores just going around for you. Seattle's up 3-0 on Tennessee with 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Dallas up 7-0 and entering the red zone against the Chargers with 6:23 left in the first quarter. Minnesota up 14-7 on Arizona at the end of the first quarter. And obviously, as you know, Tampa Bay up 7-0 over Atlanta at the end of the first quarter as well. So, hey, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure you subscribe to Pewter Report TV on YouTube. Subscribe to Pewter Report TV. Hit that subscribe button, hit the bell for notifications when we go live. We'll be with you all the way up till the conclusion of the game. We jump off for about 45 minutes, take care of our written content, take care of our post-game pressers with players and coaches. Then we jump back on for the post-game podcast. I'll set up that stream. We'll send it out to you all on all the social medias. If you're subscribed, you'll get the notification for when we go live on the post-game presser. Or the post-game podcast, I'm sorry. And if the Bucs win, hopefully it's a party. And so we'll talk a lot on the post-game podcast, breaking down this game for sure. So Ryan Williams, thank you so much. Hey, John, wanted to say thank you and everyone at Pewter Report for all you do. Love the coverage and listen to the podcast every morning into work. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Ryan. Really appreciate that. Appreciate all of you jumping in here, a lot of the faithful in here, and appreciate you also sharing and sending this stream out to other people so that other people are able to get a hold of the stream as well, and are able to join the Pewter Report efforts here that we're doing on these live game days. And so, yes, my internet is a little improved, Jesse McGriff. Thank you all to those people who suggested Frontier Internet. It has been improved. Fingers crossed. Hopefully it keeps up. I have a funny story about that later, maybe switching over to Frontier. They had their first outage in like 2 years. The first day I signed up for it. Here we are off and running. Things have been improved a little bit so far. Still might need some new devices, but we'll see. Here's 3rd and 2 for the Bucs from the 38-yard line of Atlanta. Yeah.
No way they stay in empty,
so,
right?
Right. Okay. Bernard comes in here on 3rd and 2, but it is Bernard on the field. So interested still to see the play call. Brady back to pass on 3rd and 2, fires over the middle, complete to Chris Godwin, who gets down to about the 31-yard line. So Godwin in his sweet spot, and the Bucs pick up the first down.
So that looked like pressure from Atlanta. I couldn't tell if they're playing man. I think my guess is they were. But yeah, good, quick decision there by Brady, taking advantage.
Yeah. Yep. You know exactly where Godwin was going to be. Yep. Cutting zone. And Steven Means is hurt right now for the Falcons. He's grabbing his arm or hand, it looked like. And so he's going to go off the field. And Adio Maje will come onto the field, it looks like, for the Falcons to replace him. Means in a great deal of pain. Still down on the field right now as the first play of the second quarter just expired. 7-0 Bucs. They have a 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line of the Falcons. They have had 1 3-and-out drive. They scored on their first drive, went all the way down the field, on their second drive, had a 15-yard penalty by Jensen, knock them back. And then they, on 3rd and 20, Brady was strip sacked and by Dante Fowler Jr. and gave the Falcons the ball. Falcons have not done much with the football when they had it, and Bucs went 3-and-out on their last offensive possession, now driving after taking over near midfield, driving here, trying to make this a two-score game with 14:48 left in the second quarter. 1st and 10 for Tampa Bay as Steven Means comes off the field for the Falcons. They'll go with Dante Fowler Jr. and Adi Ogundeji as the defensive ends right now. Brady under center with Fournette behind him. Godwin and Tyler Johnson to his right. Yeah, little pitch out to Leonard Fournette, who gets upfield behind Tristan Wirfs and blockers and gets about 8 yards on the play, and he got his helmet knocked off. And may have got poked in the eye or something.
Angle, by the way, it's so zoomed in.
Yeah,
did you notice that?
Some interesting camera angles for this one. Definitely not what I expected from the camera, especially it's a regular 4 o'clock game. Usually they experiment on those different times, I feel like. But
I mean,
Fournette's going to come off the field on 2nd and 2.
I know you and I, if anything, we want them to zoom out. You know, we're going the wrong way here. But on that 3rd and 2, that was a nice little spacing concept from the Bucs. That's a concept that they love. They use it in a ton of different situations. It's basically a quick game concept that's great against zone, much more than it is against man. So good anticipation there by Leftwich and good execution by Brady and Godwin.
Play action, Brady back to pass, going to the end zone. Chris Godwin knocked down, and flag's going to come in there, and that will be pass interference in the end zone, I believe. And so that's going to set the Bucs up.
Though, so that's interesting.
It didn't. You're right. I wanted that as well. Let's see if we get a better angle to see if it was indeed catchable or not. He was being held before that, I think, too. But that actually may have been catchable. Back of the end zone, maybe. It wasn't out of bounds, really. Hard to tell.
Like a deep over route there from Godwin. And I think so Godwin came from the left side of the formation and looked like on the right side of the formation, they might have had a hitch there or a curl from Gronk underneath. So the idea there is you want the linebacker to come down on Gronk there and create that space just behind him that he vacated to Godwin.
Yeah, so great point. Play action, Brady diving catch. Gronkowski is up for a touchdown. 2 tutties. Let's go. And 4 for the season, Paul, for Rob Gronkowski already. Crazy touchdown production.
Hey, look, we talked a lot about Brady being better this year, but so far Gronk is better too.
Yes, absolutely. You're right. And the comfortability within the offense is a big part of it, I think. But also look at him again. It's selling blocking up front and then getting out into the route and making a great diving catch.
Great placement there, even though he had to dive. That was really good ball placement.
Yeah, really was. Let him wait from everybody. And again, you're getting Brady out a little bit on the move as Ryan Succop up and through the upright. So the Bucs up 14-0, not even a minute into the second quarter of action here. Tampa Bay asserting themselves. Again, if they don't make any of their own mistakes, they're going to be just fine. A great dive and catch by Gronkowski. So 4 touchdowns. Michael Henderson said he bet me $100 Gronk would score twice. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I don't remember that at all, Michael. But I do know this. My wife drafted Tom Brady in like the 3rd round of our fantasy football draft and Rob Gronkowski in like the 4th round of our draft. And I was just like, what are you doing, babe? Come on. And then she's destroying me today in our matchup.
I have both of them as well in my team, but I didn't draft them that early. But it's looking good so far. Gronk with 15 points in fantasy. Jeez.
Wow. Yeah. This is all cracks me up, though. Alien wants to get him to get Cam Brate involved. How does that happen, though, Alien? Like, I don't believe everybody is involved so far. I mean, they can be. There's only so many pass completions.
Not only should they get him involved, they need to get him involved. They need to.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Cam Brate needs to be.
At least according to Alien.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. It's like Cam Brate needing to be a part of, it's just hard. Like, you have Evans, Gronkowski, AB, and Godwin, and then you're going to have your backs catching some balls. It's just hard to, get all those people involved. But again, I think this continues to be a strength that we've seen, Paul, is Byron Leftwich's play calling in the red zone, right? He throws on a lot of times when other people are trying to pound the rock. In these situations, he's throwing a lot early on. Some people, they run on first down, and it becomes a little more predictable. Okay, they're more likely to go past here on second down if they don't get in the end zone on first down. They're more likely, and then if they run first and second down, which a lot of people do at the 2 1-yard line, it's like, okay, now they're definitely passing on third down, and you've lost your surprise. Leftwich tends to stay aggressive, it feels like, and throw early on in those situations.
Right. And say what you will about the run game. The run game is what it is, though we did see a cool little wrinkle there with the toss play, which it's not something.
2 outside runs, Paul.
Right. Yeah. So, hey, maybe even the run game's getting better. But as far as the pass game goes, you give Leftwich all the credit in the world. He has done a fantastic job these last 2 games. And I'll admit it, we argued about this a bit last week, where after just watching the TV copy, I was like, I don't know if it was so good. And you were on it right away. You were saying, hey, no, Leftwich did a great job. And, when I did get the chance to go back and watch the tape, you were bang on. Leftwich so far, and including this game, in the past game especially, is dialing it up beautifully, taking advantage of the other team's schemes, creating a few more layups for the offense, which is not really something you see often in Arians offenses, and you didn't see a ton last year, but a few more easy things, a few more designer things. And, they're already so good with their core concepts, which is really what this offense is oriented on. But if you can add a few more layups, build a few more counters off of your core concepts, which is something I'm waiting to see a bit more of, then it could take it to the next level big time, even more.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It's staying in those comfort zones offensively, obviously, which they've been able to mostly operate from. Pass heavy situations being within the Bucs wheelhouse and comfort zone is obviously one of the reasons why they're a contender, right? Like now Atlanta 14-0 second quarter, maybe you're still, certainly the game is not going away from you. You can stay in your comfort zone, but things start to heat up a little bit, right? You haven't done anything really to note offensively. I think 1 first down so far in this game. You've got to try and find your shot play. Got to try to be a little bit more aggressive. Now you're out of a little bit of how you want to play offensively, and that's a big difference between Atlanta and Tampa Bay, I believe.
And Atlanta trying to use a little tempo here, but on that last play, great recovery and tackle by David.
Mm-hmm. And there's play action for Ryan on second down. They're setting up a screen over here. Yeah, and Cordarrelle Patterson caught it. The Bucs kind of sniffed it out, but they couldn't make the tackle because he had a convoy of blockers in front of him. And there's the deception, right? Like that's basically how Atlanta's been able to create offense. They've created it. It's like deceptive plays like that, a throwback screen there, and now Jamel Dean is banged up and he's down on the field. So another Bucs corner down as the Falcons have a 1st and 10 coming up.
Yeah, that's really rough. But I mean, so that play well executed, it happens. But overall, I'm continue to be impressed by this Bucs defense this game. You don't want to get beat by the big shots downfield. If they can design something like that up, sure, maybe they'll get 1 or 2 of those a game. But so far, the Bucs they've kept everything in front of them for the most part, right? It's not, and even that chunk there, that was yards after catch and great blocking down the field. It's not as if Matt Ryan just ripped a ball down the sideline or anything like that. So, overall, as far as process goes, it looks like good process from the Bucs, or at least good results. But Bowles continues to trust his pass rush, only sending 4. Yeah, believing he has a big advantage against this offensive line, giving his coverage guys more help. I like it. I really do.
Yeah. 1st and 10 for Atlanta from the 38-yard line, and Matt Ryan's going to go from the gun, fake the handoff again, and lots of these Will Golston pushed him in back into his lap, but Kyle Pitts is wide open down the field, falls down after the catch, but gets down to the 15-yard line on the play. So a big gain for the Falcons. Looked like a blown coverage for the Bucs, but they couldn't get Matt Ryan on the ground again. That's been the key. Matt Ryan is not a slippery quarterback. You've got to be able to get him on the ground in those situations. They have not been able to do it so far.
And that was you had the crossing route there, and it had a lot of time to develop. You just can't expect your secondary to hold up for that long. Like you said, that pass rush has to finish up. And Matt Ryan, not an elusive quarterback, so there's really no excuse.
Right. Yeah. They've got to be able to wrap up and finish as a defensive line. Just haven't been able to do it. 1st and 10 for Atlanta from the 14-yard line. Ryan from the gun, 5 wide again. They're spreading the field now. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is in the game. Early pressure. Ryan throws underneath Cordarrelle Patterson. About a 4-yard catch hit immediately by Jordan Whitehead and brought down. Clock winds. 12:20 left in the second quarter. Bucs up 14-0, but the 2nd and 6 coming up for Atlanta here, and they are threatening to get into the end zone here and cut into this Bucs lead.
And by the way, Bull switching to man coverage on that last play, so I wonder if he's just switching it up, if he sees something. But so far, we've seen almost entirely zone.
2nd and 6 here. The fullback is going in motion for the Falcons, and it's going to be a pitch out to Cordarrelle Patterson. They had it sniffed out, missed tackle by Antoine Winfield, and Patterson will go into the end zone for a touchdown. They had it. Winfield filled just fine, would have held it to a minimal gain, but Winfield missed the tackle. Rare for him. Patterson's able to get into the end zone. So the Falcons cut the lead in half, 14-6, extra point pending there. And that missed tackle by Winfield looms large there, would have brought up 3rd down for Atlanta.
That's right. Let's take a look at this replay here.
Yeah, you can see they filled it. Everybody got outside of their block. Winfield filled at the 2-yard gain. If Winfield can make that tackle, he can't, and that's how they score. David got outside of his block. Corners were leveraged out there. Whitehead was leveraged. Everybody turned it back in. Winfield's got to be the cleanup guy when they do that, and he just failed to make the tackle, and that's the difference there. So tackling. What did Todd Bowles say last time? He said tackle like it was a preseason game in the Week 1 game against the Cowboys. Saw it on both big plays on that drive, right? We saw it on the screen to Patterson, and then a touchdown by Patterson. The tackling was an issue. Right? They had it sniffed out. That might have been a hard finish, but couldn't get Patterson down near the line of scrimmage. He runs for a big gain, and the defense gives it right back. Atlanta goes down the field, some good play calls, some good execution for sure by the Falcons, and they suddenly found a little bit of offense, and now it's 14-7, and the Bucs offense has to answer.
It's rare that you, when you're watching the Bucs defense, that Winfield is the name that you're calling out in a bad way. So surprising there to see that it didn't seem like he had great technique on that tackle attempt either.
Yeah, it's what's interesting about Winfield is that he's a very good fundamental player. That missed tackle aside, he's not typically a problem as a tackler. What's interesting about him is that he has not made as many splash plays. I think that's what you're looking for from Winfield. Todd Bowles said it this offseason. Winfield said it as well. Can you play a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive as a free safety? Can you jump things a little bit earlier? You're smart enough to read it, trust those instincts, and go, and don't worry so much. You hardly ever see him get beat on a route, get beat deep or anything like that. Can you make more plays on the ball in front of you rather than keeping everything in front of you all the time? Can you jump some things, make some plays on the ball rather than being like the safe? Don't put the safe in safety as much as Winfield has. Obviously, run support is one of his strengths. Tackling is another strength for Winfield. So just kind of an anomaly there with him missing that. But that's the difference there, is the Bucs are now looking at a 14-7 lead, a 14-0 lead.
Overall, though, with Winfield's kind of safer approach, as you put it, I think you live with it. It would be nice to see him make a few more of those splash plays, but with this Bucs defense, so much of the playmaking comes from that front seven that you kind of want that secondary to be solid. And again, would love to see more of those splash plays, but overall, Winfield is such a smart player, has such great awareness, reads the offense so well. I sent you that one play from Dallas from last week where he didn't actually make a play. Dallas got a good chunk on a play action pass, but Winfield, he was in the box, bites on the play action, but realizes his play action right away, turns upfield because he knows there's a crossing route coming behind him, and jumps without even necessarily seeing the receiver, just from reading the offense and reading Dak Prescott's eyes, jumps and is like an inch away from batting the ball down. And it's just, it illustrated his great awareness as a defender. And he's only in his second year. So overall, I think he's definitely one of the bright spots on this defense. And it's surprising to see him kind of be the one to give up the touchdown. But hey, it happens. You can't be perfect.
Right, exactly. 14-7 now. The Bucs lead. 11:48 left in the second quarter. Still with all their timeouts. Falcons with all their timeouts as the Falcons get ready to kick off to Tampa Bay. Mickens is going to come out, and actually this is going to be Giovanni Bernard fielding this one at the 10-yard line. He gets up, crosses the 20, gets out to the 24-yard line, so pretty good solid return by Giovanni Bernard. They kicked it way short, that one. Bernard, the up guy, kind of took it. I wonder when the last time Bernard had a kickoff return was. I bet that's been a while.
It's a good question. It's probably not something he's done a whole lot.
Right. Good replay. You can see Joe Tryon-Trink spun out of that crack block by Cal Pitts, maybe a little bit late, but the alley's there, and maybe they could have condensed things a little bit more, but you've got Devin White getting blocked up as well. That's not going to look good on the tape when they go back to the film room there, because he could not get off that block at all. And here's Tom Brady dropping back to pass. He's going deep down the middle of the field, and Mike Evans is there, and he overthrew him. Brady with a cannon arm. Am I wrong, or did it look like Evans laid off that route really early? I just felt like he was not running fast when he came into the screen there.
Evans does
he's
look
frustrated
like that
coming
sometimes.
off the field.
You definitely noticed. Yeah,
he's coming off the field there on 1st and 10. They tried to take a shot and get it all. He was off and running there. He was wide open. No, he ran hard through that one. That was just slightly overthrown, I think. And he comes off the field. So Brady, right, more play action on 1st down, taking a shot right away. Now Brady looking to go from empty here as he reflects Ronald Jones outside, Antonio Brown on the slot to that side
against the linebacker.
Right. Gronkowski makes the catch, rumbles forward for a gain of 9. Gronkowski running through Isaiah Oliver's tackle, then vaulting his body down to be near the 1st down marker. So now you're in a 3rd and short one situation as the clock winds to 11:20 and counting left in the second quarter. Bucs up 14-7. And they're going quick here, it looks like. Getting lined up right away. Brady going under center. Falcons with defensive tackles in the A-gap, so aware of Brady's prowess on the quarterback sneak. Brady back to pass. He's going to pitch it out wide to Ronald Jones, who's going to pick up the first down and more rumble. And he gets, great block by Wirfs out on the edge. You're right. And he picks up the first down with ease.
Hey, John, going back to that touchdown play from the Falcons, though, you were talking about White not getting through that block. Talk to me a little bit about how you evaluate defenders against a block. How do you tell when it's just a good block by the offense compared to when it's a poor job by the defense shedding the blocks?
Yeah, good call here. Let's call this play, and then I'll answer your question. Good question. Brady back to pass. Takes a shot. That ball's deflected high up in the air. Brady had to knock it down. Defender got a hand up, and the ball batted up in the air. So 2nd and 10 now. With 10:37 left in the second quarter. Yeah, to me, the big thing with linebackers, Paul, is I don't expect them to stack and shed and throw offensive linemen. This isn't the 1990s, 1980s. That's not going to happen anymore. Can you slip blocks? Can you get off blocks to the side? Can you draw holds? Can you beat blockers to spots? That's really how I evaluate block deconstruction. 2nd and 10 now for the Bucs from the 47-yard line. Brady back to pass underneath, caught by Tyler Johnson. Right away, he's going to get tackled. He's going to get to the Bucs 48-yard line, it looked like. So 3rd down upcoming for the Bucs as the clock winds to 10:25, and they're going quickly now. Brady at the line of scrimmage, barking the signals on 3rd down, trying to get them lined up 3rd and 5. He wants to move with pace. Refs making sure Atlanta's had times to substitute. Here's the snap. Brady back to pass over the middle. Pass is dropped by Chris Godwin. And that's been a reoccurring theme over and over again that we've seen. Isaiah Oliver did jump in there and get a hand on that one and knock it, but Godwin's got to squeeze that ball and wrap it up. That's a first down if he can hang on to that one.
It's absolutely right. And it's so weird that this has become the theme with Godwin ever since that playoff run, right? After being one of the most reliable guys in the league in that regard. Really bizarre.
It is really bizarre. Shorthandedness there is just, it's got to happen. I'm pretty sure that was Godwin. Somebody asked, was that Johnson or Godwin? I believe it looks like most people in the comments really that was Godwin. His Pinion's now going to punt. Right, on the drop, yeah. Pinion on the punt is going to send this one skyward, and it's caught 11-yard line by Atlanta returner. And so the Falcons will take over their own 11. But again, it's just self-inflicted stuff, and it's not going to work against them. Maybe it'll work today. We'll see. Falcons offense is up and rolling now, but I mean, self-inflicted stuff, right? I mean, you should be catching that ball. It should be first down. And you've got to keep rolling on that drive, and then you go back up 2 scores, and that's how it works. So the Bucs, if they aren't in their own way, they're up easily in this game already by several scores. But it's the same story from the Dallas game. Until they catch the ball consistently, and until they stop with the boneheaded penalties and mistakes, this is going to be a team that kind of leaves a lot on the table.
Totally agree. I mean, Atlanta, there's no reason for Atlanta to have the opportunity to tie the game here, which is what they have. I mean, it really shouldn't be the case, but yeah, on that last play there to Godwin, that was just the Bucs double China concept here, as they call it. That is absolutely one of their core concepts that they use it every single game. Last game, that was the same play where AB made that big catch down the sideline, not for a touchdown, but where he made that double move. The thing that was hard to tell with that play last week was whether it was designed that way or if AB read it that way and broke off his little in-breaking route and cut up field. But would love to see more counters off of this. This is one of their staple concepts, and it's great against zone, which is what they were up against there. Godwin was wide open underneath. So again, Leftwich anticipating it well. It's interesting that Atlanta, a couple times now in these 3rd and shorts, has decided to play zone. Around the league, this is very frequently a tight man situation, but Atlanta doesn't seem to be playing it that way, and Leftwich seems to also be aware of that, so he's dialing up his play calls accordingly, which is interesting.
For sure. It's one of those things for the Bucs. It feels like sometimes, I don't know if it's a relaxed thing, and I don't blame coaches for this at all, just to be clear. This is the NFL. Players got to focus all in, all the time. But yeah, it's just like you can't relax. You can't, you got to pedal to the metal. You got to be aggressive in those situations, continue to add to your lead. You cannot make these kind of mistakes and get sloppy like this. Because anybody can beat you in the NFL, man. Atlanta's got weapons. Look how quickly they just went down the field. There is going to be too many moments against better teams or even against teams like this where those kind of mistakes will just absolutely kill you. The Bucs honestly made a lot of them in the playoffs last year too. They had a ton of drops in the playoffs last year, overcame them because the defense was as good as they were and because Brady was as good as he was in certain moments. But you can't live like that all the time. It's a team game, and you need team concepts and team principles to rule if you're going to be the best team in the NFL. Here's Ryan on 1st and 10 for Atlanta from their own 11-yard line. So Bucs defense has to pin them back if they can get it done here. Ryan from the gun takes the snap, drops back, 4-man rush coming, heaves one deep down the field, and it's going to be knocked away at the last second by Antoine Winfield. It looked like Calvin Ridley and Winfield both stopped on the play. And then Winfield was able to find the ball elevated. It looked like they both relaxed a lot.
Great tracking there by Winfield. He was the safety. They're playing quarters here, switching it up, and Winfield coming from that side of the field down to make that play. Excellent tracking.
Right. A little bit late there for both those guys recognizing, but Winfield makes a great play on the ball to make up for the last play. And Calvin Ridley's been kind of the guy that's killed the Bucs, good job helping Bucs avoid that situation there. 2nd and 10 now for Atlanta.
I think that might have actually been cover 2, not quarters. But either way, middle of the field open coverage from the Bucs, which is not something you see too often from them on first down.
Mm-hmm. Atlanta with a timeout. They didn't like something they saw on 2nd and 10, so they will take a timeout, stop the clock, and the Bucs are up 14-7 with 9:44 left in the second quarter. The Falcons are backed up in their own end with a 2nd and 10 from their own 11-yard line. So Arthur Smith trying to dial up something here. Now, when you throw on 1st and 10, that's the thing. If you're Arthur Smith, maybe you've already said this is not a game where the run game is going to get it for us. We saw that with Dallas last week. Dallas just came out and recognized it right away. Atlanta took a few 3rd down, 4th down stops for them maybe to realize it, but now they're realizing that, and we're seeing them be very aggressive here. So 2nd and 10 for the Falcons from their own 11-yard line. Ryan from the gun with Davis the sidecar to his right. 4-man rush again for the Bucs. Been the theme of the day. Ryan underneath, quick completion, and tackles made. Gain of 7 or 8 for the Falcons. So they're going to get into 3rd and very manageable here for Atlanta.
Right. But overall, I mean, it's really hard for an offense to score consistently if they're being made to put together 10-plus play drives where you're frequently getting into 3rd down. Even if the 3rd and medium is short, to convert them time after time after time to get down the field, it's really tough. And that's why you see so much of the NFL emphasizing shot plays, because it's much easier to score that way. But Bowles doing a good job of taking those away.
Mm-hmm. Here's 3rd and 2 for the Falcons, and Calvin Ridley at the top of the screen just moved. Yep, and they're going to throw the flag, false start, and the Falcons will be backed up 5 yards, so it'll be 3rd and 7 now for Atlanta, deep in their own end.
Cindy Elizabeth wants to know, how do I get the game on here? There's 2 guys talking. This is exclusively 2 guys talking. If you want the game, you gotta find a way that's the NFL. The NFL's not just going to put the game on free on YouTube for you, but best of luck. Hopefully,
wish they did. Be awesome if we could show it, but
that's right.
We cannot. So 14-7, the Bucs lead. Here's a 3rd and 7 for the Falcons. They're at their own. What are they at here? They're backed up in their own end, and the play clock is really winding down. And Ryan's going to take another timeout. So another timeout for Matt Ryan, and the fans at Ray J are influencing the game. I don't know how many times we said that over the last 10 years, but it's nice to see that place packed out, and the fans that have been to the faithful for a long time doing what they deserve to be able to do, root for a team like this in situations like these. And so 3rd and 7 now, big coming up in this one, big play coming up for the Bucs defense as well, because they are going to have the opportunity to get the ball back with good field position if they can generate a stop. So we'll see what Atlanta can do. 11 personnel looks like it's going to be the call here for them as they bring 3 wide receivers out onto the field.
It's a tricky thing for Atlanta as well, because on one hand, they want to try to take advantage or get themselves in favorable matchups with the Bucs corners. But on the other hand, they don't want to take themselves out of their own game either, right? If they feel that their best personnel packages are 21 and 12, they kind of have to find a balance there.
Yeah, for sure. Here's 3rd and 7 for Ryan from his own end. Underneath, Kyle Pitts makes the catch and is off and running now, hauled down by Winfield at the 38-yard line, but it's a big gain for the Falcons. Fit that one in a very tight window, and Atlanta's off and running now from under their own territory. Devin White, if he looks up for the football, probably picks that up. He's looking at the defender in case he runs into him, and he could have maybe jumped that one. He slowed up on the play, and Pitts was able to make the catch on a ball thrown behind him. And so now it's the Falcons who are on the move. 1st and 10 for Atlanta.
Quick little slant route.
Yeah, quick little slant indeed, and they got it out to him. And here's Patterson running on the right side. He's going to be wrapped up and taken down quickly. Jamel Dean back in the game. He makes the stop there. Really good run defense play from Jamel. Dean's going to bring up 2nd and 10 now.
Looks like Gage is hurt. I think that was Gage.
Yeah, Russell Gage. A little banged up maybe on that play. So Falcons with a 2nd and 10 now, 7:48 and counting left in the second quarter. Falcons down 14-7, trying to cut into that now from the 38-yard line, their own 38-yard line. Ryan on play action again, moving platform throws, caught by Calvin Ridley, tackled underneath at the Falcons' 45-yard line quickly. So you are going to get a 3rd down here, but again, they're chipping away. They're staying in manageable down and distances, picking the Bucs apart underneath. The pass rush for the Bucs has been totally ineffective so far. The moving platforms from Ryan, even when Ryan's dropped back to pass, the Bucs have not been winning up front, and it's funny how those matchups look so good on paper, but then when the games come, sometimes they don't manifest themselves that way.
That's
3rd
right.
and 3 coming up for the Falcons.
It looks like great protection on that previous play, but there have been instances of them creating pressure with 4. They just haven't been able to finish it.
Right. We'll see if they go with pressure here on 3rd and 3. No, they drop both linebackers out, and quick pressure by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, but Vita Vea ran him over, and now Matt Ryan throws for a 1st down to Hayden Hurst. They cannot finish on Matt Ryan in the backfield. That has been the huge issue of the day. Ryan, 12 of 15, just 123 yards, but they cannot get him to the ground for a sack despite winning their one-on-ones. A great inside move by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. He dusted Jake Matthews there, but Vita Vea ran him over before he could tackle Matt Ryan. So some unluckiness in terms of the pass rush, but it's been an issue. And now 1st and Atlanta from the Bucs 49-yard line. Ryan under center. 4-man front for the Bucs. Takes the snap, hands off. Mike Davis going to get maybe back to the line of scrimmage. He pushes forward at the last second. Maybe a short gain of a couple inches, but that's it. And the Bucs, it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Tampa Bay offense.
Cool little play there on 3rd down. It looked like Atlanta was trying to make it look like that pass that they had to Cordell Patterson earlier in the game, where they set up that screen where Ryan passed it back to the other side of the field. It looked like they were trying to give a similar appearance on the play that just happened on 3rd down, but it was actually a bit of a counter to it. Curious if we can see a replay.
Yeah, good call by you. Yeah, we'll see if we can get one of those. 5-man front for the Bucs on 2nd and 10. So they are still deploying base defense here in these situations. That's how they've chosen to defend it. Ryan going underneath to Mike Davis, coming up quickly to make the stop with Levante David. Great open field tackle there. No question about it. And that's what you want to see to bring up 3rd and long now from around midfield. So This is a key spot, right? Key spot on the field, 48-yard line of the Bucs, 3rd and 9. These are the plays that make or break in a game like this.
No doubt. I mean, you just want to make it difficult for the offense here, right? You're frequently putting them in 3rd down. They're only going to be able to execute so many times in a row, so many drives in a row.
Right.
What you just don't want to see are those missed tackles or those big chunks down the field.
Right. Blown coverage and missed tackle have been results of the biggest play day for the Falcons, other than that Pitts catch and run. Here's a twist by the Bucs coming inside, and Ndamukong Suh, and Matt Ryan is sacked. Great play by Ndamukong Suh. The twist, the Falcons offensive line couldn't handle it, and now it's going to be 4th and 16 as the Bucs will get ready to get the ball back with 4:45 and counting left in this first half.
Beautifully done there. Looked like a tackle and stunt there, right?
Yep, and Caleb McGarry couldn't handle Ndamukong Suh coming, switching spots with Shaq Barrett there, and he ran through a tackle, got the sack on Matt Ryan, who did hold the ball a little bit there, so good job by the secondary as well. 4th and 17 as the Falcons punted away.
You know, I don't know if you would count it, given that it was 3rd and 9 there around midfield early in the game, but it's been said before, nobody takes better back-breaking sacks than Matt Ryan.
It's true. I don't really feel like Matt Ryan's like a Russell Wilson, even, in terms of like holding the ball and like taking these crazy sacks, like running around.
He's clutch with them.
Right. It just feels like it's in the worst moments that he gets sacked. Yeah. But I don't know how much is even on, on him at some of these. It's hard to tell there, but could not get the ball out on that one. So the Bucs take over now. 4:14 left in the second quarter. 14-7, the Bucs lead. Brady under center going to hand off. Leonard Fournette trying to bounce outside. Does one man miss. Is going to pick up about 4 yards. So it'll be 2nd and 6 for Tampa Bay as the clock winds now. came close to being under the 4-minute mark left in the first half. Bucs trying to use up this clock and score. 2nd and 6. Tom Brady, 11 of 18 for 134 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Did have the strip sack earlier in the game. I think just 1 drop so far for the Bucs receiving corps as you look at that stat line. Brady from the gun on 2nd and 6, drops back to pass. Falcons blitz 5 and over the middle to Chris Godwin, who leaps over 2 defenders and gets to the Bucs 45-yard line. He almost jumped over that tackle, split him, and kept going there. Just got snagged on the way through.
And Bucs love these 3-by-1 formations. I'm guessing that was Evans isolated on the other side. And here, just a little kind of a drive concept where you have a high-low read for Brady. He sees you're going to usually read it the deeper guy first, or the high guy first. And that was Godwin in this situation. He got open. So nice little concept. And I'm guessing that was Evans on the backside. So when it's zone, he's going to read that 3 side. If he likes the one-on-one matchup with Evans, he's going to read that isolated 1 side.
Yeah, 45-yard line for the Bucs now. The handoff again. Leonard Fournette gets grabbed to the line of scrimmage, going to pick up about 3 yards. A big hit by Foy Oluokun, and that'll bring up 2nd and probably about 7 for the Bucs as the clock now it's somewhat of a factor. You're trying to get in the end zone here, right? The clock is at 2:40 and counting because the Bucs remain committed to making this run game work a little bit. But Donovan Smith missed the block at the 2nd level, and Fournette gets lit up with a huge tackle there.
I'd like to see them just run their offense, not worry about time. Take their time as well. You still have all 3 timeouts. If time does become a factor, you can easily go up tempo and use those timeouts. But for now, I like what they're doing.
47-yard line. Brady back to pass, guns it over the middle to Antonio Brown. Falcons try to punch it out. Cannot. Brown is down with a 1st down. Great calmness by Brady because a free rusher came up the middle on that play action, and good job by, I believe it was Fournette, getting just a piece of that guy to give Brady time. Fournette was much improved in pass protection in the last game in week 1, and that really saved the day there on that 2nd down play. And so the Bucs marching the ball. The 2-minute warning has come, and the Bucs have a 1st and 10 at the Atlanta 37-yard line. Let's run through some stats for you really quick to get you caught up on where this thing's at. Brady, 13 of 20 for 177 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Fournette, 7 carries, 37 yards. Ronald Jones, 4 carries, 22 yards. So Bucs not running it a lot, but running it well, averaging over 5 yards, almost 5.5 yards per carry for the Bucs right now. So really good stuff from the run game. That's what you want, right? If you're the Bucs, just be productive enough when you run the football to keep yourself in good down and distances and let the passing game do their thing without being behind the sticks. Godwin, 3 catches, 50 yards, 2 catches, 45 yards for Evans, 4 catches, 39 yards for Gronkowski, obviously the 2 tutties, 2 for 21 for Leonard Fournette, 1 for 17 for AB, 1 for 5 yards for Tyler Johnson. And so the Bucs getting a lot of different people involved on offense.
What did you say they were averaging on the ground?
They're averaging 5.4 yards per carry on the ground, 11 carries, 59
yards.
You'll
take that any day. You'll take that
Absolutely.
Any day.
Yep. That's what you want. This not going to probably get a lot of 20-yard runs with this offense. So can you get 5, 6 every carry? That's what you're looking for.
A few things, though. You touched on Leonard's improved blocking so far. And, yeah, there was pressure on that play. But like you said, that extra second was huge. And Brady, for him to stay calm, despite the narrative, he doesn't completely panic when there's a guy in his face. He stood tall, delivered a strike. And I'm not 100% sure. I really want to see the replay of that play to the last one there before the 2-minute warning. But I want to say that was a counter to go, and a counter that I've never seen before. So typically with go, like we've talked about lots of times, just deep go routes on the outside. Over the middle, you're going to have a crossing route or a post route, depending on the coverage. What it looked like I saw there was AB do the cross route, but then pivot out, which I've never seen from the Bucs ever. So that would be really cool. Yeah. I love the deep pivots off of crossing routes. They're becoming, more and more common in the NFL. As that deep cross becomes more common, it would be an awesome wrinkle. You really see Leftwich mixing it up. And by the way, you saw Brait there lined up as a fullback. We saw Gronk lined up as a fullback earlier. Something they only did they used Brait in the backfield, I think, a little bit in the Detroit game last year, but outside of that, not really ever. We've seen it a few times already this season and in the preseason. So really seeing new wrinkles, Leftwich, mixing it up, a ton of play action. I'm curious what the percentage is so far. It must be through the roof in terms of play action.
Sure,
usage.
lots. Yeah, you're right. And again, the run game, there's play action again as Brady drops back to pass, firing over the middle. OJ Howard with his first catch of the season, right down to the 15-yard line.
Is that right?
I believe it. I
There
think
you
that's his
go.
first catch of the season right there. And so down to the 15-yard line of Atlanta. Clock is still running. 1:45 and counting left in this first half. Bucs up 14-7. They still have all three of their timeouts, so the clock's not really an issue now, given out their proximity to the end zone here. And 1st and 10 for Tampa Bay. Josh Wells is in the game, so here's your heavy look. Here's the look you didn't want, Paul.
We don't
heavy
want
look
this.
right now.
The first time
Josh Wells
so
and Rob
far.
Gronkowski in the game, and here from the Atlanta 15-yard line. Here's the handoff, Leonard Fournette. He's dancing around, running through some tackles, knocked forward, and gets about 8 yards on the play. So 2nd and 2 coming up. The clock is still running now. So 2nd and 2 for the Falcons.
This is what you want, though, right? You don't want Atlanta to have any time left when they get it back. So this is, in my opinion, excellent clock management here by Arians and Leftwich. Mitch says, stop hating on Lenny. I thought we are just singing his praises.
We were
positive.
I think he's just maybe speaking to the fan base in general.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I think Leonard's had a really good game so far.
Yeah, very good game for Leonard Fournette. Very good game for him. Yeah. Now maybe I shouldn't have said that, but but here we go. 14-7. The Bucs are up. They just called their first timeout with 54 seconds left in the first half. Go ahead, Paul.
I hope he does continue to have a good game, because poor Scott Reynolds, I don't think he has the voice for a Leonard segment, especially not for the whole season. Poor guy's still recovering. Give him a break.
You're right.
So hey,
and we'll see how much they run here now. Yeah. 1st and 10 for the Bucs from the Atlanta 2nd and 2 from the Atlanta 7-yard line now. So we'll see how much are they willing to keep it on the ground. They have those timeouts, so you still can do it. If you want to do it. Again, Atlanta is definitely a favorable front to be able to run against, no question there. And so Fournette motions now into the backfield on 2nd and 2.
So that was not a counter. That was not a cross pivot the way that I thought. It was more of like a sail route from AB. So that is something we've seen before. But
interesting. Okay, got you. Fournette fights forward, does have the first down, going to get down to about the 3-yard line, it looks like. So 1st and goal. Again, the clock here is winding. They did bring the clock back before. They brought it back to 1:01 second. So now the clock at about 45 seconds and counting to go for the Bucs on offense. So here we go, 14-7, Tampa Bay leads, and now you're going to get a clock stoppage. Tampa Bay calls their second timeout. So
Brady looked a little confused there, maybe by the timeout call. And if he was, I think I agree with him. You don't really need to take a timeout here. 2nd and goal, 46 seconds left. You could still substitute, do whatever you need to do, snap the ball with 20 some odd seconds left. And then if you don't get a touchdown, it's 3rd down. You don't need more than 20 seconds to run 2 more plays, especially when you would still have a timeout remaining.
Yeah.
You would have 2 timeouts if you didn't use.
Yeah. Great analysis. I think you're exactly spot on. I think and I don't know if that's what Brady is saying or not. We don't know, but yeah, I agree with you. Did not need a timeout there. And now if you do score, you do probably leave some time on the clock and some meat on the bone for the Falcons offense to be able to work with too. Here's Brady, play action again, and he throws to Mike Evans for the touchdown.
Oh, beautiful
20-7, the Bucs are up.
Route. I mean, Brady and Edelman made a living off of that route in the goal line situations for years, and fantastic execution. And does Brady already have 3 touchdowns over 200 yards in the first half? Is that right?
You got it. Correct. Yes. Over 200 yards for Brady and 3 touchdowns already in this one. So he is lighting up Atlanta, 15 of 22 for 201 yards and 3 touchdowns, averaging 9.1 yards per completion. Evans lighting it up as well now, getting on the board for the first time this season. Mike Evans is on the board with a touchdown. And this is going to be crazy, but it's the first time since 2018, Paul, that Mike Evans scored a touchdown against the Atlanta Falcons, a team that he has dominated. Just remember, he dropped when he hyperextended his knee in week 17, he dropped a touchdown against them.
That's right. But did you say since 2018?
Yes, Evans hasn't scored a touchdown against Atlanta since 2018. For the last 2 years, no touchdowns. He missed the game last year, 2 years ago, against the Falcons with an injury, the second game of the year against them. He's had good games against them, just hasn't found the end zone since 2018. And so, that's a big touchdown for Evans. He gets his first of the season. That's 7 for Brady on the year already. He is off to about as hot a start as you could possibly imagine. He's absolutely carving them up right now. Brady's got 15 of 22 for 201 yards and 3 touchdowns as the Bucs go up 21-7. Chris Godwin, 3 catches, 50 yards. Mike Evans, 348 and a touchdown. Gronkowski, 439 and 2 tutties. Fournette, 2 for 21. OJ Howard, 1 for 21 and 1 catch for 17 yards for Antonio Brown. This is the thing. It's just it's hard to defend everybody, right? And the
Mike's
Bucs
Evans stats again, please.
Evans got 3 for 48 yards and 1 touchdown. You watching that over under on Evans? What is it? 67, I think.
I'm curious.
67 and a half.
Well, all I wanted to say was it does seem like they're trying to get him the ball. I know they had that one target that Brady overthrew. Were there any other targets to Evans that weren't completed?
To Evans?
Yeah. Does it tell you how many times he was targeted?
Yeah, he's been targeted 6 times.
6?
6 times. Yeah, 3 catches, 6 targets. Trying to remember. Oh, yeah, the end zone, the one that was like a little bit long. I don't think there was enough space. I think he was just that one, and then one over the middle, the deep one, which he was open.
What's the third one?
The third one. Testing our memory here.
Well, it doesn't matter. But the point is clearly 6 is a lot of targets in one half. You know, I really do think that the Bucs have their coaching staff has a bit of this rubber band effect. You know, one thing it doesn't go the way they want it in a certain week. The following week, they're going to try to make up for it. At least that's my impression. I don't have the stats to back me up. This is purely just intuition. But hey, so far it's working out.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely working out. And by the way, this is the best. I think this is the best we've seen Leonard Fournette look as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I mean, in the NFL maybe since his rookie year, but this is the best he's looked. I mean, he's made people miss today, legitimately made people miss today, Paul. It is weird how we get such a mundane, plain version of him most of the time, but we saw this in the playoffs last year. Like, he will all of a sudden break out these jukes and spins, and it's like, what? Like, and he's actually run through some arm tackles today too. And it's not like Ronald Jones has played poorly in this game at all. You know, he's been fine. He's got a great yard per carry.
There are a lot of things we want to see better from Fournette, you know, and he's not typically a guy known for his moves, but like you said, he breaks them out sometimes. But his biggest issue, and this isn't always easy to notice on the TV copy, but you've done a great job of pointing this out in the group chat and just over the last 2 seasons, is his vision's not always great. He doesn't always do a great job of seeing the lanes, but today it seems like he's made all the right decisions. The blocking's been good for him up front too, which obviously helps. But you know, definitely he looks as sharp as he's looked. And even the catch, I think he has 1 catch, did you say? He didn't look like he was bobbling it. He looked decisive, you know, just looked easy.
Yeah, I think he has. He's looked good so far. But again, this clock could be an issue, right? Matt Ryan now from his own end, and he's got Kyle Pitts over the middle down to the 49-yard line of Atlanta. So already Atlanta threatening a little bit to get in field goal range, 30 seconds and counting. Falcons have that 1 timeout. They're trying to keep it. But again, if you don't use that timeout for Tampa Bay, you can run down clock. No reason to have used that timeout. Shaq Barrett got a great jump, and maybe he was offside there. And I believe this looks like a fumble. Devin White is returning it, but we don't have sound. But I think this one probably got whistled. It looked like Shaq Barrett may have jumped early there.
It does. They have the graphic there for the flag.
Right. I see the flag. I don't know if they blew it dead or not.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't know if they blew it dead, if it was the fault, or if they let it go, or what. You know. I'm assuming this one's coming back. It looked like Shaq Barrett crossed early. Yeah, and it is. Neutral zone infraction, Shaq Barrett, and they are going to bring this thing back.
I want to see a replay. Was it actually, or did he just time that up well?
He was very close. He did time it up pretty well, but I think he was a little early. It's close. I wish you have to see it down the line, and this replay does not show it down the line, so we couldn't see it. So that's going to move the ball. Now they're going to have 1st and 5. That moves it across midfield. Bucs 47-yard line, I think. That one's close. What do you think?
And you can't challenge it either. It's hard to tell. I mean,
right.
I kind of feel like on some of these, the refs just see it timed up so well that they just throw the flag. I mean, Arians seems to be very decisively aware that it was not offside. He's letting us hear it.
Yeah. Imagine they put 19 seconds on the clock. So Atlanta still 19 seconds.
Perfect angle. So he saw it. He knows for sure.
Right. Matt Ryan, 15 of 18 in this game. The ball has not hit the ground very often. That was definitely a fumble. But I guess Barrett jumped a little bit early. And so.
And yeah, that absolutely would have been a fumble, as the commentators are saying.
Ryan back to pass, and there's a huge hit, and we know what usually comes after that. Is Carlton Davis laid somebody out on the sideline, And yep, there's your flag. And so,
So
just like that, and they're going to be in field goal range now here with a couple seconds left in the second. And this is what we were talking about, right? And that was forearm first, clean hit, good tackle.
What's the infraction there? I don't understand.
Who knows, man? Impossible to say, but man, really just bad stuff from the officials. And that personal foul is going to put them in business, put the Falcons in business now, in position to potentially kick a field goal.
Huge break for the Falcons on that offside, because like you saw there in the replay, clearly had that not been offsides, that definitely was a fumble. So just a huge break. Right,
for sure. And Young-Ho Koo is the Falcons kicker and one of the best in the biz. So 15 seconds left in the half, and the Bucs with the 21-7 lead here. 15 seconds left in this first half. 1st and 10 from Atlanta, now from the Bucs 23-yard line. So they are marching quickly. And Matt Ryan back to pass. Jason Pierre-Paul bearing down on him. He throws it up and throws it away.
It would have been a good time for a back-breaking sack. But.
And another penalty. And this is going to be offside on Jason Pierre-Paul now. And so it is another one. And this one I also think was pretty close, but looked like legit. So they are letting Atlanta march all the way down the field, largely due to penalties and their own errors. And we come back to the same theme with the Bucs.
None of this, I mean, we might have avoided all of this had they just had a slightly better clock management there on the goal line, and which is interesting because they did such a great job of managing the clock throughout the entire drive before that.
Right, throw to the end zone, and Calvin Ridley knocked down Jamel Dean, and the ball was uncatchable. No call is going to be made there. So 5 seconds left in the half. Good job by Dean, keeping everything in front of him. Good positioning there. And now we're going to have field goal time for Young-Ho Koo, I believe, here. And so, yeah, I mean, Ridley pushed Dean there. But
yeah, that's right. That
no call. I don't know what's the rule when it's uncatchable for offensive pass interference.
That's a good question.
I don't know that one. Should have looked at. See, poor research by me. Should have been more prepared for this.
Pewter Report. We need to hire our own. We
need a researcher. Yeah, for sure. But a field goal attempt coming up here for Young-Ho Koo with 5 seconds left in the first half, and Bucs called a timeout, so they're going to try to ice him, but. Young-Ho Koo, one of the best in the biz.
The commentators are talking about that timeout now too that the Bucs used with 40 some odd seconds left.
Oh, are they? Okay. Yeah, that was a great. You called that right away, and I think you're exactly right. That was a really silly timeout for the Bucs because they had to. There was no reason to leave Atlanta anytime at all to be able to work with there. They had everything in front of them, control. Remember, they're right there. You only get so many plays at that point. Like, you don't need time. Time's not an issue. The clock is the only concern there, and so they mismanaged that situation.
Would have been more than happy to see them burn off the entire play clock or close to it before that play, really.
Absolutely.
It was second down before that play, and they had, prior to using that timeout, they had 2 timeouts. So they could have easily run 2 plays and used timeouts after both of them if they had to.
No question. Great observation. Yep. And there's 21-10. Falcons do kick the field goal, and so they come in 21-10. Just really poor clock management. The Bucs really feels like this, it's 21-10. It's 11-point lead. Obviously, you feel good about it. This offense is dynamite when they are beating themselves. But you just come back to the penalties, and you come back to the drop, and you come back to the clock mismanagement and things like that. And again, it's about what's the peak of this team. Like, how good can this team be? Well, we still haven't seen it. We are still going to be waiting for it in terms of not beating yourselves in a lot of these games. And so that's where the Bucs are looking at now. This could be very much over if they had not mismanaged a lot of situations and made a lot of mistakes in this one. So they are still trying to figure things out. It is still early in the season. Obviously, there's still a long way to go in this year, but 21-10, still a lead that they will take obviously into half against the Atlanta Falcons. But I know hopefully they come in and they realize, and the Falcons also get the ball. So remember, that could be an even bigger swing, that field goal right before the end of the half there. All right, let's bring in Scott Reynolds here with a halftime report to get his thoughts on things here. Scott, you watched that first half. I know there's lots of good. Maybe we're just a little bit frustrated about the bad. It feels like we still, even with a 21-10 lead and so many dominant performances by the Bucs, the self-inflicted stuff is just killer, man. This team can't get out of their own way enough to be up 35-0 or whatever.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that Ryan Jensen penalty was just stupid, right? I mean, he needs to get over that. He really does. I appreciate his aggressiveness, but that was a play that was clearly over. the whistle's blowing as he is hitting the pile. I mean, it just, that led to the 3rd and 20, the obvious passing down. Donovan Smith got beat by Dante Fowler, gave up the first sack of the year, and then the fumble as well. And that took away a scoring opportunity for the Buccaneers. They're right there in the heart of the red zone. And they're letting the Falcons hang around. I'm not concerned about the outcome of this game, but it's poor clock management. It's some self-inflicted wounds. Again, the Buccaneers not playing up to their standard. I think that if they would, this would be a blowout already. Instead, it's a 21-10 game. It should be 28-3, maybe 28-7. So, Tom Brady off to a good start, 15 of 22 for 201 yards, 3 touchdowns. Rob Gronkowski again. I mean, this guy he is an end zone magnet at Raymond James Stadium. This is now 3 straight games at Ray J, dating back to the Super Bowl, where he's had 2 touchdowns. That ties Ben Coates for the most consecutive games with 2 touchdowns in NFL history. So, and as a matter of fact, there's been no Buccaneer ever, aside from Gronk right now, that has that many touchdowns, 6 in 3 games, 2 in each of those games. So Rob Gronkowski certainly doing a heck of a job there for his good friend Tom Brady. Mike Evans, there's a lot of concern from fantasy football owners. John, is Mike Evans going to be featured in this offense? And I thought this would be the day that AB goes off because of his pass against the Falcons, and we still have a half to go.
The problem is Mike Evans also has that pass against the Falcons.
That's
so does
right.
Chris Godwin.
Yes.
So
that's right.
It's hard.
The 3 catches for 48 yards and a touchdown. And then you look at the Chris Godwin, 3 catches, 50 yards. He's doing Chris Godwin things. Interesting development on offense, though, John, is we saw Leonard Fournette play more snaps, get more carries, produce more yards than Ronald Jones, who was the quote-unquote starter for this game. And you look right now, and that's 70 total yards of offense for Leonard Fournette. And what has he done with those yards? Well, he's got 49 on the ground on 9 carries. Longest game was 10 yards. He's been targeted twice. And, John, I think the key thing for a head coach that likes to throw the ball, right? A passing game coordinator and Byron Leftwich that likes to call pass plays. And, of course, Tom Brady likes to throw the ball, right? I mean, Leonard Fournette is 2 for 2 for 21 yards. Ronald Jones targeted twice in the passing game. One of those was a tipped pass, but the other one looked like Rojo did not have his head turned around the right way, and 4 carries for 22 yards. So add it all up, and you've got 11 touches or opportunities for Leonard Fournette, only 6 so far for Rojo, who is considered to be the starting running back. I don't buy it. I think Leonard Fournette is clearly the starting running back when it comes to to the passing game, the running game, right, etc. I think that's clear that this is Leonard Fournette's job, and there could be some trouble brewing with Rojo.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right about that. And a lot of it's because as long as they're running comparably, Leonard Fournette's the superior pass catcher, superior guys in terms of knowing what he's doing on passing downs. And I'll give Leonard credit this. It's only been 6 quarters, but he's been a lot better in pass protection. I mean, he's a career long. He's been very bad in pass protection throughout his career. So this has been a good start to him for the season. We'll see, obviously, a lot more challenges to come, but that's an area where he also has an edge over Rojo if he keeps playing like this.
I agree. And I thought he had like a hero block. He kind of saw that the blitzer come late, and he lunged and got enough of him for Brady to get that pass off. I think that was the O.J. Howard completion. Maybe that was the one to Antonio Brown on that last drive. But you're right. He's made some strides in that area, and I think that's earned him some more playing time. I think with the passing game element of it, whether it's catching the ball out of the backfield, whether it's the pass protection, that's still limiting Rojo. And I think that's what's transpiring there. When you look at the defensive side of the ball for the Buccaneers, I'm a little surprised they've only gotten to Matt Ryan once. Now, they should have gotten to Matt Ryan twice, right? That looked like it was a clear, perfectly timed snap jump by Shaq Barrett. Should have been a sack fumble. Should have been a scoop and score for Devin White. That was a huge game changer because that's a 10-point swing if that happens. The Falcons got a field goal on that drive.
And then the personal foul on Carlton Davis also looked really questionable. He led with his forearms into that tackle.
I tweeted this out. Stop sissifying the game.
It's just so
NFL.
silly, man.
It's
and
ridiculous.
even if you are going to with those, at least call them right. Like he didn't.
Yeah.
That was not a helmet-to-helmet hit. Like
no,
that was
not
a
at all.
forearm tackle. Like
it's ridiculous. I can't stand the way the NFL is going. I really, maybe it's just my old age showing. Maybe I'm becoming the grumpy old man on the Pewter Report staff. But I can't stand these ridiculous, unnecessary roughness penalty. I'm sorry. Like
I hate it too.
Can we not make a tackle anymore in this game? Can we not hit the quarterback anymore? It's just ridiculous.
I didn't even see a flag on the Davis play. I literally just was calling the play, and I was like, "There's a big hit by Davis," and I just knew what was coming. I was like, "I know what's coming next," because it always happens. So, you see a big hit, and the officials freak out. Oh, that's got to be a flag. It's bad. It's bad officiating. It's reaction.
It really is. And I listen, I'm all for player safety, but at the same time, if a player gets up and he's okay, you know what I'm saying? It's like no harm, no foul. It's, if a player is down and you got to call the stretcher out, then, fine, throw the flag or whatever. Throw it even late if that's the instance. There should be kind of like the different statutory type of situation. Like how bad was the outcome of the play, right? I don't know. I'm still pissed about that.
I completely agree with you.
When you look at the defensive side, again, Ndamukong Suh's had a great game so far, 3 tackles and 1 sack. The linebackers are doing their thing. Devin White, 5 tackles. Levante David, 4. They're just the dynamic duo inside. And I think this secondary is doing a pretty good job. Kyle Pitts has really shown up in this game. But really the guy I was concerned about was Cordero Patterson. Cordero Patterson had a nice catch and run on that screen pass and then had the nice touchdown run. He's kind of been the offense. He and Pitts have been the offense, haven't really seen as much of Ridley, haven't really seen as much of Mike Davis. And with the score being the way it is, with the Falcons getting that field goal, cutting the lead to 11 points, I still think the Falcons are going to come out and try to run the ball. And that's fine with me because the Buccaneers are the best at stopping it.
Yeah, not 9 carries for 21. Well, 2 of these are Matt Ryan scrambles, but 9 carries for 21 yards. 2.3 average for the Falcons so far, and they had that 10-yard touchdown run by Patterson. So even with that, still just averaging 2.3 yards per carry. Patterson averaging 3 yards a carry. Mike Davis 2 yards a carry, 3 carries for 6 yards. So they've gotten away from it. Ryan threw 20 times in that first half. We know this from last year. The Bucs are the most passed against defense in neutral pass situations or neutral down and distance situations in the league. So this is a team. The teams are coming out against the Bucs, and they're saying we know we got to throw a ton to be able to beat you. They're coming out, they're throwing the ball a ton. And the Falcons, even as run heavy as they want to be, even they're on pace for 40 pass attempts, 42 dropbacks if you count Matt Ryan being sacked the one time. And so that's what they're on pace for in this game. So even they are going pretty pass heavy.
No, you're exactly right. And it'll be interesting to see how committed the Falcons are to trying to run the ball, because that's the identity that they want to have, this Arthur Smith offense. But it's just getting them nowhere, and it's kind of wasting downs against the stout Buccaneer defense. So it's going to be kind of an interesting conflict. How much do they want to kind of establish their identity, and then how much just at a necessity are they going to have to try to throw the ball? I'd like to see the Buccaneers really come up with some better pressure on the quarterback that gets Matt Ryan on the ground. Matt Ryan should not be scrambling at all against this Bucs defense for sure. And I wouldn't mind seeing this guy get into the end zone a little bit more. I mean, 6 touchdowns in the last 3 games at Raymond James Stadium. Guys, it's been a pleasure. You guys keep rocking it, and I'll be with you, John. On
real quick, Scott. Before you go, could you? I know Monty Kiffin's going to the Ring of Honor, I believe, today, and I just wondered if you would share maybe a story. I don't know, something you loved about Monty Kiffin or appreciated about him for the fans.
I think that Monty Kiffin was all about the Buccaneers, right? This is the winningest coach of all time. It's not Tony Dungy. It's not John Gruden. Because Monty Kiffin was the defensive coordinator under both of those staffs. And so there's been no one that has won more games in Tampa Bay than Monty Kiffin. We have been campaigning for years at Pewter Report to get him in the Bucs Ring of Honor. And so we'd like to think we have a little bit to do with it. We do have some pull with the organization. At least we've suggested the idea. It's not very often that the coordinators get in the Ring of Honor. But the one thing I remember Monty Kiffin telling me about is in 1997, his second year as defensive coordinator, he kept telling me when I Buccaneer magazine, when we had the magazines come out, and our website came out in 1998, buckmag.com, He said, "Hey, Scott, do me a favor. When you write the Bucs defense, don't call it cover 2, even though it's cover 2. Call it Tampa 2. We want this to be our identity." Right. So Monty Kiffin was really, really part of the forefront to naming the defense the
That's
Tampa
really
2.
cool.
He implored me to say, when you write it, make sure it's Tampa 2, because this is Tampa's defense. And Monty Kiffin is all about Tampa, all about Tampa Bay, and all about the Buccaneers. And it is a privilege and an honor to have covered that guy for all 40 years, however long he was in Tampa, from 1996 to 2008. So he had an incredibly long run, helped produce a lot of Hall of Fame players, and just an absolute great guy, wonderful human being, great defensive mind.
Right, absolutely. Well, thanks, Scott. We appreciate that word and appreciate you jumping in here, giving us the stats. Enjoy the second half. We'll catch you on the post-game podcast afterward. Scott will be with us, joining us to break down everything. Post-game podcast starts about 45 minutes or so after the game will end. We'll jump right into the post-game podcast. So it should be right in that window before the night game starts. You should be able to jump in, join us. We'll start a new stream for that. But if you're subscribed to Pewter Report TV, you're subscribed to the Pewter Report podcast already, you'll get those notifications when we go live. Just hit that bell. You'll get notified, and you'll be good to go and join us for the post-game podcast. People in the chat will attest. It's a lot of fun. If you've never been in there before, it's a lot of fun. So make sure you jump in there with that one. Just real quickly, the scores. Arizona is up 24-23. They came back in that one against Minnesota at halftime. Seattle up 17-9 over Tennessee. There's still like 40 seconds left in the first half of that one. Seattle is driving with the ball at the Tennessee 3-yard. Cowboys 4-11 against the Chargers. That one's almost at halftime. Cowboys have the ball near midfield. So this year's obviously earlier in the NFC South of Panthers beating the Saints 26-7. So Paul, observations from the first half. Some of it's Bucs and self-inflicted stuff, but some of it's also just silly calls by the officials that gave the Falcons 3 points really and took maybe a touchdown off the board for the Bucs there at the end of that first half.
Totally agree. As far as play calling and execution, I couldn't be more impressed by the Bucs, to be honest. Or for the most part, execution-wise. Sorry, I should clarify. But the vast majority of it has been very, very good. It's been the penalties, like you mentioned, a couple of self-inflicted mistakes, even like the drop in the maybe a few missed throws. You can live with that. You can live with that a lot more than you can live with penalties or mismanaging the clock. But overall, there are a couple things I've noticed from the Bucs offense that I think are really interesting, and I'm curious what you think the reason is. And it's one is that we've seen a lot more under center than we usually see, and we've also seen a lot more 12 personnel, it seems like, than we saw last week. So I wonder if that's a function of
big run back here for the Falcons. The flag is down. I looked at this one. Maybe it's coming back. I am totally lost on the strategy on the kickoffs. I'm so confused. This is a team that the Bucs have clearly tried to directionally kick. Like Avery Williams he's in his second NFL game. I know he had a lot of success in college as a return guy, but really kind of silly. There's a clear in the back that allows one. And I think that's why it'll be coming back, it looks like. And as the officials get together and talk, but why are they keeping the ball in play? Just kick the ball deep. This is the worst off team NFL history last year. Kick the ball out of the end zone.
They kicked it.
They're really afraid of Cordarrelle Patterson, apparently, Elliott said. But just kick I know that last year they kicked it to the back of the end zone, and Patterson took it out a few times. But Pinion can kick it out of play.
That's right.
Have him kick it out of play
last year because of how little confidence they had in their return unit or their kickoff unit, I should say. But just to finish up that point about the 12 personnel, I'm wondering, John, and I'm curious what your thoughts are. Do you think that's because they want the Atlanta linebackers on the field more, or do you think it's because they themselves just want to establish the run a little more? What do you think is the reason for all this under center and 12 personnel?
I think you're right about that to a degree, that they want those linebackers on the field maybe a little bit. It's funny that both Atlanta linebackers are billed as good in coverage. I just think that they feel like their play action game works better when they are operating like that. That's the big observation for them. They run the ball out of 12. When they run the ball, they think they can use play action, and that's kind of how it goes. So, it's funny because they have all these receivers, but here's a pitch to Mike Davis off the right side. He's going to break a tackle and get about 8 yards on the play. So it'll be, looks like 2nd and 2 here for the
Either way, I'm
Falcons. Clock
certainly
line
happy
under.
to see the Bucs be under center. More play action is more effective from under center. It's hard to convince me that 11's not best, but hey, it's been working great so far. So I'm happy for them to keep doing what they're doing.
Right. Here's Ryan back to pass. Ball's tipped and intercepted. Shaq Barrett, it looked pulled down a pick, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and the Bucs take over. 14-19 left in the third quarter, and they are in business after the interception of Matt Ryan off the tip pass.
Huge opportunity to kind of blow this game open right here. If you can come away with a touchdown.
Absolutely. This is getting offense now. Here's Ryan. When he dropped back, looked like, who was it? Vita Vea up front, just read the eyes, tipped the ball up in the air, got his hand up in time. Shaq Barrett grabbed it, dropping into coverage. Barrett joins JPP now, is intercepting outside linebackers. So the Bucs will take over now. Can they put it away? Can they finish it? Can they get up 18 in a game like this against a team that obviously not built necessarily to come back from those big deficits? Here's Brady, 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line, throwing downfield. He's almost intercepted. He was going back shoulder there, and Evans kept going, and it looked like they were even. I think Brady read that right, Paul. How do you assess that situation there?
Hard to tell. Yeah, I mean, it looked like
we need a
Evans
replay.
Was expecting Brady to put it high for him, try to jump over him, whereas Brady saw it like how you said, they're even, so I'm going to try to put it back shoulder. It just seems like both options would have been viable, but either way, they both have to see it the same way, which is the main point there. And
not often that the corner reads the back shoulder play, and sees it before the receiver does. That's very rare. Here's Brady, 2nd and 10. He's back to pass again. So 2 straight passes, and this time underneath to Cam Brate, who picks up 8 yards. So he's going to be down to the 12-yard line there, it looks like.
Our friend Alien in the chat would be happy. Have to get Brate going, so it's a good start.
Yep, for sure. And so we've got 21-10 advantage for the Bucs now. Big 3rd and 2 coming up. This is where, if you're Atlanta's defense, you need to make sure you hold and can do something here. Brady, 16-24, 209 yards. 3 touchdowns. You got Gio out there now, so
we got 2 tight
this
ends.
is it, right? And you've got 3rd and 2 from the 10-yard line of the Falcons. A chance to go up big in this one. Brady looking, can't find anyone, scrambling, right? He's got space to run, and he runs, and he slides down at the 4. What is going on, Paul? Brady,
holy!
That was a 6-yard run. When was the
last
run?
One way or another.
I'm looking it up on the next break. When was the last time Brady ran for 6 yards on a play? He could have ran this in. He could have hurdled 23, right?
That's right. So nice little angle concept there that the Bucs, they used it quite a bit last week. But they did a great job of adjusting the concept. Typically, they like it against man, but there the receivers did a good job of identifying zone and sitting down in the soft spot.
Yep. And here's Brady back to pass again, looking all day to throw the football in. There's going to be a penalty flag comes in on Deion Jones. Was just wide for Chris Godwin, but penalty flag flies here, and it looks like Jones is going to get called. Is it interference or holding here? We'll see. Either way, Bucs are going to have a 1st and goal here at the 1-yard line. So Bucs up 21-10, and is pass interference against Deion Jones. So move the ball to the 1-yard line here now. And will Brady get another touchdown pass opportunity? Yes, clear, good call. Deion Jones grabbed Chris Godwin around the waist. That's why the pass was incomplete and slowed Godwin down. And that now it is the Bucs' chance to go for a touchdown here. 1st and goal from the 1. They're going to throw again from the 1, and Mike Evans touchdown. He's got his 2nd of the game, and Brady starts the season with back-to-back 4 touchdown games. Double tutties for Mike Evans, double tutties for Rob Gronkowski, and the Bucs continue to be deadly in the red zone, Paul.
Look, I'm not a big goal line fade guy, but when you have Mike Evans, that's a pretty huge exception to running that play. A ton of success with it last year. It also looked like they motioned in Tyler Johnson there, maybe trying to make it look like duo, as they often do with that wide receiver, John. Is that what's happening there, or is that something else?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they are. They're bringing him in. They're making the Falcons think run. And honestly, I would have to see it again. Could that have been a check with Brady where he just says, I'm going to pop up and throw this fade to you, Mike, if I like the matchup? And TJ Green out there? I think TJ Green out there, that's like their fourth corner. I mean, for the Falcons. So, and they're not a team that's deep at corner anyway. I think he maybe loved the matchup. Green's out there as a former safety from Clemson who's converted to corner. He's out there probably for the ball. But Brady said, I don't care about that. You're TJ Green. I'm Tom Brady. This is Mike Evans. I'm throwing this one up. Touchdown. And I think that honestly might have been the call at the line of scrimmage there for Brady.
John, I think you're bang on. I'm just looking at the replay. That does look like a called run with a pass option there. I've talked about this before. These are technically RPOs, and the Bucs technically do a lot of RPOs in that sense. They're not the kind that you traditionally think of, but great call by you seeing it there in real time. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that makes it so hard to defend, right? They just got Evans out there, and he's like, basically, if I like the matchup, I'll go to you. If not, we're going to run it. And obviously that's a matchup. As soon as I saw it pre-snap, I was like, yeah, that might be one that you go after, because Green only played 9 snaps in their last game. And so he's not a guy that Atlanta uses a whole lot. And, coming off the bench cold, and Brady trying to take advantage there. So Brady, what do you even say? Yeah. TJ Green. Yeah. What do you even say at this point? I think he's really tall guy maybe. And that they want him to defend the fade ball. I don't know why.
Gotcha. Okay.
Tough spot to put your guy in though.
Right, for sure. I mean, just one-on-one there. I mean, it's hard. Do you double him out there? Like, do you kind of give him a Megatron type of look where you just have 2 guys in front of him at the goal line? Or, it's so hard. It's weird though, because I mean, AJ Terrell, he's not really a small guy, right? And he's kind of their best corner. So
he is. He's right. He's a big long corner. Yeah, they have some big long corners, honestly. Not Eminem's burner account says Brady ain't playing around this year. He's going to win MVP again at 44. Tom said they stole a touchdown from Devin White on the scoop and scored. Agreed, Tom. A tough one for Devin White. Tom also wants to know, can we re-sign Brady for 5 more years? The way he's looking, we'll see, Tom. We'll see. It's pretty insane. And Matthew says, kick it out of the end zone. 25-yard line is fine. I agree, Matthew. Kick it out of the end zone. Jesse, watching that Tennessee game, has his eye on the AFC a little bit. Tennessee looking like a bad team, not on the Bucs schedule. Oh, are they? They're not on the Bucs schedule, are they? No, because they have that one game against the South in the 17th game, and it's against the Colts. Brian says Brady on pass for 68 touchdown passes. What is going on? Tom with 8 touchdowns on the season, 44-year-old league MVP. The GOAT signs are up for Tom Brady. What unbelievable performance for him so far today. He's just it's just been
the first 2 games of the season. Touchdowns, according to this graphic.
That's a good point. So 28-10, the Bucs lead. There's 12:43 left in the third quarter. And Pinion's going to send this kickoff deep. Now they listen to us, baby. And guess what? It's out of the back of the end zone. What? Like, just keep it that way, man. Like, come on. So here come the Falcons. This is now the
Falcons. This is, I'm sure you guys talked about this before the game, and I think Scott talked about it at halftime. This is really taking them out of their element. They're going to be one-dimensional now, most likely, and that's really not what their game is based off, right? Like we talked about pregame, it's a wide zone and bootleg off of that wide zone team. So now if they have to go start spreading it out, throwing it all over the place, really not doing what they want to do. But they come out in I formation under center the first play, so.
Still going play action. The Bucs didn't really fall for it. They're hunting, and he throws short to Ridley for a gain of a couple. Levante David, Carlton Davis, and Devin White there quickly for the tackle. So this is, the pass rushers can tee off now in this situation for Tampa Bay, but Matt Ryan's still a very dangerous quarterback who's played unbelievably well against the Bucs, especially in the last couple of matchups. Statistically speaking, it hasn't necessarily translated to wins, obviously, but he's been fine statistically, and he's been good in this game statistically too. Not big plays, but he's hit them when they're there as well. And here's a quick throw to Russell Gage, who picks up the first down. So the Bucs leave the slot uncovered. And if you're Tampa Bay, you got to think about just, okay, if they run the ball, just let them. Like, who cares? At this point, go with your nickel, go with your lighter personnel, and try and stop the pass.
Totally agree. Would like to maybe even see more man coverage now, 2-man, where you are making yourself susceptible to the run, but you do take away the pass a lot better. Mm-hmm. Could be a good opportunity for it.
Right. And you've got them operating right now, with 5 defensive linemen. And here's Matt Ryan play action again. And, play action continues. It's effective. He finds Ridley and he's at the midfield, but play action down 18 in the third quarter. That's that Falcons game. It's how they go to this stuff. If you're Tampa Bay, you'd hope you're dropping out and you're not necessarily respecting the run as much as you were early.
I like it though. Because I'm not sure that the Bucs are at that point yet where they're not respecting the run, at least based off of the coverages they're playing. It's hard to tell what the linebackers are doing, if they're biting or not, but I like the approach from Atlanta. Sometimes I do feel like teams think that they're one-dimensional too early, and then it becomes self-fulfilling. But
right. And it's hard because right now Pitts is the tight end of the game and Keith Smith, the fullback, is in the game for them. So how do you treat him? What do you treat him as they throw underneath and Smith drops it? In a game couple. And Ross Cockrell, by the way, is the number 2 corner right now. Jamel Dean not in the game right now, I don't believe. And so Ross Cockrell out there with Carlton Davis, who was banged up early in the game, came out, then returned to the game later. So Bucs trying to keep everything in front of them on defense, no big plays.
That's right, yeah. And that was all no huddle there to begin the drive, I think, at least up tempo. So the Bucs didn't have any sort of opportunity to substitute. And the Atlanta stayed in that same personnel package that you mentioned.
Right. Jamel Dean out of the game. Scott Smith just tweeted, and he said they just took him under the sideline tent for more examination. Edwards is playing in the slot right now for the Bucs, so they are down to their 3rd slot option as Ryan throws underneath to Davis for a gain of about 4. So 3rd and 5 coming, gain of about 5 there, I guess. 3rd and 5 coming right now for the Falcons from the Bucs 45-yard line. So might be 2-down territory for the Falcons as they've crossed midfield now. So probably if they're smart, 2 downs to get 5 or 6 yards. And so,
as much
Ryan
as
and the Falcons offense. So go ahead.
As much as I do like the approach of keeping everything in front of you, I do wish that the corners, Bulls didn't have them playing so off all the time. We saw this a lot last year. We saw this a lot last week, where even right now you can see up top, he's like 12 yards off, right? It's easy to the flats.
Right. And there's a missed tackle by Ross Cockrell. Cordero Patterson runs through that, and he's still going. And did he step out or did he score there? I think they're going to say he stepped out of bounds at the Bucs 23-yard line.
I'm sure it was the same thing there at the bottom of the screen. You couldn't see it before the snap, and I'm sure it was the same off coverage. And you saw the Cowboys exploit that a ton with their RPOs. They kept running speed outs, just taking those easy gains to the flat, and it looked like Cordell Patterson stayed in bounds. It's going to count as a touchdown. So you're putting a lot of pressure on your corners to be able to pursue well and to be able to tackle perfectly.
Yeah, Whitehead definitely knocked him out at the knocked him out at the 23. And I believe that's where they're going to spot the ball. Still, super disappointing tackling, disappointing defense. You have this play, you have it sniffed out. There's no damage done here. Ross Cockrell can't finish the play, can't make the tackle. And that's been a problem for this Bucs defense even today. A lot of the best plays for Atlanta have come in this tackling, due to the Bucs mistakes in tackling.
Right. The Bucs don't really give their secondary a chance to make a play on the ball before it's caught. That's why Ryan here has such a high completion percentage. They're saying we're going to let you catch it, but we want you to tackle them after, as opposed to saying, hey, we'll let you play a little tighter and see if you can even just force an incompletion to begin with. That's not really Bowles' approach. I love
I think
comment here. Well, why aren't more teams signing 44-year-old quarterbacks? The NFL is notoriously a copycat league. That's a great point.
Just find them inside them, I think I said this to you on the last broadcast, maybe I said it to Mark, but the Bucs surrendered the 4th worst completion percentage, so the 4th highest completion percentage last year at 69%. The teams that were around them in the bottom 10 in the NFL, these were the teams around the Super Bowl champs, either a little bit lower or a little bit better. The Texans, the Jaguars, the Jets, the Lions, the Eagles, the Panthers, the Falcons, the Giants, and the Patriots. So 9 of the 10 worst teams in the league, no playoff teams in the Bucs. You just have a bizarre stat there in terms of the way the Bucs play defense. Quarterbacks just feast on them underneath, but they aren't giving up a lot of explosive plays. They are tough in the red zone. It's a dangerous way to live. I don't agree with it all the time. They rely on their front in the blitzes to be able to either create a splash play with a turnover or a sack or a tackle for loss. Don't let him run and don't let him hit the big plays. That's kind of what he's built on, and we'll get a splash play eventually. It's a dangerous way to live. I much prefer how they played in the playoffs last year. I think it worked too. We remember that. But
that's right.
It's not what they're going to do consistently. We've seen that.
Right. It's asking a lot, because the thing is they operate out of single high, right? So they are susceptible to the big plays depending on the opponents they're going up against. You think about Tyreek Hill in that Week 12 game. They're playing a bunch of their single high stuff, and you're getting torched on the outside. And when you think about teams that defensively want to keep everything in front of them, there are a lot of different ways to do it, right? We think about that Staley Fangio system. they're doing the same or similar thing in the sense of where they're saying, hey, if you're going to score on us, it's going to take you 10 plus plays to do it. But they're doing it out of a too high shell. So they're not necessarily playing their guys way off, though they do give a bit of a cushion. But they're doing it by having two safeties and saying, hey, we're not going to let you beat us deep because we have two high safeties. Whereas what the Bucs are doing is they have a single high safety, but they're trying to not get beat deep by having their corners way off. And that's really making it easy for teams to live underneath for ones that are willing to do it. And I thought, Dak had a lot of success last week. The Falcons, they're just not as good offensively as the Cowboys personnel-wise, so it's going to be really difficult for them to duplicate the success, even if they were to duplicate the process. But I think it's going to be something we see a lot going forward. If the Bucs play the same way that they played the Rams last year, I think Stafford is going to have a great stat line. Jared Goff had such a high completion percentage to start the game last year, where he was just carving them up underneath because the Bucs were playing this exact coverage. So
going to be fascinating to see how that one. Yeah, that one's going to be crazy. The clock is now under 10 minutes. Here we go. The Falcons 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. Hand up the middle. Vita Vea makes the tackle on Cordarrelle Patterson after a gain of 1 or 2. So it's going to bring up 2nd and 8 now. It looks like for the Falcons. They are down 28-10. 9:45 and counting left in the third quarter. Falcons just outside the red zone now here. They need this drive. They need it to end in the end zone, to be honest. And so big drive for both teams in this game if the Bucs can shut them down. And so 2nd and 8 now coming up for Atlanta. The other thing about it is, Paul, is that you're constantly in good down and distances. Matt Ryan, that pass looked like it got out of his hand. I'm not sure what happened there, but he throws that one way out of bounds. And it brings up 3rd and 8 with 9:24 left in the third quarter. They're constantly in good down and distances. And now this is a little bit of a disadvantageous one in 3rd and 8, but all game, Dallas, when they even got to 3rd down, they were great down and distance situations. And so that's something that keep coming back to with teams that play the Bucs is the high 3rd down conversion rate, because they're always in these good situations.
And you want teams to frequently get into 3rd down, but what you don't want to do is easily give them 2nd and 3 all the time, right? Where they just take a little 7-yard pass to the flats.
And Devin White blitz up the middle. Matt Ryan barely even sidestepped, and White just missed the tackle. A big theme for White, and Ryan completes to Olamide Zaccheaus for the 1st down. But this is where Devin White unblocked up the middle. You have to finish off Matt Ryan in that situation. And Devin White's tackling has been really rough to start the season. The first 2 weeks have been bad for him in that regard. But throttle down and finish. This is Matt Ryan, man. Man, come on. So the Falcons now with 1st and goal from the 9. You're going to have Matt Ryan from the shotgun. Field is spread 3 receivers. Well, if you count Patterson as a receiver, and 2 tight ends on the field right now. 1st and goal for Atlanta. Ryan back past 3-man rush now, and White is beaten in coverage. Is Zaccheaus? Oh, it's Gage that gets down to the 1-yard line now. It looks like he falls down to the 1-yard line.
White there, which is something we saw a lot last year. With that missed sack from White, John, is there any sort of teaching point there that you thought maybe technique-wise you could have done better? Is there anything specific like that, or is it just a matter of, you have to be able to sack the guys? It's that simple.
It kind of is that simple, but it starts with throttling down and finishing in space. That is such a big concern, right? You got to throttle down and finish in space. You cannot stay at 100 miles per hour to make 90% of the tackles you'll make in the NFL. Now we've got a 3 running back look, and the Falcons fumble it. Patterson falls on it back at the 11 or 12-yard line, and so that'll back up the Falcons significantly.
Huge break for the
big
Bucs.
Break there, yeah.
But yeah, so that's really interesting, John. That's like you're breaking it down there technique-wise. You have to have a bit of awareness there to slow down a little bit at just the last moment. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You throttle down and finish in space. You don't have to go 100 miles per hour, and so now you're going to have a 3rd down, and where are they going to mark this? At the 10-yard line? At the 10-yard line. They give him the 10-yard line here. So Ryan from the gun, obvious passing situation. Bucs pass rushers will be able to tee off. Quick throw, and Pitts is down to the 3-yard line. So this puts them at 4th and goal at the 3. And this is definitely going to be time to go for the end zone if you're Atlanta. No messing around here in terms of with the field goal. You're down 18 points. You need a touchdown here. But again, you play so soft. You just give them a free 4th down opportunity. And I hate it, especially in the red zone. You can't.
They're playing too high there, but the bottom cloud corner at the bottom of the screen is just way off. I'm not sure if he was cloud or if they're actually even playing quarters there, but you would like to see them, if they're playing too high like that, at least press up a little more because you have that support behind you.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Ryan from the gun on 4th and 3. Immediate pressure, but throws, and it's caught for a touchdown by Calvin Ridley. He continues to torch the Bucs in terms of touchdowns in the last several matchups. Beat Ross Cockrell there. A quick throw from Ryan. Pressure was there immediately. Can't blame the Bucs pass rush on that one, but a pretty embarrassing drive defensively, not only with the ease in which you give up a lot of big plays, but also they had them backed up there with a 3rd and from the goal from the 10-yard line. The Falcons essentially handed them that loss of 8 or 9 yards there, and they still screwed it up. So I know they're short second, but pretty ugly communication there as Ridley gets open for the touchdown.
And it makes it really hard to evaluate your players when schematically you're kind of saying, hey, take all these completions. Then it becomes hard to say, hey, is this the cornerback that's failing on this play? Or is it just that's the situation he's being put in schematically, right?
Yeah, right. I agree with you. And I think they didn't communicate the banjo quickly enough. It looked like, I think Davis called it right away, but Cockrell maybe wasn't anticipating as much as he should have. Ridley obviously is really good, so that's part of it too. But yeah, it's for Calvin Ridley. I mean, he's not been necessarily a huge game for him statistically, but that was a pretty good drive for him, and he's up 5 catches, 36 yards, and now he has a touchdown, and he's obviously another one that's gone off. He's had touchdowns in his last couple games against the Bucs, I believe, or 2 of his last 3 games, I should say, against Tampa Bay. He's had really good production. So, yeah, the defense still, I think, a lot to figure out, man, before, especially considering what's next on the schedule. And even this game, man, it's not over yet, and Matt Ryan's shown to be effective, and it's back to an 11-point game. So still a 2-score game for sure, and the Bucs offense has been hot, but now they've got to keep their foot on the pedal, and there's just plenty of concerns, and namely, I think, pass rush not being able to finish is such a big problem in this game. Like, if you sack Matt Ryan there, it's 4th and long. And Devin White, you got to throw down and sack and finish that play. Everything the Bulls drew up was perfect, and they didn't get it done. And I think defensively, there's just a lot of concerns right now, obviously with the injured corners being a part of it if Jamel Dean's going to miss some time as well.
Yeah, no kidding. And on that 4th down play, they did switch to tight man coverage and then send the house. They had just their 2 corners playing one-on-one. The Falcons did a great job there. Basically, what they were trying to do is make it look like a slant flat. So the outside receiver running a slant, the inside guy running a flat route. But what they actually did is they faked that flat route, and then he cut right back in. So they ended up having double slants. And I think that was Cockrell that gave up the touchdown. He was just out leveraged there on that route. Yeah. Just had no chance after that fake.
Right. Good concept. I mean, honestly, not going to take away from Atlanta in that way for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough at that point when giving up 4 yards or whatever it is a failure, right? Or 10 or whatever it was there. It was a pretty short game. Like the guy
don't give up 7 yards the 3rd and 10. That's the key.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Don't let them get all the way down there so easily in the first place.
Uncontested. Yeah. Uncontested free yardage underneath, that's a hard part of it though. Yeah. Let's see. Bucs offense now will get a chance to go, obviously, and try and see if they can respond.
Yep. Game's not over yet.
Right. 28-17 lead for the Bucs, 6:35 left in the 3rd quarter. And this is the spots where the offense that they've hit, can they consistently keep it rolling? That's always been the issue with this team is consistency. As Mickens fields it and returns it from just inside the end zone, and he's going to get back to the 23-yard line, it looks like. So that's where the Bucs offense will take over 1st and 10 from the 23, and they've got to keep winging it. I got to keep ripping it. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't slow down here. Not time yet. But hey, seeing one name come up a lot in the YouTube chat, and that's Sherman. So Bucs fans
we'll see
starting to make some requests.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't know whether that will be a possibility or not. They've reached out to it.
Scotty Miller and Tyler Johnson out there. Why would you ever have
interesting 4 wide receivers start, and they go screen to Fournette, who brings it upfield, and the ball was punched out there, I believe, is scramble for it, and it goes out of bounds. Fournette fumbling now, and geez,
oh my goodness.
It just feels like if a Bucs running back can screw something up at a key moment in the game, they really tried to, and that was a gain of a couple. Now it's going to be a loss of a couple, I believe. So that's really bad. I mean, that was 2nd and 6 maybe there as Leonard tries to go sideways instead of going up the field. Then now it's 3rd and 12 or 2nd and 12. Sorry.
So I mean,
an obvious pass situation now.
Leftwich, what he was trying to do there is trying to get them in a lighter personnel and then take that little screen underneath, trying to make it look like a pass.
Right. Brady throws underneath or down the field in a great play by A.J. Terrell getting back in zone coverage to tip that one away at the last second. It's going to be 3rd and 12 now and in danger of going very quickly with the 3 and out here for the Bucs offense. 3rd and 12 from their own 21-yard line. And one of the bigger plays in the game about to go on right now. A.J. Terrell is down now for the Falcons, their best corner.
Great
play in zone coverage there.
As the cloud corner, they're trying to take that whole shot again up the field on the sideline on the verticals.
Yeah.
So it's pretty interesting. It seems like we're seeing more cover 2 from the Falcons this week. Last week was a ton of single high from what I can remember. And whereas here against the Buccaneers makes perfect sense. They're trying to take away. They're trying to focus on the pass a little more basically. And again, the Bucs running 4 verticals to try to take advantage of cover 2. It's not really the best coverage defensively against 4 verticals because you can rip that shot at times up the sideline, but it is a difficult throw, and the corner just made a great play.
Yeah, they did. And the safety got over there too, and I wonder if that throw could have come out quicker if he was going to go there. That's one you don't want to be late on for sure with the safety looming.
Right,
and
for sure.
Arizona and Minnesota locked in a crazy game right now. This is it. Big situation for Tampa Bay, obviously, 28-17, and you're in that disadvantageous 3rd and 12 situation. And this is where you don't want to be offensively, but it starts with Atlanta, right? You go into your manageable 2nd and 6, create exactly where you want to be, pretty close to where you want to be. And now you're yourself because of the fumble, and you end up backed up, and now you're in pass obvious situations on 2nd and 3rd down with an 11-point lead, just a really bad spot to be in. Again, the ability to take care of business and close things out and get out of your own way, just not in this team's DNA right now, at least not in the regular season. We continue to see this roller coaster ride, and everybody's still figuring it out. I get that, and certainly no dominant team in the NFC has emerged. As Brady on 3rd and 12, back to pass, and here's the pass rush coming, and he's going to be knocked down and sacked. Didn't look like bad protection, but maybe nobody open there, and the pass rush kind of overwhelmed him, and he takes the sack. And so now the Bucs are going to punt, and they're going to do so from pretty deep in their own end. So probably going to get decent field position here for the Atlanta offense. The late twist, but Brady was kind of off his angle a little bit at that point and probably could have gotten rid of that ball.
But probably better not to risk it, right? If you're trying to get rid of it and maybe end up fumbling or something like that.
Yeah, could have been a little bit better by the offensive line, but not sure I'd necessarily blame anybody. Are they taking an intentional delay of game here, or what is the situation? What are they doing? Why would you want to be backed up 5 more yards here? It's 4th and 20. There's no question you're punting. Why would you be late to anything on that? That just is really strange. I can't understand why you would be even slightly late to make any type of call there. You know you're punting. I mean, you know it's likely from the outset. Like there's no question. And now you're even further back in your own end. His Pinion does get off a good kick. Not a great kick. He'll fielded near midfield and quickly brought down as Avery Williams, but he's in Bucs territory right away. Right. So Falcons going to start this drive 45 yards from the end zone. So everything that you shouldn't do, the Bucs offense kind of doing in this one in terms of mistakes that they keep self-inflicting ones. This should be well over 30, 40 points in this game, and they continue to leave it on the table. And it becomes, at some point, Paul, you are kind of what you are, and that's obviously this team put it together for the Super Bowl run, and that's commendable. But then we come back to this season, the new season, and it's a lot of the same mistakes in terms of self-inflicted stuff. And you wonder, can you cut that stuff out in big when it matters? And we might have a really close finish here. We'll see what happens. But can they eliminate that kind of stuff, from their game, from their DNA? Because none of it is quarterback based. That's really what's frustrating. Like the guy that touches the ball the most doesn't do any of this stuff. It's everybody else that kind of it feels like they can't quite get it together in these situations. How are you taking a delayed game penalty there? That's just that's inexcusable stuff, really.
But I mean, like you said, it's the self-inflicted stuff, and you can only imagine what it would look like if they cleaned it up. But the crazy thing is, they're so good even without having cleaned up, right? We've barely played more than 2 quarters, and they have 28 points, right? It's been 2.5 quarters, whatever. But it could still be even better, which is crazy. And it wouldn't take a lot in terms of cleaning up. But it is really fascinating. I am curious to see what it looks like. I mean, Brady, as far as him not being the guy to make mistakes, you're absolutely right. Maybe he was a half step late on that whole shot, but not really. He took his 3-step drop, reset, and fired. It's not like he hung on to the ball and then threw it late deep. It was just a good play and read by Terrell more than anything. But it is a lot of everything around him, which is interesting. Not to try to absolve him of all blame and say that everyone else is letting him down. It's a great team around him.
Right. It's just surprising. Yeah. It's surprising because most of the time when you have a team that way, the quarterback is contributing because they touch the ball. They're contributing to those mistakes kind of, but it really has not, for the most part, been that way for the Bucs, even last year when those mistakes were happening. There's certainly a lot to clean up.
It's rare to see a mistake-filled team like this where the quarterback is not one of the big reasons that they're so mistake heavy, which is really true. I mean, it's a great point. You think about the Jameis teams, and those ones are a little more understandable, right? Where it's the quarterback who's inflicting so many of the mistakes.
Right, for sure. Here's first down for Atlanta from the 46-yard line of Tampa Bay. So already great field position. As Ryan pitches out to the right, and Mike Davis is going to take this carry. Whitehead knocks him out of bounds, but he's going to gain about 8 yards. And so right away they're threatening again. 2nd and 2 now for the Falcons.
We did see tighter coverage there, still at a single high, but it's really rare that you see a team gain the edge like that against the Bucs.
Yep, these crack tosses are working a little bit for Atlanta today as they go to 2nd and 2 here now from the Bucs 38-yard line.
But hey, I mean, just like that last drive, 13-play drive by the Falcons, they're not being impatient. They're sticking with their game.
Right. And you've got, looks like a false start there. Might be Jalen Mayfield, who moved left guard, who has played solid compared to what was last week for him. Again, can the Bucs pass rush change this game? You have 2nd and 7 here. You have 3rd and 7. These are almost certainly both going to be passes. Can the Bucs pass rush change the game? You're here on the fringe of field goal range here. Can they change the game with a play? That's going to be the key. Do they blitz? How do they play this up front? Here's Ryan from the shotgun on 2nd and 7, 3:45 and counting left in the 3rd quarter. He throws underneath, knocked down by Jason Pierre-Paul at the line of scrimmage. So there's a 3rd and 7, and we'll see what happens.
It seems like the only guys breaking up passes are the defensive line, right? Everything else, if it gets to the
corners aren't close enough.
No, I mean
corners aren't close enough to anyone.
That's right. They're back to giving a huge cushion on that 2nd down play.
Yeah, I mean, so 3rd and 7, and here's a huge play in the game. No question about it. This is that territory for Atlanta where they're probably, unless they take a sack, or they're probably going for it on 4th down. So important not to give up much if you're the Bucs here, and they are playing a little bit tighter across the board. Mike Edwards in the slot again. 3rd and 7 for Atlanta. Ryan back to pass. Shaq Barrett broke up immediately, but a blown coverage is Calvin Ridley. Did he step out of bounds? He's going to be tackled down at the 22-yard line. Where are they going to mark him here? I don't think he stepped out of bounds. Blown coverage. Nobody was underneath. Ryan, easy, even though Shaq Barrett won immediately. Easy completion underneath for Matt Ryan. Shaq Barrett immediately beat Caleb McGarry with a spin move. Cannot win faster than that as a pass rusher. And still they blow the coverage and allow a long catch and run. Just crazy. As Ridley did get upfield for a big gain there, and they're going to mark him.
No one there in the middle.
Yeah. Bucs 21-yard line, it looks like. So here's 1st and 10. Ryan under center, the handoff. So they're still trying to run this thing, and Matt Davis is going to gain maybe a yard as Devin White's there for a stop. So 2nd and 9 or 8 coming up here as the Falcons are in the red zone. It's so crazy. They've had so much easy production in the passing game, and the clock, it's not an issue, but that how many times you've got with Tom Brady on the other end, time is going to be an issue in this game, and still trying to get it done on the ground. Matt Ryan, 26 of 34 for 255 yards, a touchdown.
And I don't even think it's a game state situation. I think the Falcons are intentionally passing more than they would have otherwise. and it's because of how the Bucs play.
Right. There's pressure right away from Devin White, somehow still caught by Calvin Ridley, and Carlton Davis makes the tackle, and there's a flag down. Yeah. It's going downhill quickly for the Bucs defense right now.
I think this will be holding against Carlton, is my guess.
Yeah, Ryan threw up a floater there to Ridley underneath.
Yeah, you don't love this where you're really inviting teams to pass against you so much because you're so committed to taking away the run. You'd like to see them ease up a little bit schematically against the run.
Yes, this is going to be a personal foul on Carlton Davis for a face mask. So, man, this is the book on shooting yourself in the foot is the Bucs.
Yeah,
I mean, this is 2 weeks in a row, just really incredible. And there's easy call. Bad face mask grab by Carlton Davis. And again, because of the injuries, Carlton Davis has to be in the slot against a route runner like Calvin Ridley. So it's just really, really hard stuff and hard to defend. So 1st and 10 now for Atlanta. 2 minutes or close clock winding, close to 2 minutes left in the third quarter. The Falcons from the 7-yard line of Tampa Bay. Ryan from the shotgun. 3 receivers to his left. Kyle Pitts to his right.
You got man coverage here.
Man coverage here. Ryan again escapes the pocket, flips to Cordarrelle Patterson underneath, and he runs into the end zone untouched for the touchdown. So Matt Ryan is destroying the Bucs defense and destroying the Bucs pass rush. Just amazing how many sacks he's eluded today for a guy who is probably maybe the least elusive starting quarterback in the league. And this defense is pitiful right now.
Well, maybe the guy on the other sideline might be a little less elusive, but brutal second half here for the Bucs on both sides of the ball. At least the offense has a touchdown, but the defense has 2 drives and they've given up 2 touchdowns. Oh no, sorry, the first drive defensively they had the interception leading to that offensive touchdown, but after then, disaster kind of for both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and that one nobody even cut. I mean, so many of these are just blown coverages. You know, you could talk about players not being good enough, and we see some of that, but a lot of this is just blown coverages as the Falcons line up for an obviously huge 2-point conversion now, and they hand the ball off. No, Matt Ryan's going to keep it and score. So with his legs, unbelievable as the Bucs defense just gets absolutely carved up all the way down the field, and it's 28-25 with 1:45 left in the third quarter. The Bucs are officially let Atlanta all the way back into this one with a really pitiful performance on defense.
Absolutely, and this is really, when you're a great team like the Bucs and you have Super Bowl expectations, you need to be blowing out lesser opponents. And quite frankly, the Cowboys, they're a good team, but they count as a lesser opponent. The Falcons most certainly do. And now this is 2 weeks in a row where it really feels like the game is a lot closer than it ought to be. So, what happens when you play a team like the Rams or when you play, a Green Bay or one of these top tier teams?
And you've got another issue now is Jaden Mickens is questionable to return with a hip injury. And so who's going to be handling returns for the Bucs? How's that going to go on the kickoffs? That's another adventure here. And we'll see if the Falcons kick it off in a way to test them. But disappointing start to the season for Todd Bowles and this Bucs defense. Devin White knows it. He's clearly frustrated, but they're in danger. They've already given up over 25 points in both games. Scott Miller catches a short kick at the 15-yard line. He's got some speed, obviously, runs around the outside, could have gotten straight up the field, but ends up with a pretty decent return out to the 32-yard line. And so the Bucs offense will take over there. They've got to get something going. The defense is reeling right now. Hard to trust them at all if they have to come back out on the field right now. Bucs offense got to take control of this game with a drive right here.
Yeah, I think you're going to see the Bucs trying to go under center again, probably start off with a run. I feel pretty confident. I have a feeling here that they're going to start with a run, but I think overall we'll see them get back to their play action stuff down the field. We're going to see them stay aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Brady has turned 4 touchdowns for the second straight week, and they're in a game like this one. It's just a lot on the quarterback. As play action, Brady goes underneath to Ronald Jones, who could have gotten the first down and opts to go out of bounds short and shied away from a cornerback in his face.
That definitely broke my ankles there, at least mentally. I'll give him that.
What are you doing, man? And Mike Evans is down now. Looking at his right ankle. So we'll see what this is. But Ronald Jones, what are you doing there, buddy? That's a prime opportunity to get a first down, and you're letting a corner who didn't even come up and touch you dictate terms against you. And it looks like Evans maybe a cramp. Didn't look like he turned it or anything.
Yeah.
But now you've got a 2nd and 1, and I know it's 2nd and 1, and you should still win in these situations, but it's more the mindset there rather than how it hurts the team for Ronald Jones. Like, you're getting your chance to come into the game to catch a pass. You're in this competition with Leonard Fournette, and you're not putting your shoulder down there and finish.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Put your shoulder down, get that first down. There's no excuse for that.
Yeah, really, really, really disappointing stuff from Ronald Jones.
The commentary team is also speculating that it's cramps. They're saying it's really hot there. Kind of looked like a rolled ankle to me, possibly, but I don't know.
Yeah, Ronald Jones. How did you not get that first down?
Oh, my.
Clear path for Ronald Jones to get the first down, and he tries to bounce way outside there and gets tackled short of the first down. So now 3rd and 1 coming up. He is openly shying away from contact here. Well, is he healthy? Do you know where the first
down? Point. That's he's openly shying away from contact. Very well put. I mean, he's got that explosive.
What is follow Chris Godwin, and it's a first down?
That's right. Yeah,
just blew the play.
And this is
totally blew the play.
This is usually now a strength of Rojo, is seeing the holes.
Yeah.
I mean, but if he can't do that, then you got to just put in Fournette.
Quick throw, and it's low for Tyler Johnson, incomplete. So 3rd and 1. And it looked like Johnson stepped back away from the ball, maybe a little too quick. Brady did put it low. We'll see what the Bucs do here now. This is from their own 41-yard line, 4th and 1. And suddenly, a lot on the line here.
They're going for it.
Tyler Johnson definitely shied away from that. He did catch that. No, that's really close to whether he caught it or not. But he didn't get the first down anyway, so it doesn't even matter. He backed up away from that maybe too early.
This is not a common thing in the NFL, I think, to go for here, but I do think the analytics would favor going for it.
And yes, right. And Ronald Jones gets it 5 yards on 4th and 1, and he gets the first down. Going to Ronald Jones again there after those 2 plays. I'm sorry, that's crazy. After the way he just played the last 2, that's nuts. But great block by Tampa.
The Falcons selling out for that A gap there, but then that left a big hole in the B gap, it looked like, for Rojo on that run. But they had both tackles right up on the center there, not giving up anything, right up the middle.
Right. 1st and 10 now for the Bucs at their own 46-yard line. End of the 3rd quarter. So going to the 4th quarter here now, the Bucs up 28-25. They were up 28-10 in complete control, and they did what they do, making mistakes, letting the Falcons back in the game, letting them march all over the Bucs defense and go down the field and score back-to-back drives. And so now the Bucs have to answer on offense, and that is pulling teeth for them. That was completely, again, its design is great. People want to be frustrated, but Ronald Jones is a wide open underneath catch for a first down if he puts his shoulder down. Then they block it up perfectly, and he could get the first down. He blows the play and tries to bounce outside unnecessarily, completely missed the hole. And then you've got a 3rd down, your receiver backing up away from it. Maybe Brady left it a little low, but he's backing up, trying to get out of there too early, I think. And just it's the same stuff. It's the self-inflicted, the details. And obviously picking up the first down and being aggressive there, I like a lot, Paul, but it's just scary stuff from a team that should be way, way better than this.
Absolutely, yeah. And like I said, the main concern is really, to me, about what happens when you play the best teams. If you can't blow out the weaker teams, right? I mean, the Eagles, for crying out loud, blew out this team. There's no reason for the Bucs, as the Super Bowl champs, to be letting the Falcons hang around like this, especially when it's not as if the Falcons have played all that great. The Falcons have made their own fair share of mistakes, from that interception, from that
penalties,
from the penalties, from that on the goal line situation where they had the wildcat formation and they, drop the ball and lose a bunch of yards. So it's not as if you can just say the Falcons are playing some flawless game. The Falcons are just taking what's there schematically and taking advantage of the Buccaneers' mistakes.
Yeah, it's absolutely a problem right now, no question about it. And the offense, 54 yards away from the end zone, they might have to put one in the end zone to finish this one off with the way the defense is playing right now. They have to put 1 or 2 more in. You don't know.
I absolutely agree. I was going to say a bit ambitious with just the one to say that's going to end it. But.
Yeah. And I believe the Bucs are obviously trying to score 30 points in this game for what would be the 9th straight game. I'm trying to think if that's a record or not. I believe Scott had that information. I don't know if he's listening to us and could text, but
I think that,
it's something like
tied,
that. I think
they're tied with the 2007 and 2011 Patriots, I think it was, for the most wins in a row with 30 points in every game. And I think this one would be for the record.
Yeah. So 1st and 10 for the Bucs, and will they keep trying to? Will Ronald Jones keep getting the football here? I mean, at this point, you were handing it to a guy who
Mike
just
Evans
did
is
not
back
feel
in the game,
confident.
so that's great.
Yeah, and Evans back in the game. After that, it looked like a cramp. Brady under center, and the handoff is going to be to Jones, who bounces outside again and picks up a few yards there. But
nice gain of 6 or 7.
Yeah, it leaves you in these tough spots as blockers because you don't. Yeah, and it's the flag and it's holding on Gronkowski, and this one's coming back, and now you're in and it's self-inflicted stuff, but also Gronkowski thinks you're going inside and you're bouncing outside. So it's just frustrating stuff again. It's hard to blame Gronk
completely. About that, John. What is it that's difficult for Gronk there? If he thinks it's going inside, but it's going outside.
He's trying to turn that defender out, and then all of a sudden Rojo's running outside of him, and the defender's pulling away from him, and he's expecting the defender trying to get inside of him. And so it's kind of like an instinct thing to stay on your block, but you kind of got to let the guy go. And here's Brady on play action over the middle and to an off target for Gronkowski. I think he expected Gronk to bend that inside maybe a little bit, and it just didn't happen at all. So it's going to be 2nd and 20, and now you're in a situation where offensively you needed an easier play on 1st down probably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. It seemed like it's just a little bit of an execution thing, but they're going for it. That looked like go. Hard to tell if he should have bent it or not against man coverage there. It's going to depend on the safeties.
Yeah, and so we've got now 2nd and 20, and Ronald Jones blows the block and gets Brady sacked. And why is he in the game? I mean, why is he in the game? You are like, is Giovanni Bernard healthy? Is he still the best pass protecting back in the game? I mean, it defies logic why Ronald Jones is still in this game at this point. I mean, this has been an atrocious drive.
We're both on board for Ronald Jones starting, but that is just abysmal, like as far as pass protection goes. And in a situation like this, whether or not Jones is starting, it makes no sense for Giovanni Bernard not to be the back in the passing situation. And now 3rd and 28. I mean, I'd be surprised if this isn't just a draw or a screen or something.
Yeah, quick underneath to Giovanni Bernard, who picks up gain of about 10, and it'll just make for a better field position. But man, that drive, the whole story of it is about Ronald Jones derailing it. I mean, it does not get much worse than that and much more difficult to watch from that from a running back. And again, it's the Bucs. I keep going back to this. The Bucs are so way too good, way too many good players to be able to leave their offense in the hands of one of the most up and down, all around just you never know what to expect. Why is he out there for this team in these situations when you have 2 other backs you obviously feel better about in those spots? Here's a punt from Bradley Pinion. Unbelievable punt by Bradley Pinion. Wow.
Well, happy to see that for sure. But it's so mind-blowing because this was, the passing game running back was their biggest weakness last year on offense. Mm-hmm. And it seemed like they had the perfect solution for it in the offseason. And it's so hard to even conceptualize why they would not be using him, why he's used so sparingly. I just don't get it. I would love to get some sort of answer.
Yeah, it is absolutely befuddling to me, man, that they would not trust him more in these situations where it just seems obvious that he is the guy and his pass protection would help this team, and yet they just aren't going to him. And not only that, is Leonard Fournette hurt? Like what? I just don't understand why Ronald Jones is in the game in those situations.
Contact and scared of fumbling.
It's hard.
I wonder if it's that because he got benched for that, kind of last week. But I think your observation about avoiding contact on that burst down was really good because it can be kind of easy to miss, because he did pick up 9 and it's easy to look at as a good play. And I'm kind of just curious from a PFF standpoint if that's going to reflect in his grades, because overall, I think Rojo as of right now is going to have a horrible grade. And I'm just curious to see what it would be.
Yeah, should. He's been, hard to justify that. Hard to justify anything about that last drive, man. I mean, that was, it goes beyond just pure performance. And to just, man, what are you thinking in those situations? Like that's, yeah, I don't know.
It's the players, man. Like last year, you could at times point fingers at the coaching staff, at least on offense. But Leftwich has been fantastic. There's nothing more you could ask from him.
Right. I agree completely. Never should be in this situation, but now it's 28-25. The Bucs lead still with 13:04 left in the game, and Atlanta's got a chance driving from deep in their own territory thanks to a great front punt from Bradley Pinion. They've got a chance to drive down the field and take the lead or tie this game with a field goal, take the lead with a touchdown. The way they've been cruising, can't roll out anything. And we'll see how pass-heavy they go in this game so far. Matt Ryan, 29 of 37, 275 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Kyle Pitts has 5 catches for 73 yards. Calvin Ridley, 7 for 63. Patterson, 4 for 57. Russell Gage, 4 for 26 for Atlanta. So plenty of time for Atlanta, obviously, to be able to make their stand. If you're the Bucs defense, man, field position is huge here, right? You're going to need more points to win this game. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. So how do you play and handle this situation backed up with Atlanta backed up on their own end? 1st and 10, Ryan under center, I formation behind him. Takes the snap, fakes it. It's going to be play action. JPV with his hands up over the middle, but a dump off to Davis gets about 7 yards. Again, more tackle from Devin White, and Davis is able to pick up a few more yards than he should have to get them into a really advantageous second down situation. So 2nd and 2 now.
See, that's the short game there is a little different than when you just give it up easily in the flat. Like that one is not 7 yards. Yeah, the offense will take that, but you didn't just hand it to them so easily, right? Yeah. Whereas the situations where the cornerback is playing like 12 yards off, that's a little more frustrating in my opinion.
Right. That's I agree with you completely. And here we got a 2nd and 2. Again, the tackling though, tackle underneath. Can you tackle? That's huge. And the Bucs have just done such a poor job of that. There's a short pass. Cordarrelle Patterson is hauled down. He broke Carlton Davis's tackle, but he still picked up a yard. He's going to be short of the first down. So it is 3rd and 1 here for the Atlanta offense. And this is a huge play. Obviously, 3rd and 1's a tough spot, but if you could stop him here and force a punt, you obviously can have pretty solid field position offensively, you'd think. In a game like this, that's
continuing to rush 4, which I think is the right decision because blitzing is not really going to help when Ryan is getting rid of the ball pretty quickly on these underneath gains.
Right. You can't cover. And there's a huge stop in the backfield by Raheem Nunez-Roches. Broke through on 3rd and 1 and dropped Patterson as he got the handoff. And that's going to bring up a 4th and 4. And the Falcons are going to punt this one away, man. Taking the ball. I know it's 3rd and 1, but you haven't run the ball well all game and taking it out of Matt Ryan's hands there. What a play by Raheem Nunez-Roches. Ripping through the left guard, it looked like there.
Game-changing play. Was that
right tackle? I'm sorry. Caleb McGarry rips through, and he makes the tackle in the backfield for a loss of 3. Huge play, and the Falcons will have to punt.
Right.
And here's the punt.
Caleb McGarry, I think that was their pick last year, right? Was he the one that
you were 2 years ago, first-round pick. Yeah, late first-round pick. This is his 3rd season now.
And
this is his 3rd season now. Yeah.
Was he the one that you had a much lower grade on than?
Yes, I had a 5th-round grade on him. They took him at the end of the 1st round.
Right.
Yeah, good memory value. Yeah, that's not worked out well for them. So here we go. The Bucs now taking over from going to be great field position here from the Atlanta 43, I believe is where they're marking this. And so big first down play call here, right? Been behind the sticks a lot when you've not been successful offensively. Big first down play call here. Got to get something productive to get things going here. 28-25, the Bucs lead. 10:53 left in this game. They've got a 1st and 10 at the Atlanta 43-yard line, trying to take back control of this game after the Bucs were up 28-10 in complete control early in the second half. This is so reminiscent of the Packers game, by the way, in the playoffs. I feel like it's so reminiscent of that, where they went up, turnover right at the beginning of the second half, right? Jordan Whitehead and forcing, and then they go up. Right. Was it 28-10? It was something real similar to that.
At halftime, I think it was.
Right out of the half. They scored, I think it was 28. It was 28. It was real close to this score. Brady back to pass on play action, deep downfield. Mike Evans makes the catch inside the 20-yard line, gets popped, hangs on to the football. He's down to the 17-yard line there.
Great catch. Way to climb the ladder. I mean, Evans, it's such a luxury as a quarterback. He's got a massive catch radius, right? You put it anywhere around him, and you can throw it high if you want to.
Great throw by Brady.
That looked like a wide cross concept where Cam Brate is coming in on the cross route, and then Mike Evans is on the dig route behind him. So it's a 1-2 read. First, you read the cross route. If that's taken, then you go to the dig. Typically, there should be an opening against zone, though I think on that play, the Falcons might have been in man, and it's just a quarterback and a receiver being better than the defense.
Right. Here's Brady from under center. Play action again. Now it goes underneath to Leonard Fournette, who makes the catch, stiff arms a man, and can't make any more tackles. The Falcons gang tackle him about 5 yards short of the first down, I want to say there. So it's going to bring up 2nd and 5 for the Bucs from the Atlanta 12-yard line. So again, another opportunity in the red zone to finish. Bucs are 3 for 4 in the red zone. The only mistake was on the penalty, Ryan Jensen, the personal foul, and then you had the set strip sack by Donovan Smith. So they came up empty on that one. But now a chance with 2nd and 5 from the Atlanta 12-yard line to extend this, make this a 10-point game if they can get in the end zone here. Brady from the shotgun drops back to pass. Pressure coming. He releases the ball. Great throw to Godwin in the back corner of the end zone for a touchdown. Leaping grab by Chris Godwin and a perfectly placed ball by Tom Brady. The Bucs are back up 9 with the extra point coming, Paul.
So that looked like a little a corner route from the slot and from the number 1 AB, a pivot route, I want to say. So just a high-low read. It's like a variation off of their off of Oki, but it's not actually Oki. They lined up completely differently, but just a great execution there.
Wow. 5 touchdowns for Tom Brady. Evans has 2. Gronkowski has 2. Godwin got that one there. That was a great throw by Brady, throwing open Godwin there in the back corner of the end zone. And the Bucs are back up 35-25 as Suckup remains perfect on the day. 9:18 left in the game, and we'll see if the Bucs defense can put a nail in the coffin of this one. But they've had their struggles, but it was a big stand to be able to force the punt there and get the ball back with great field position. And obviously Brady made him pay after that. And what was my matchup to watch in this one? Godwin, Isaiah Oliver, and there you got man coverage. Oliver wasn't even in bad position when Brady released it, but he just put it high and up top, perfectly placed for Godwin. If he puts that lower, Isaiah Oliver might knock that away, but Brady just an absolute dime of a throw there.
Yeah, unbelievable throw, and obviously you can only have the confidence to make that throw and complete that throw if your receivers are as good as the Bucs receivers are, and Godwin obviously being one of those massive players who can just go up there and make a play for you if you give him a chance. Because not every quarterback has that luxury where you just say, hey, you know what, screw it, I'll put it high, my guy's going to go make a play. But this team obviously does. Unbelievable execution. And you see this every game, and Arians, it's funny. It's in his book. He says that if basically the gist of what he says is if your receivers and quarterback are really good, every play should be a completion. It's like, no shit, Bruce. But what does that tell you about your scheme? But he's like, if the receivers run their routes perfectly and they win their matchup and the quarterback throws a good ball, every pass should be completed. No kidding.
Right. Right. We know. We know. They've got a lot to put together, Paul, but this team on offense can be so good. Yeah. I mean, they have now, especially because schematically, when they get play action working, when they've got a lot of the answers that they've got to pressure. The quick game we haven't even seen much of today, but they have that as an answer to pressure. They didn't have that at the beginning of last season. When they don't beat themselves and they don't commit penalties, it's just crazy what they're capable of. Is now Matt Ryan has another opportunity here from the 25-yard line from shotgun. 4-man rush for the Bucs. He throws underneath Russell Gage, and it's a quick tackle. Antoine Winfield came downhill, and Russell Gage is down and in pain, and so is Hayden Hurst. Might have been a collision there. Gage looked like he was upset at someone, but
it looked like whoever made that tackle from the Bucs kind of grabbed Gage by the foot or the ankle, and that might have been the reason for that injury. But I think you were bang on just before the snap there when you're talking about having more answers to blitzes. And that is an absolute huge one where they at times had miscommunications against the blitz last year. And even despite that, were the 4th most effective team passing against the blitz. And now they have more answers to that. But not only against the blitz, you have more time to work out answers against all sorts of different coverages. So this really should be a way more complete team if they can clean up those penalties. And they managed to put up 35 already with those mistakes. So, it can be incomprehensibly good, this offense.
Right, for sure. Hey, a reminder to everybody, today's show, as Russell Gage is getting looked at, today's show brought to you by Celsius energy drinks. You might need one of these because you got to stay with us. The post-game podcast is going to be live probably about 45 minutes after this game ends. We got to take care of some content, some written content for pewterreport.com. As soon as this game ends, you have most impressive, most disappointing going up on the site. You'll have the game recap going up on the site. You'll have lots of content going out on the site right away. Then we'll get to the pressers and everything done. Then we'll have our post-game content, post-game podcast coming to you as well. More about that in a second as Ryan still going play action, goes underneath to Mike Davis. A quick tackle. Winfield missed the tackle, actually, and Jason Pierre-Paul comes down to wrap him up on the hustle play. And now a little bit of conversation after the play between JPP and Mike Davis. And they have some words.
Actually, by the way, did respect the run on that play fake. They did bite.
Yeah. Funny. I don't know why at this point. I mean,
yeah.
I guess you got to be aware of everything probably, but Falcons trying to go some hurry up here, and JPP is fired up right now. 3rd and 4 for Atlanta. Matt Ryan trying to get everybody in gear here. And you've got Ryan coming to the line of scrimmage from the gun. 3rd and 4. Bucs lead by 10. Clock winding near 8 minutes left in the game. Ryan takes the snap from the shotgun. Bucs coming, 5-man pressure. Devin White on the blitz. Tipped and intercepted by Mike Edwards on his way to the crib. And he's going to score, Paul. And they're going to go up 41-25 with 7:53 left in the game. The ball hawk, Mike Edwards, gets it done with the pick six. Got to play him, man. Keep playing him. Keep him out on the field.
That's right.
What a play.
And he's the guy you've been touting for the 3 safety sets because of how good Mike Edwards is, and you want him out there. And, of course, even Cockrell coming in as a potential safety, probably needed more as a corner now with their depth. But there are some bright spots in this secondary. Make no mistake about it. There's talent there. They just don't always get the opportunity to shine, but great clutch play here by the entire defense, creating pressure, interception from Mike Edwards.
Yeah, and that's a great play. He jumped it there too. And Matt Ryan sunk up. Oh no, he missed the extra point. That was on me. I just said he remained perfect on the season on the last kick. I'll take that one. That was my fault. But a great play by Mike Edwards. And that's what he does. He's a turnover machine. You have to play him. You cannot keep him on the sideline. Injuries have pushed him into this game, but he's got to be out on the field. If it's in the nickel, whatever, it's great. If it's a safety, whatever you got to do. If you'd like Winfield to keep playing free safety, but Mike Edwards, it's just too many times. He had 2 interceptions last year in the regular season, and he only played like 170 snaps. And he had a 3rd interception against the Raiders called back due to another iffy neutral zone infraction by Shaq Barrett. So and then in the playoffs, a pick, and he is the tip ball that results in the Antoine Winfield pick in the Super Bowl. Obviously picked off Breeze at the end, and so that you cannot keep a guy like that on the sideline. You've got to play a guy like that, Paul.
So, John, you're saying that you would like to even see Mike Edwards potentially as playing a nickel corner position. Is that right?
Yes. Yep, I want to see him in the nickel. Even if Jamal Dean's good to go against the Rams, I want to see Edwards in the nickel and Whitehead and Winfield at safety. I said that before this game. I felt like it was the right play. We haven't seen a ton of Edwards out there to know kind of what he's capable of. But right now, you have teams that are picking you apart underneath. You need a playmaker like that who can jump things and make things happen. That's not Carlton Davis's specialty. Even though the Aaron Rodgers pick six, it's not Jamal Dean's pick specialty either. This is where you need a guy like that around. If everybody's going to pick you up underneath, where's your underneath playmaker defensively? That's why I want Winfield closer to the line of scrimmage too, if they can do that. But then Edwards would have to be high. So one of those two guys to me has to be closer to the line of scrimmage. If it's Edwards, that's great. I haven't seen enough of either of them in the slot to know, but Edwards is the guy that gets more reps in practice in the slot. And he obviously made it work there, and I think he's got to be your answer against the Rams. If you put Cockrell and Dean out there together, it's not your best 5 DBs.
Right. That's fascinating analysis. I mean, if Edwards is that solution kind of closer to the line of scrimmage, I think that makes perfect sense, especially given, in my opinion, Winfield is so good as that free safety, as that roaming safety, that I'm inclined not to take him away from there, even though I totally get why you'd want to. And if Mike Edwards can be that guy instead, that seems like the best of both worlds.
Right. For sure. That's what you want is your best 5 on the field, especially if Edwards is trained and knows the slot. He played in the slot at Kentucky, so he has that experience. He was one of the smartest players and a captain at Kentucky, so he can handle the communication, I'm sure, that it takes to play there, which is a big part of it. He's an active run defender. He comes up, tackles, hits, he's not an elite tackler by any stretch, but he can tackle around the line of scrimmage. It's a lot easier to tackle around the line of scrimmage and in the flat than it is to tackle in space. That's for sure. So, I think that that's something that needs to be said here as well. As it's 41-25, the Bucs have a chance to salt this one away. Falcons going to go back on offense here first. Matt Ryan, there was pressure here, by the way, by Will Golston. Should point that out. Devin White, got pressure. And you see Devin White's eyes there, right? He's not even going for Ryan. He's trying to draw the running back, hit the guard in his. So Will Golston's got clear path. Did his job perfectly. Yep, did his job perfectly. Golston comes right off of him and gets the hit on Ryan. Ryan has to throw it quick. And the Bucs finally jump the quick game.
Yeah, great vision there to see what White was doing. Like you said, not even trying to go after the pass rusher, just opening up the lane there. That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's how they drew it up. Did his job and helped his teammate out. And Winfield makes the tackle after a gain of 9, maybe they're 10 yards. I think they're going to give it the first down. So 1st and 10 for Atlanta. They're going quick, obviously. Clock winding near 7.5 minutes left in this one, and Falcons down 41-25. Taking a lot of time, though, here. Matt Ryan going under center with 2 tight ends on the field, so still operating at 12 personnel, and they just handed it off to Mike Davis. What?
I've somehow fallen a decent bit behind you now.
Oh, are you?
Like I want to say like
weird.
4 or 5 seconds.
Oh, okay, 4 or 5 seconds. Okay, I thought you meant a couple plays.
No,
but yeah, so Mike Davis with a carry of 2 yards there, and the clock is still winding at 1 yard. Clock is winding as a result of that. And so, Winfield made the tackle there, by the way, I believe, on that play. Clock now under 7 minutes to play. Bucs up 16. Falcons from their own 36-yard line. Ryan from the shotgun. 2 receivers, I should say, are out on the field. Looked like a false start there. No call. Mike Davis catches in the flat. Knocked out of bounds quickly by Carlton Davis. Gain of only about 2 yards. And so now it's going to be 3rd and 7 for Atlanta from their own 38-yard line with 6:46, and the clock stopped there on 3rd down.
I've refreshed my stream here, so I think I'm right on with you. They're showing Bowles calling out a play.
Yes,
27
correct. You're
second on the
me.
play clock,
Yes.
26,
Yeah.
25. Yeah.
Michael Quackenbush says false start. Yes, I agree, Michael Quackenbush. I'm glad I wasn't the only one to see it. Yeah, I was very curious. No call. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka in the game at left defensive end right now for the Bucs. Ryan from the shotgun takes the snap. Tryon-Shoyinka trying to corner. Could not. Ryan just gets away. Vita Vea tries to make a tackle in space and can't. Mike Davis getting close to the first down, but did not get there. Good gang tackle. Jordan Whitehead and Levante David in there and haul him down short of the first down. So 4th and 2 maybe here. And obviously Atlanta's going to go for this.
Able to finish because, most of the elite teams or most of the elite quarterbacks, it seems like these days do have escapability. So it's not as like, any great team that you play, they're going to be more elusive than Matt Ryan, their quarterback is, right? So you have to be able to finish against at least him.
Right. And here's Matt Ryan, 4th and 2 from the shotgun. Bucs showing like they might blitz. Is Edwards coming from the slot? No, he drops out. 5-man pressure. Devin White up the middle, incomplete. And Dominican Sue almost had a pick. He dropped into coverage underneath, and that was exactly how they drew it up. Blitz Devin White in, get him in free, and get Matt Ryan to throw quick and see if you can drop Sue out and get a cheap one. And they almost got it. Let's watch this.
Great play
White
by
coming.
the defense to really tighten things up here at the end and potentially to make this lead a lot bigger the way it should have been, possibly able to end the game a lot stronger than kind of how it started.
Wow. Really good finish for the defense after a very, very rough day. And Devin White with the pressure up the middle. Tough day for him. Not his best for sure. I know he'll be the first to go back and be critical of himself, but Brady with the handoff here. Leonard Fournette trying to look for some inside running room, picks up a couple, chopped Wirf's legs out from underneath him there. Let's hope Tristan Wirfs is okay as he gets up a little slowly, and it's 3rd and 7 now. Mickens rolled out, by the way, I believe, for the rest of the game. As now the Bucs with the 2nd and 7, from the Atlanta 40-yard line.
So if Mickens were to miss the next game, do you think it's Darden that gets called up for that position?
That's a good question because Scotty Miller had that last kickoff return, and I think Antonio Brown was back, I believe, on the punt return that which I would have loved to see him get a chance. Brady, quick throw, nothing was there, did take a hit. I knew he didn't want to do that, and he just threw it away quickly underneath. So 3rd and 7 coming up now for the Bucs on offense with 5 minutes left.
Took a huge shot there.
Yeah. Stops the clock there. with
Yeah,
5
I mean, I
minutes
don't
left.
mind being aggressive there.
I don't
trying to
either.
pass,
No, I don't either. Yeah.
play action. It's just Wirfs, I think, got beat right off the snap.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, just watching the replay here. It was Wirfs that got beat.
Huh. Interesting.
Which is
looked like a blown
shocking
call. Yeah. Brady back to pass on 3rd and 7, looking around underneath to Giovanni Bernard. Can he make a man miss in space? He runs away from Foy Oluwakin, gets close to the first down. It's going to be 4th and 1. And this is where I'm saying go for it and put him away. Brady wants to.
Yeah.
This is where I feel like you stay aggressive, go for it, finish this off, right? Well, you're at the 34-yard line. You could kick a 51-yard field goal, or you could go for it and finish the clock for the most part.
Exactly. Just go for it. Just go for it. Brady's pretending he can't hear him, so he can just call his own play.
I wasn't going to say it, but here we go. Vita Vea game.
Oh, fantastic. The super fridge.
And these are the play. You got to be. I mean, this is like a yard and a half. Offset I formation with V. This is like a yard and a half. I don't think this is where the Bucs are at strength as the run game here. No, and Fournette doesn't even come close. Tackled at the line of scrimmage, and yeah, that's bad stuff there. I mean, that was a long time. That was a long yard to go there.
What call would you have liked to see there?
I don't mind running the football, I guess, but I just feel like in the A gaps, look at the way that Atlanta was lined up. Lenny also just missed the hole, though. Look at you could see it on the replay. It was right there.
To the left, right?
He just completely missed it. Yeah. I mean,
but I like the call. I like the process. You live with it. You certainly don't expect 100% conversion rate. That's not the point, but I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a good decision to go for it. You just literally need a guy who can just run into the open space with your eyes open. It is, the Bucs running backs. They will be the death of me. Here's 1st and 10 for Matt Ryan from the gun. From the 34-yard line of Atlanta. Back to pass. Pressure coming late. Tipped way up in the air. Mike Edwards picked it off again. He's going to score again off the deflection. Oh, my goodness.
Edwards coming in as that. It looked like he was playing that slot corner like you wanted him, and he came off with a blitz from the nickel position and recovers for the interception. Unbelievable. And they gave Atlanta the points there, but they'll fix that on the scoreboard.
They'll fix that pretty quickly. Mike Edwards, oh, man, what a show. This is how you finish the game, though. I'll say this. As bad as they were for a lot of the game, the defense is finishing the game the right way. And, again, this is pass obvious, right? It's pass obvious. But Atlanta's been pretty pass obvious for a while. And here's a flag. This is going to be after the play, I believe.
My opponent in fantasy has the Bucs defense. They're making a huge comeback.
Oh, no. The only downside of this is Mike Edwards back-to-back. I wonder when the last time back-to-back pick sixes on back-to-back drives happened for a player.
That's a great question.
Double cornerback blitz there, by the way, from a guy who does not bring corner blitzes a whole lot in Todd Bowles.
That's right.
Carlton Davis tips it up. Edwards, the corner blitzing from the other side, picks it, goes into the end zone with the pick six.
Not only does he not bring corner blitzes often, he hasn't blitzed much this entire game, but the last two drives he has brought it. But a big change of pace. This kind of seems like Bowles said enough of that. I don't care. I'm bringing pressure. But
taunting on Mike Edwards, by the way, for going into the end zone backwards, I guess. No fun league. I guess so. I don't know. But I need to know when the last time that happened. And if anybody hears it on the broadcast, tell me when the last time that happened was that a player had back-to-back pick sixes on back-to-back drives, let alone two in the same game. I mean, that can't have happened very often.
And hey, no way that you can take or keep Edwards off the field now, right? After all this today, you got to get your wish.
You'd be crazy, man, to take that guy off the field. I thought you were crazy going into this year. I mean, the fact that he played more in the playoffs was a big part of why they won, I felt like. He changes plays with games with the plays he makes on the ball.
So recap for me. How did they get him on the field more last year? Was it
they didn't last year? He played like 160 snaps in the regular season. It was crazy.
Playoffs.
In the playoffs, then he played more snaps, I think, in the playoffs than he played all regular season. They played 3 safety looks against the Chiefs were part of it. He played more snaps because of that. Then remember, there was the injuries, right? Whitehead got banged up in the Packers game. Winfield didn't play in the Packers game. So he started that game and played a lot.
I totally forgot that Winfield missed that Packers game.
Mm-hmm.
That was huge.
Yeah. So he played really well in that game too. Remember, he broke up the pass on the goal line. He and Andrew Adams together broke up the pass on the goal line on Aaron Rodgers on that goal line stand where Packers end up settling for the field goal. So
are they
here comes
their backup quarterback?
Yeah, Josh Rosen. We're gonna get a Josh Rosen sighting here, I think, for Atlanta.
Josh Rosen revenge game.
Yeah, and man, the people who took the over are very happy with the way the Bucs defense has stepped up here late. And people who took the Bucs with the line, what was it, 12.5, or what did it end up at 13?
Oh yeah, I know. It's getting awfully close. I mean, or sorry, not awfully close. They're being rewarded for it.
Right.
That's a huge line.
Hey, Josh Rosen, I'm full transparency with you here, Bucs fans. He was my QB1 that year, but not a good draft take for your boy.
Oh no.
Bucs against the Rams next week, 4:00. Reminder to everybody: the Pewter Report post game podcast is going live about 45 minutes after this game ends. We'll have our post game content going up on pewterreport.com. We'll have the pressers, players, and coaches, and all of that, and then the post game podcast will be live, and we will be with you all the way for about an hour after to break down this one and post-game reactions, give out game balls, all that fun stuff as the Falcons still trying to run the rock and the Bucs still struggling to tackle. Mike Davis picks up about 8 yards on the play to bring up 2nd and 2.
And we'll be live here next week as well for that huge matchup, Bucs versus Rams. That one could be a potential playoff preview, but definitely two of the clear early contenders out of the NFC.
Yeah, for sure.
Look forward to breaking that one down with you.
Right. That one is going to be a fun one, man. We'll watch tape this week and we'll kind of get a grasp of all the different things that the Rams are doing and how I think they're really well suited to attack this Bucs defense on paper, and we'll see if it shakes out that way as the Falcons continue to keep running the football. Levante David makes the tackle as Mike Davis picks up a first down, and the Bucs should just be content to let them play that way if they'd like to here. 48-25, the Bucs lead. 3 minutes now left in the game. 3 minutes, 2 seconds left in the game. Falcons 1st and 10 as they try to cut into this one a little bit.
Just to wrap up that quick Rams talk, I think, like you mentioned, a huge challenge defensively given what the Rams do, but also given what the Rams do on defense. They present a huge problem for the Bucs offensively, given what the Rams prioritize taking away compared to what the Bucs love to do. It's a bit of a schematic mismatch there as well. So huge challenge next week.
Yeah, for sure. A lot on the line. Obviously, that could be two of the best, if not the two best teams in the NFC. So could come back to, honestly, tiebreaker stuff and all kinds of things for that one seed. The NFC, we'll see. There's a long way to go. Obviously, Seattle playing well also. And we'll see if Green Bay can get rectified. D. Delaney in there with a run stop. He's in on that run stop. He helped make that tackle there. So D. Delaney, the Bucs' 5th corner, getting some action because of injuries, and they've got him in there, probably getting Carlton Davis out of this game would be my guess. Arizona is up 34-33 over Minnesota with 2:09 left. Minnesota does have the ball in their own territory there. Dallas and the Chargers, I believe, are still tied at 17. And so here's Josh Rosen back to pass. It's going to be incomplete. Pressure right in his face. Mike Edwards almost jumped that one.
That was a very dangerous throw given the footwork that Rosen used there with the man in his face. He kind of just jumped off of his right foot and flicked it.
Yeah. And Seattle up 30-23 on Tennessee. 5:46 left in that game. Seattle has the ball in their own territory there. So lots going on around the league. Some teams in the NFC. The Saints obviously cooled off quite a bit. I believe the Packers play tomorrow night against the Lions. That should be a dub. They should be able to get back on track. So
Leftwich really counseling Brady there. Hey, you can't do that thing where you pretend you don't hear my play call. You know, we got to work as a team.
Right.
You have to trust me.
Don't ever do that again.
I know your helmet works, Tom. I was a quarterback too. I know the trick.
But really encouraging stuff, I think, schematically, like in terms of what they are trying to do. It really feels like Brady and Leftwich are on the same page. They're clicking. It's just it's the penalties, right? It's players really, when they get the ball, making silly plays. Drops weren't the hugest issue in this game, obviously, but there were just moments where they're setting themselves back offensively because of player errors. But Brady, Leftwich, Arians dynamic feels like it's never been better in terms of the time in Tampa Bay together.
Totally agree. And, I don't know if there were a ton of drops, were there? I off the top of my head, I remember the Godwin one. I'm sure there was, other ones, but it seemed like it wasn't too disastrous this game in that regard, but more so the penalties, in my opinion, are the biggest concern. And whereas drops feel a bit more random, penalties feel a bit more within your own control and, a matter of your own discipline. But
Right.
hey, as far as process, play calling, everything, this is the dream, really. I mean, there's no complaints on my end, and I'm about as pessimistic and complaining as it gets when it comes to play calling. I thought they just did an outstanding job. I can't wait to look at the all 22 for this. I'm so impressed, and I'm also looking forward to either getting the numbers from SIS or charting it myself and seeing the play action rates this game,
Right?
Because that's so encouraging. And yeah, I give him credit. It wasn't even, one of the things that I felt with Leftwich last year was it seemed like he was also reluctant to use play action until they had run the ball several times in that game or until they had gotten it going. But here there were several instances where they started the drive with the play action, right? The very first play of the game was play action, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right.
So I hope that willingness to use it goes up, and I hope that willingness becomes more independent of the success of the run game, but that's maybe asking for too much. But a lot of positive signs.
Right. For sure. And Terrence Davis, a good point here. Anything related to the running backs is really what derails it. It's so true, man.
True.
It's so frustrating. But think about how many times that's been true in the first 2 games of the year. I mean, Leonard Fournette's fumble almost could have changed the entire game there and still set them back into a 2nd and 12 there. Obviously, he was much better today, but he misses the hole on the 4th down play. Clearly, it's there. He doesn't see it. He runs into the back of his guys, misses it. Ronald Jones missed several holes. Including he did finally convert on a 4th down, but put them in a tough situation. What if they don't always go for it on that 4th down? That could have been a different game if they weren't aggressive there. And I know they ended up, not getting anything on that drive anyway. But yeah, those kind of plays. I mean, it's just over and over.
Double corner blitz again, by the way.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Trying to get Josh Rosen into another mistake there.
Here's Scott's time. Blaine Gabbert's coming out.
Yeah, you'll see Blaine Gabbert the rest of the way. So let's get to some stats. Tom Brady, 24 of 36 in this one, 276 yards and 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. Was sacked 3 times in this game, though. Some pass protection mistakes up front. One of those was on Ronald Jones. Trying to remember all the other ones right now, but I know Donovan Smith early in the game on a play that good coverage contributed as well. So 11 carries, 52 yards for Leonard Fournette, 6 for 27 for Ronald Jones. Brady had 1 carry for 6 yards, the highest yard per carry average of any Bucs ball carrier today. The most productive ball carrier per touch.
Probably the
Bucs.
Most EPA per play as well.
That's great. Yeah, because it was a 3rd down play
That's
too.
Right. That's exactly why.
You're right. 5 catches for 75 yards and 2 touchdowns for Evans, 4 for 62 and a touchdown for Godwin, 4 for 39 and 2 touchdowns for Gronkowski, 4 for 24 for Fournette, 1 for 21 for OJ Howard, 1 for 17 for Antonio Brown, as the Bucs just kneel it down to end this one. And 2 for 16 for Giovanni Bernard, 1 for 9 for Ronald Jones. Cam Bray caught 1 for 8 yards, and Tyler Johnson caught 1 for 5 yards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 targets for Brady today. Everybody but Scotty, right? And Mickens got hurt, so everybody else caught one in this one, it feels like, that played. So defensively, Edwards with 2 picks, Shaq Barrett with a pick, Carlton Davis with 9 tackles, Levante David with 8, Jordan Whitehead with 5. They lead the way for this team. Obviously, Mike Edwards with the 2 interceptions and 2 defensive touchdowns, making his statement as well today. So a 48-25 win for the Bucs. They go to 2-0 on the season. Next up, the Los Angeles Rams in their first road game of the season. Atlanta falls to 0-2 for the 2nd straight year. They're left looking for answers, but did look a lot better on offense today. So it's something to maybe take back with them. But for Tampa Bay, it's still not pretty. It still hasn't all come together the way that it should, and they're still putting up 48. So It's good problems to have, but better teams are coming to town, and next week is going to be a huge showdown for this team.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think that's why it's going to be I think it's going to tell us a lot about the Bucs next week, just how ready they are, just how good they are, and how well they can game plan. I'm really excited. I can't wait.
Yeah, me too. Going to be a fun one for sure. Hey, remember, go over to pewterreport.com right now. Post-game content is going up at pewterreport.com. Most disappointing, most impressive game recap. It's all going up at Pewter Report right now. Also, you can check out the Pewter Report post-game podcast. Make sure you are subscribed to Pewter Report on YouTube. Subscribe to Pewter Report TV. hit the bell to get the notifications when we go live. The Pewter Report post-game podcast is coming up next in about 45, 50 minutes. We'll be live with you. Going to try and sneak in and start that show before the night game tonight. You can watch us break everything down. Bucs victory party, going crazy, talking about the good things, talking about the bad things too. And we'll get our game balls out there from everybody. And it'll be a good time on the post-game podcast here shortly. So for myself and Paul Atwell, thanks so much for joining us on this Pewter Game Day live stream. We'll catch you on the podcast shortly.